Chapter 1 of Neighbours. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Fletcher, 2017. Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. Chapter 1.
Yes, I guess it looks full as well plain like that as any of them fancy ways, mused Miss Bennet, as she gazed at the neat black lettering on its white ground, which proclaimed her name and occupation to a waiting world. "Looks real professional and up to date," commented the man in blue overalls, who had just affixed the sign to the corner of Miss Bennet's weather-beaten little house. "Them that runs can read, as it says in the Bible. You ain't had a regular sign all these years, Miss Malvina, but 'tain't hard to guess why you come to it now. All I got to say is, I don't blame you none." Miss Bennet screwed her small features to one side in a comprehensive sniff of disdain. "I don't know what you're hinting at, Henery Pratt," she said with dignity. "I've been thinking of having that sign painted for years and years off and on. It's one of them things a body'll put off, like making up their shroud with the goods a-layin' idle in their bureau drawer." Mr. Pratt spat controversially upon the ground. "'Course you heard there's a new dressmaking shop opened up over George Trimmer's store," said he, shifting his quid of tobacco with stealthy enjoyment. "I bet I heard it before you did," retorted Miss Bennet. "I knowed it before she had time to oil up her sewing machine. Not that she's had much use for it since. My customers ain't the kind to be drawed off that way. Land, if you was to see my shop, it's so cram full of work I don't know which way to turn." "Well, anyway, it's a handsome sign you've got there, and I hope it'll be worth $1.75 to your business," observed Mr. Pratt, in the act of gathering his scattered tools. "It looks real dignified and like that, I think," assented the dressmaker. "Ma, she got all et up argufying for Malvina Bennet, female tailoress. But Ma's kind of narrow-minded. Female tailoress, I says, don't cover all I do in the line of dressmaking in a single day, let alone a year. I remember Mrs. Deaconess Buckthorn was in the shop looking over the spring fashions, and she remarks in that deep prayer-meeting voice o' hern, 'I should advise the words, Miss Bennet, mantua maker. 'Twould be comprehensive and elegant,' she says. 'Land,' I says, 'what on earth is a mantua? I never made up one of them in my life as I know of,' I says. $1.75 is dirt cheap for a neat, tasty sign like that," stated Mr. Pratt, "and you couldn't ha' done no better than what you have done in the wording of it. When you stepped into my shop 2 weeks ago yesterday, I says to you—" "Your memory's better than your word, Henery," interrupted Miss Bennet. "You promised me solemn you get that sign up on the corner of my house inside of 3 days. If it hadn't a been I was looking for you from day to day, I might have changed my mind at the last minute and had Malvina robes et manteaus. 'Twould have looked real stylish and might have drawed custom." Mr. Pratt frugally salvaged 6 nails from under the sprouting daffodils under Miss Bennet's window. "Mebbe that's right," he conceded dubiously. "Women folk generally runs after what's new and fancy. The lady over Trimmer's store's got a black and gold sign that reads something like that, and nothing would do for my wife when she seed it but to have her spring suit made by the new dressmaker." Angry tears rushed to Miss Malvina's faded eyes. "Do you mean to tell me that Sarah Ann Pratt's been to that critter to have a dress made?" she demanded. "And me a-doing for her constant since before she married her first husband, and making up her mourning and all?" Her voice choked. "You might as well hear it from me as from anybody else," grumbled Mr. Pratt, realizing his tactical blunder too late. "I ain't got no monopoly in the sign-painting trade, and I don't see how you can expect to do all the dressmaking for the women folk in this here growing community. Competition's the soul of trade, you know. Say, I got a bill here for the sign. If you feel like paying it right now, same as you agreed to when you ordered it off me, I'll take off 10 cents. Miss Bennet instantly produced a half-sheet of blue-lined notepaper from beneath her shawl. I could have paid you hard money right in your fist just as well as not, Henery Pratt. And I might have done it if Mrs. Pratt had been honourable enough to tell me right to my face she was going to another dressmaker. But seeing as she ain't no lady, here's the items. 1 card of black hooks and eyes, half a yard of featherbone, besides my time, and 3/4 of a yard. Mr. Pratt paused in the act of extracting a much-needed red and white bandana handkerchief from the hip pocket of his overalls to stare resentfully at the dressmaker. "Well, I like your nerve," he exploded wrathfully. "I guess my wife'll pass for a lady for all of you, Malvina Bennet. She never signed up no contract to let you spoil her best clothes constant as I know of." "For pity's sake," cried Miss Bennet, deep scorn struggling with the grief in her voice. "If ever I spoiled a dress for Sarah Ann Pratt, and her with one hip 2 inches higher than the other, to say nothing of being hollowed in where she ought to be rounded out, and vice versa in the back, where her shoulder blades is sprung, I defy you to bring that there dress to my shop and prove it. Prove it, I say, right in front of me." "Oh, go along," muttered Mr. Pratt disgustedly. "I clean forgot what my wife told me. She said you'd be ramping and roaring like a bull of Bashan if I let on about her going to a new dressmaker. But she ain't the only one, I can tell you." "Ramping and roaring ain't my habit of speech, Henery Pratt," rebuked Miss Bennet. "And you can tell Mrs. Sign Painter Pratt so. This here bill is for a black dress waist I fixed over for her to wear to her first husband's sister-in-law's funeral. She was Emmeline Mills. Sarah Ann was feeling terrible grief-stricken, I remember, being took back to the happy days before she married you, Henery. And I set up most of all one night so she could have the waist in time, and she ain't never paid for it from that date to this. And here it is. $1.75 for works and findings." "Why didn't you show me your dratted bill when you come to my shop to order the sign?" inquired Mr. Pratt, in a deeply injured tone. "You never so much as mentioned it." "I was a little too cute for that, Henery," crowed Miss Bennet. "I knowed full well I wouldn't get my sign till Gabriel blowed his trumpet if you suspicioned you owed me anything." "No more you wouldn't, neither," confirmed Mr. Pratt gloomily. "I got a darn good mind to smash it." "What? My sign?" "Try it and I'll get the law on you," promised Miss Bennet. "'Tain't no better than getting money on false pretenses," growled Mr. Pratt, "and that'll make you liable if I was a mind to sue you." Miss Bennet cackled derisively. "I hope you got some sense left, Henery. Receipt that there bill of yourn. I'll do the same with mine, and we're quits as far as money's concerned." She watched the man's retreating figure well out of sight. Then, with the receipted bill tightly clutched in one hand and the skirt of her dress in the other, she mounted the front steps of the house, pausing to gaze once more at the subject of her late-spirited controversy with Mr. Pratt. "I bet I ketched an awful cold standing in the wind all this while," she reflected. "I can feel it shooting up my jaw this minute. But I don't care. I got my sign, and it's paid for." She sneezed a noisy confirmation of her forebodings as she passed into the shop where sat old Mrs. Bennet, patiently pulling white basting threads from the inchoate garment in her aproned lap. "Oh, for goodness sake, Ma, if you ain't drawed them bastings from around the arm sizes," protested the little dressmaker. "And me taking such pains to get the lining and the gathered goods on the outside just so." "Now, Malviny, don't you suppose I know what I'm about?" demanded the old lady, keeping fast hold of the disputed garment. "Didn't I teach you everything you know about dressmaking, I'd like to know? You're an ungrateful child, that's what you be, Malviny Bennet. There's a verse in the Bible about a serpent's tooth. I know, Ma, I oughtn't to have spoke so brash, but I got kind of riled with Henery Pratt. Of all the mean-spirited menfolk I ever see, he's the beaten best. If you'll just sew an eye onto this here waistband, Ma, while I tack them gathers in place." The old lady was rocking herself back and forth, her ancient nose in the air, her voice cracked and querulous with anger. "Oh, I couldn't so much as set a hook and eye to the waistband to suit you, Malviny. I don't know nothin' about sewing, 'cordin' to you. You can't trust me with nothin'. Soon as your back's turned, I spoil everything. I guess I won't do no more sewing this side o' heaven." "Oh, now, Ma, don't take on," her daughter exhorted her. "I got to get this here morning wrapper done so's to take it over to Philura Pettibone this afternoon. She'll pay me right off, and then I can settle up with Obed Salter. I ain't never owed him such a bill as I do now. Just as soon as I can tack this here shirring so it won't get skewgeed, I'll boil the kettle and make you a good hot cup of tea." "I don't want no tea," grumbled the old lady. "You always seem to think, Malviny, that you can pacify me, no matter how sassy you been, with a cup of tea. That last tea you got from Salter's ain't worth putting in the pot. I'd as soon drink hay water." Miss Bennet sighed, as her skilful needle flew in and out, repairing the unthinking ravages of her surviving parent. "Oh, I'll try and get some nice green and black mixed next time I go to Boston," she promised vaguely. "I seen a robin this morning, Ma." "Settin' still or flyin'?" "Oh, flyin', right over toward the parsonage." "If you see 'em settin' still," pursued Mrs. Bennet, "or uppin' on the ground, it's an awful bad sign for the whole year, Malviny." "But this one was flyin', way up high." "But it was going from you, Malviny," piped the old lady. "Your luck was flying from you. If you'd only seen it coming towards you now. I'm awful careful not to look for robins no more in the spring of the year, but don't seem to change my luck." "Now, Ma," protested Miss Malvina, "it really don't seem right for Christian folks to take so much stock in signs and like that. Why, if I was to notice every little thing, the way a pin lays on the floor when you pick it up, and dropping a dish towel, or seeing the moon over my left shoulder, and wouldn't you know, I guess I'd go crazy. We're going to have good luck for all the robins in town. I'll bet we get the house painted up scrumptious this year, and maybe new letters to the back door, and like as not a regular bathroom with a kerosene heater all complete. How'd you like that, Ma? I ain't never felt better'n I do this spring. I ain't had a scarcely twinge of rheumatiz all winter, and I'm full of spring and ginger." "Better knock on wood, Malviny," advised the old lady sourly. "You'll be flat on your back first you know, all twisted up with rheumatiz." Miss Bennet swiftly obeyed, her thimbled finger beating a smart rat-a-tat on the window-sill. "I don't see what knocking on wood can do to prevent it," she murmured. "A body'd think there was some spiteful person lurking and listening around, all ready to pounce on a body if they should forget. I wouldn't lay such actions to the devil, to say nothing of God. All I know is, if folk don't knock on wood when they get braggity, something's sure to happen to 'em," stated Mrs. Bennet positively. "I seen it over and over again. Why, I remember the winter your poor pa passed away. He was telling Deacon Scrimger how awful smart he was. 'Ain't had a sick time this winter,' says he. 'You better knock on wood, Pa,' I says to him. But he was feeling contrary, like men folks generally do when there's other men folks around, and he pipes up and he says, 'I ain't going to make a fool of myself no more that-a-way to please you, Ma.' Them was his very words. And he set there solid on his chair like a heathen idol. 'I won't do it, Ma,' says he, real earnest. 'Well, Pa,' I says mournful, 'I'll do it for you. But I'm afraid 'twon't help you none when you're took bad all of a sudden,' I says. 'Twas the very next day he took to his bed. I knew there wasn't no hope from the very first. So I picked out the funeral hymns, and I says to Pa, "There, that's done. interrupted her daughter in an aggressively cheerful tone. "Now, I'm going to whirl in and get something to eat before folks begins to drop in. And I wish you'd step out and look at the sign right now, Ma, so you can act kind of calm and indifferent. I declare, I can feel that sign all through my system like a girl would her engagement ring. But I suppose we'll get used to it after a spell." End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Neighbours by Florence Morse Kingsley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
It was 5 o'clock that same afternoon before Miss Bennet set forth, a flat parcel done up in newspaper containing Mrs. Pettibone's complete garment on her arm. Greatly to her surprise, no one had called to congratulate her on the new sign. Nobody, apparently, had so much as noticed it. Yet there it was, the one conspicuously new and fresh object on the weather-beaten front of the little house. Malvina Bennet, dressmaker. "'Tain't as if them lilac bushes was in the way," cogitated Miss Bennet. "A body can't help seeing it whichever way they come. 'Tain't so to say showy and like that, but it's neat and it's got style to it like my sewing. I don't care what anybody says to the contrary, but if all my customers was to flock to that critter over Trimmer's store for their spring suits, what with more and more of them taking ready-mades—" Miss Bennet bit off the thread of her unhappy hypothesis like a length of thread. "I'll bet it's a lot more unlucky to harbour fears and forebodings than to forget to knock on wood," she told herself resolutely. "Like enough Pa was scared into a fit of sickness if all was knowed. But land, I'd ruther knock on wood to my dying day than have Ma pick out my funeral hymns premature." She was still nerving herself to meet future adversity when she arrived at the parsonage gate. "If I tell Philura, I mean Mrs. Reverend Pettibone, maybe she can put me on the right track," meditated the little dressmaker. "There don't seem to be nothing Philura can't get out of the surrounding atmosphere. Now take that baby. Land, I hope it comes to town all right. Maybe I'd better knock on wood." No one answered her modest summons at the front door, and after a discreet pause she ventured a second pull at the old-fashioned bell handle. "I can hear it ring inside," she assured herself as she listened with bent head. "And anyway, she wouldn't be going out now." It was the minister himself who presently opened the door. Mr. Pettibone appeared pale, almost haggard, and his iron-grey hair stood up in wild confusion above his forehead. He stared uncomprehendingly at Miss Bennet. "I come to bring Mrs. Pettibone's morning wrapper," she said timidly. "I've been quite a spell getting it all finished off, but here it is at last, and I hope she'll like it." She thrust the parcel into Mr. Pettibone's unwilling hand and turned to go away. "Oh, Miss Malvina." Something in the minister's voice challenged attention. Miss Bennet paused tentatively on the doorstep. I'm sure Mrs. Pettibone would wish... in short, won't you step in for a moment?" Miss Bennet obeyed, and the two stood facing each other in the semi-obscurity of the passage. I possibly you have been aware..." A sound from above stairs interrupted the minister's speech, a sound once heard, never to be forgotten. It was the weak yet raucous protest of a human being newly introduced to this world of strife. Miss Bennet clasped her hands in wordless emotion. "Oh, it appears that my son prefers to announce himself," said Mr. Pettibone, with a queer shake in his voice. "For the land's sake," murmured Miss Bennet. "When did it come?" "This morning, early. To be exact, at almost precisely 17 minutes past 4. Philura, I mean Mrs. Reverend Pettibone, is she..." The minister cleared his throat. Obviously, He was listening with some uneasiness to the persistent sounds from above. They ceased suddenly, and he drew a relieved breath. " Oh, Mrs. Pettibone is, I am pleased to tell you, that she is, as well as can be expected, I suppose," inferred Miss Bennett, nodding her head sagely. " There ain't much more to be said the morning after." She spoke with certain knowledge of that dread valley of the shadow which her friend had lately traversed. An expression of poignant recollection passed over the minister's pale face. " That my wife is alive this morning," he said slowly, " and able to rejoice with me, albeit feebly, over the happy event, is a matter, in short, a subject for "" I'll bet you're both glad it's over," broke in Miss Bennett. " I know I be, and I guess the whole parish '11 draw a long breath, what with her age and all. I'll go now and tell Miss Deaconess Buckthorn, and she'll pass the word to Lecty Pratt, and by 2:00 everybody in town '11 know." Mr. Pettibone shrugged his shoulders resignedly. " If I was you," pursued the spinster, " I'd muffle this 'ere door bell, so she won't hear it janglin' when folks begin to come an' inquire. And don't you let nobody upstairs. I don't care who they be ner what they say. Some folks has got about as much sense as hens." The minister bowed his acknowledgments and murmured something about the doctor's orders. " An' if you should need me for anythin', settin' up nights or like that, just let me know. I'd admire to do for that baby. Land, when I think of Philura " She turned and went rather blindly down the steps and so out into the street, with a total forgetfulness of the paper parcel containing a blue morning wrapper, elaborately shirred and trimmed with cascades of white lace, the price of which was to have cancelled her growing obligation to Mr. Salter. When she did think of it, it was to picture to herself the new-made mother holding the infant in her arms. " It'll be just the thing for her to set up in," she told herself happily. " And to think of me working like all possessed to get it finished in time." End of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Mrs. Buckthorn was at home, her head tied up in red flannel, which lent an awful majesty to her aspect as she bade Miss Malvina be seated in close proximity to the kitchen stove. " Got neuralgy, Mis' Buckthorn? " inquired the dressmaker, rolling her news like a sweet morsel under her tongue. To herself she thought, " She ain't heard it yet, for all her party wire." Miss Bennett had not felt able to afford a telephone, a fact of which certain of her customers had taken mean advantage. Mrs. Buckthorn heaved a vast, resounding sigh, which appeared to take its rise in the soles of her substantial shoes. " It's more like neuritis," she said. " You ain't never had that, Malvina. But the doctor says my nervous constitution is delicate, very delicate. No, I know I don't look it, but it ain't always size and heft that counts." " Thank the Lord it ain't," said Miss Bennett. " I don't know where I'd come in if it did. I ain't no bigger 'n a minute an' never expect to be, but I can whirl in an' work equal to the best." Mrs. Buckthorn eyed the dressmaker searchingly. " Are you as busy as usual this spring, Malvina? " she inquired. " Busier," quoth Miss Bennett stoutly. She met Mrs. Buckthorn's inquisitorial gaze unflinchingly. " Land, I was sayin' t' Ma only this mornin', I'm so drove, I says, I don't know but what I shall have to hire a girl. Not 'at I like 'em 'round, clutterin' up the shop an' settin' me half crazy with doin' things wrong. Still, I says, I got t' get this 'ere work out of m' shop b'fore the summer sewin' comes in, I says." " I want t' know," syllabled Mrs. Buckthorn slowly. Then she smiled rather disagreeably and moved her large shoulders. The dressmaker's thin face reddened. " I just took home a beautiful new dress to Mrs. Pettibone," she said defiantly. " Hm," murmured Mrs. Buckthorn, adjusting the folds of red flannel above her brow. " I'm surprised to hear you say so." " You be. I'd like to know why. Well, for one thing, I should think under the circumstances our pastor's wife would need to practice the strictest economy. I hear she's expecting to employ a trained nurse from Boston. Mrs. Buckthorn shook her head slowly. We all know our pastor's income, Malvina, and we're aware that trained nurses from Boston cost $30 a week. I don't blame 'em none, contended Miss Bennet. It's cheaper 'n a funeral. You surprise me, Malvina. Well, maybe I can surprise you some more. Miss Reverend Pettibone's baby has come to town with bells. It's a boy, and he weighs 9 pounds. Miss Malvina cast the final item of information in the balance with a lavish generosity which paid no heed to prosaic fact. Might as well say so, she privately excused herself. Sounds healthy. Anyway, I'll bet he'll weigh his 9 pounds sooner or later. Well, I declare, gasped Mrs. Buckthorn. A boy, and 9 pounds? Oh, dressed, temporized Miss Bennet. It's kind of chilly weather, so they waved him in his clothes. Mrs. Buckthorn's forehead, in so far as it could be viewed beneath the enshrouding flannel, appeared deeply corrugated. We have a telephone, she said coldly, and seeing the Ladies' Aid Missionary Society has lately installed one in the parsonage for the special use of the parish, 'twould seem as though I, as president, should have been the first to be informed. But to hear it from you, Malvina, strikes me as exceedingly... Oh, well, he was so flabbergasted and like that, he probably didn't give you nor anybody a thought, interrupted Miss Bennet. Are you referring to our pastor, Malvina? Certainly I be. Probably he didn't get a wink of sleep all night, and him being new to the job, too. Land, he looked like he'd been drawed through a knot-hole backwards. The minute he opened the door, I seen something was up. But I didn't ask no questions, it being my enduring rule not to, whatever I see or don't see in my customers' houses. There's plenty of folks that'd be regular gossips having my exception opportunities, so to say. But not me. No, I says, I shut my eyes and my ears to everything except my business, and that's making stylish clothes, up to date in every particular. And I'll defy any woman in this here town what's worn my sewing to show a hook that's come off before its time, or a seam that's parted, except lawful on account of some customers being too fleshy, which nobody can't lay to my door, it being the work of our Maker. Miss Malvina paused for breath, and Mrs. Buckthorn, who had apparently been lost in gloomy retrospection, again fixed a searching gaze upon her visitor. You tell me you did not display curiosity, she said. Did Mr. Pettibone inform you of what had taken place? Miss Malvina chuckled. Oh, he done it himself, she replied. Just squawked right out. You ought to have heard him. Guess he was hungry, for he stopped all of a sudden like somebody corked him up with, Malvina Bennett, do you mean to tell me that our pastor... Miss Bennet stared uncomprehendingly for an instant, and then she burst into cackling laughter, rocking herself back and forth and slapping her thin knees in an ecstasy of mirth. Oh, for pity's sake, Mrs. Buckthorn, she exclaimed, your intellect must be some affected by your neuritis, or whatever it is that ails you. I meant the baby, of course. Oh, tell you what, that baby's got good, strong lungs. I bet he'll be heard from right along. Mrs. Buckthorn looked much offended. Neuritis, she said majestically, affects the nerves, not the brain, Malvina. No, don't go just yet. I've something to say to you first. Oh, I was only joking, Miss Buckthorn, apologized the little dressmaker, paling before the implacable expression on the large, flaccid face under its coronet of dingy red flannel. You, and I hope all that knows me, must recognise the fact I never take any important step in life without first laying the matter before the throne of grace," stated Mrs. Buckthorn, in the rotund voice she reserved for prayer-meeting, platform, and conjugal use. "Mm-hmm," assented Miss Malvina, seeming to grow smaller in her chair. "I know you're an awful good woman, Mrs. Buckthorn." "I strive to be," intoned that lady, "and having, as I just told you, considered the matter carefully and prayerfully, I have decided, feeling it be my Christian duty, to henceforth employ the new dressmaker, whose name is Hobbs, I am told, though she prefers to be known as Madame Louise." Miss Bennett was sitting up very straight now, a red spot in either thin cheek. "What did you say to the Lord, Mrs. Buckthorn, when you laid the matter of giving me the go-by before the throne of grace, as you call it?" "What did I say? How dare you ask me such a wicked question, Malvina Bennett, and you a professor in the Presbyterian Church?" "Well, I'd like to know just how you put it up to the Lord," replied Miss Bennett composedly. "I was thinking maybe you laid it before the wrong throne. Folks is apt to get things mixed up once in a while, especially when they're so much piouser than other folks." Mrs. Buckthorn appeared to struggle vainly for utterance, but the little dressmaker went on with a fine show of recklessness. "If you wasn't a regular hypocrite, which there's plenty of folks in this town as I could name as thinks you be, you'd have to own up to the Lord that Miss Malvina Bennett always made your clothes honest and strong, double stitching all the seams, and as stylish as was possible, considering how fleshy you be, and—" "Malvina!" burst from the outraged Mrs. Buckthorn. "I refuse to listen to you." "You can't help listening, Miss Buckthorn," crowed Miss Bennett. "But I ain't a-going to keep you from your new rights for long. I got plenty to do in my shop for folks as just as pious as you be, and a lot easier to fit. I always thought I'd admire to tell you just what I thought, and maybe it'll do you good to think it over a spell after I'm gone. One thing you ought to get spanked into you is that real good folks ain't always a-blowing their tin horns the way you be, and they ain't so set up with their prayer-meeting manners as to be a nuisance to their neighbours. Why, even my great cat'll turn tail and run when she sees you a-comin' in the yard, Mrs. Buckthorn, and children'll make themselves scarce rather than meet you, especially if it's Sunday and they've been smelling a flower or listening to a bird a-singing in the trees." Miss Bennett had risen from her chair and was backing toward the door as she poured forth this fervid torrent of words. A joyous energy appeared to emanate from her small person. Her faded eyes sparkled. "Why, you ain't got the faintest idea of being a regular Christian," she cried. "Even your Bible's got so mixed up with Holy Buckthorn you don't know which is which, and that's about all for today. I shall admire to see you busting out of your plackets when that Hobbs woman gets through with you." Miss Bennett reached the street, still scintillating with the joys of combat, but as she sped swiftly along under the budding maples, the spring wind blowing cold in her face, her spirits gradually fell. "I guess I went and made an awful fool of myself," she reflected. "Never once stopping to think of Deacon Buckthorn owning the roof that covers us, and me behind with my rent, expecting to settle up with Mrs. Buckthorn's spring dressmaking as usual. Good land! What be I going to do if all my customers leaves me? Seems as though the Lord wasn't so mindful of his own as the minister was telling last Sunday." She went 2 blocks out of her way to pass Trimmer's dry goods store. Yes, there was her rival's resplendent sign in fresh gold letters on a black ground. "Madame Louise, robes," repeated Miss Malvina aloud. "Humph! Sounds like a funeral director. Robes. Well, I'd like to see the way she finishes off a dress waist inside. If I wasn't afraid of running into some of her customers, I'd just step up them stairs and cast my eye around. I bet I could tell inside of 2 minutes what sort of a female Miss Hobbs is and what she can do in the dressmaking line. She dallied with the glittering temptation to the point of crossing the street. Then, with one foot on the lower step of the steep staircase leading aloft, her courage failed her. " I ain't got the strength o' mind," she confessed weakly. " I guess if I should meet one of my regular customers up there I'd drop dead in a double duck fit. Some other time, maybe." The sound of high-pitched voices engaged in earnest conversation on the upper landing lent wings to her feet for 2 blocks. Then, quite out of breath, she stopped to reason with herself. " All the fools ain't dead yet, Malvina Bennett," she told herself with a sniff of strong disdain. " Now, just to punish you turn straight 'round and march back to that there woman's shop. You go up them stairs and you knock on her door. What you going to say to her when she comes to the door? Why, you're going to say you want to see Miss Hobbs. That'll take the wind out in her sails first off. Then you'll think of something to say, I'll bet. You'll have to. There ain't nobody going to hurt you. And if you was to meet customers that ain't lady enough to tell you when they're tired of the styles in arts and modes when made up as I do it in my shop, I ain't the one to get red around the ears." Communing thus masterfully with herself, Miss Malvina propelled her unwilling body back to the spot from which she had so lately beat a shamed retreat. " Now, here you be, Malvina. Now, you go on up them stairs. Business is business, and don't you forget that for a minute. You got to know what you're up against. If it ain't nothing to be scared of, you'll soon find it out. If it is, you got to know that, too. But I'll be switched if I'm a-going to be scared of a bogey in under the bed at my time of life." The awe-inspiring words, Madame Louise, robes, were repeated in flourishing gold script on the curtained glass door above. Miss Bennett paused to inspect them sternly. " I s'pose George Trimmer done that much to rent his rooms," she told herself. " No, them handsome gold letters won't bite you, Malvina, nor they won't help her none if her sewing ain't good." But her trembling hand obstinately declined to aid and abet the bold project she had in mind. " Be you tellin' me you're scared to knock on that there door, Malvina? " sneered Miss Bennett. " Do you s'pose there's a boa constrictor on the other side, eh? His chops all a-slaverin' and ready to swaller you whole? Well, if there is, you got to pass that there door all the same. You hear me? " She was spared a final effort of will by the sudden opening of the door in question. A buxom girl confronted her on the threshold with a quick stare of recognition. Behind the girl stood a tall, thin woman, her face twisted in an artificial smile. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. " Why, Miss Malvina," stammered the girl, " I didn't know." " Confirmed the little dressmaker. " 'Tain't nobody else, and 'tain't my ghost, neither." " If you'll step into the reception parlour, madam," simpered the tall woman, adjusting her frizzes, " I shall be at liberty as soon as I've finished with the lady in the fitting department." Miss Bennett, her equanimity fully restored for some reason which she would have found it difficult to explain, stepped boldly past the round-eyed girl. " Why, yes," she said, " I shan't mind setting a spell while you're finishing off that lady's fitting in the department you was speaking of." Her keen eyes were busy with the woman's dress, noting a straining seam under one arm, the slanting sag of the skirt over the left hip, and the way in which certain showy trimmings had been applied to the waist. The maker of robes appeared in no haste. She stood eyeing Miss Bennett's small person doubtfully. " You'll find the latest fashion magazines on the stand," she said, indicating a speciously varnished table littered with riotously coloured presentments of long-limbed ladies. " Thank you, Mrs. Hobbs, but I'm pretty tolerable familiar with the spring styles," returned Miss Bennett easily. " You're the new dressmaker, I presume? "" I am Madame Louise to the public," stated the tall lady. " Want to know," chirped Miss Bennett. Well, to the public and other folks, too, I'm Miss Malvina. Maybe you've heard of me?" The tall lady shook her head. She was a stranger in Innisfield, she said, simpering and twisting her long neck to look sideways at Miss Bennet, who continued to sway back and forth in a rocking chair with great apparent enjoyment. "Well," explained Miss Bennet, "I just stopped in. I won't say friendly, but I thought I should like to take a look over some of your sewing. I don't care if it ain't more'n half finished off. All I want is to cast my eye casual over what you call a robe." "You would like to examine some of my work?" "That's what I said, Louisa. I'd like to take a look at the inside of one of your dress waists, and take a squint at the way you finish off your plackets and like that, same as if I was going to have one of them robes made up for myself. You don't mind, I suppose?" "Why, no. I don't know as I have any objections to showing you an unfinished garment," hesitated the woman, "though your request is rather unusual. Most ladies trust my taste and skill."
"You don't say," commented Miss Bennet. "That don't strike me like good horse sense, seeing no lady in Innisfield knows you. I should think it would be a real good idea to have a sample robe to show inquirers." Madame Louise appeared curiously disconcerted by the suggestion. She murmured something incoherent, which Miss Bennet dismissed with an airy gesture. "Go on to your customer," she said briskly. "I shan't mind setting for a spell. I got plenty to think about." Mrs. Hobbs scuttled hurriedly behind a dingy red hanging, which afforded Miss Bennet a fleeting glimpse of a female figure in the familiar déshabille of the fitting-room. "My gracious," she murmured to herself, "if that ain't Miss Obed Salter! Oh, if she should catch me in here, 'twould be all over town by supper-time." For an instant the little dressmaker meditated cowardly flight. Then she stiffened herself resolutely. "I don't care if she does," she told herself. "Let the whole of 'em talk. I'll tell Miss Salter right out what I'm after if she asks me. I ain't a-going to take no back seat in this here town. Anyway, it'll be cheap advertising." Pleased with this conceit, Miss Malvina continued to sway placidly back and forth, her ears brazenly alert for scraps of the conversation which floated out from the curtained seclusion of the fitting-room. "Do you think I need any padding in under my left shoulder blade?" inquired Mrs. Salter's thin nasal voice. "I generally have some right there where my chest kind of caved in. I ain't had no lung to speak of on that side for years and years. The doctor says I'm a living miracle." Madame Louise's reply was inaudible, and Mrs. Salter presently went on. "I've had most of my suits made up by a dressmaker here in town, but she ain't got no more idea of style." Miss Malvina's thin face crimsoned with indignation. She leaned forward eagerly in her chair to hear Mrs. Hobbs' comment to the effect that country dressmakers were generally lacking in style. "We're so glad and thankful you come to Innisfield," pursued Mrs. Salter soulfully. "How'd it happen?"
What? Oh, me coming here?" inquired Mrs. Hobbs, whose utterance indicated a mouthful of pins. Well, of course, I wouldn't mention it to everybody. But I've seen better days, Mrs. Salter. Time was when I had my own costumes imported from Paris."
"For the land's sake!" ejaculated Mrs. Salter. "From Paris? Oh, I want to know."
"But I always had such taste. So when my dear husband if you'll just turn round a little, that's right. Now, I guess we're through for today. Oh, no, don't come tomorrow. There's a lot of ladies coming tomorrow. The day after, no, I'm sorry, I really couldn't promise, Mrs. Salter. I'm so rushed." A A pause filled with active rustlings from within presaged Mrs. Salter's advent into the outer room, where sat Miss Bennet, her features composed to a strong calm. "Oh, well, I never," faltered the wife of the grocer, her lavender-tinted complexion becoming curiously spotted with red. "You seem surprised to see me, Miss Salter," commented Miss Bennet. "Well, you could knock me down with a feather," panted Mrs. Salter. "I declare, ain't that funny? Well, as it happens, I got business with Louisa, same as you have." Miss Malvina turned to the proprietor of the new establishment with a dignity which appeared to propel Mrs. Obed Salter out of the door and down the stairs, though quite against that lady's will. "Now," she said, addressing the puzzled Mrs. Hobbs, "I'll just take a look at the suit you're making up for Mrs. Obed Salter. It'll be as good as another, as far as I'm concerned." Mrs. Hobbs sat down rather suddenly. "Oh, I ain't used to standing," she explained. "These long fittings tire me something fierce." Miss Bennet nodded sagaciously. "Guess you ain't been long in the business," she inferred. No, not so long," acknowledged Mrs. Hobbs. "But then, I always had such a lot of taste," she added. "There's plenty of folks can brag of taste that can't fella seem to save their neck from the gallows," commented Miss Bennet darkly. She continued to gaze at her rival, who blinked uneasily as if under a searchlight. "If you was wanting a dress made," offered Mrs. Hobbs, "I guess I can't accommodate you. Not for a month, anyway. I guess I took in too much as it is. And all of them hurrying me," she added fretfully. "Whew!" ejaculated Miss Bennet. "Maybe they won't pester you no more after the first dress you make up for 'em." "That's what I'm afraid of," murmured Mrs. Hobbs unexpectedly. And quite unexpectedly, too, she began to dab at her purplish lids with a dingy handkerchief. "I never supposed I hadn't an idea," she said, and broke off with an obvious effort. "I sat up until 1:00 last night and the night before, trying to finish some dresses. But—" "Oh, for goodness sake, why don't you get in some help?" demanded Miss Bennet. "You don't look to me like you had the gumption to whirl in and really sew." "I've got lots of taste and style," almost whimpered Mrs. Hobbs. "But I'm so nervous. And when they all take to hurrying me—" Miss Bennet arose with a gesture of large renunciation. "I guess I must be going along," she said. "I got a few things to do myself. But thank the Lord I ain't nervous and never was. If a body knows how to handle their job and gets busy doing it, they don't have no time to tend to their nerves. I'm real glad I come to see you, Miss Hobbs." Mrs. Hobbs followed her visitor's quick bird-like movements with lacklustre eyes. "You was speaking of my getting in somebody to help," she said doubtfully. Could you tell me of anybody?" Miss Bennet stopped short, as if forcibly arrested by the other woman's question. "How much would you pay?" she asked, in a queer, half-stifled voice. "For a real dressmaker, I mean. One 'at knows their business from a tizzard and ain't afraid to whirl in and work. There's a friend of mine. I might get her to help you out for a spell, maybe." Miss Bennet felt herself deeply humiliated by the suggestion she had allowed to escape her. That she, Malvina Bennet, who had run her own shop for years and years, should be reduced to begging for work by the day. It was unbelievable. It was dreadful. And yet there were the three insistent spectres of rent, fuel, and food which had haunted her night and day through weeks of comparative idleness. And there was Ma. If I could only hold on till fall, she was telling herself, when Mrs. Hobbs broke in eagerly. "Send your friend around the first thing in the morning. I'd be only too pleased to pay her $2.50 a day, if she's what you say."
Miss Malvina was silent, her eyes fastened blindly upon the doorknob clutched tight in the grip of her slippery cotton glove. She could feel her ears burn crimson under Mrs. Hobbs' watery gaze.
"Well, 3 times 6 is 18," computed Mrs. Hobbs. "Yes, I declare I'd make it 3 a day, for a while, anyway. I just got to do something, or go raving crazy."
Miss Malvina hastily swallowed the round, hard lump which had risen in her throat. " Well, I'll tell you, Miss Hobbs," she hesitated. I spoke kind of hasty. My friend, her as I was speaking of, wouldn't hear to going out with the day. No, and I don't believe she'd even come to your shop to see you, neither. But if I was to fetch the work home to her, evenings when I ain't busy myself, I bet she could do some of #1 work for you. She can sew. What do you say to trying her? On a dress waist or like that. If you don't like her work, 'twon't cost you a red cent. If you do, it'll be $3 a day, same as you said, and regular hours." Mrs. Hobbs gripped her visitor's arm.
"Oh, come in my workroom just for a minute," she urged.
Once behind the breastworks of Mrs. Hobbs' establishment, Miss Malvina gasped with the wonder of what she beheld. Chairs, tables, even the floor bore evidence of overwhelming success in the shape of inchoate garments of every description. A couple of headless figures, purporting to counterfeit the female form divine, exhibited the more finished products of Mrs. Hobbs' genius, while a soiled teacup, a dispirited dab of butter, and a broken loaf shared the table with a lavish supply of spools, buttons, and parti-coloured trimmings. "For the land's sake!" cried Miss Malvina, rolling up her eyes to an unjust heaven. " There's work here enough for a dozen dressmakers a working day and night for a month. What on earth did you take it all in for? " Mrs. Hobbs gazed about her with a sort of mournful pride.
"The ladies kept coming," she said, "and I hardly knew where to draw the line. But I haven't sat down to a regular meal since the first day I came."
Miss Malvina sealed up her complex emotions with a prolonged sniff. " I might as well take a dress waist now," she remarked. " Which'll it be? " Mrs. Hobbs reflected, her frizzled head supported on one dingy hand.
" Well," said she, " I hardly know where to begin. There's Mrs. Bucksmith — no, that ain't the name. I'll look it up in the book. She's a large lady, and she says she wants her dress for divine worship next Sunday. That's it on the figure there. I'm making up a costume for her daughter, too."
Miss Malvina permitted herself to utter, and then she sniffed again. " Do you mean to tell me that there brown and purple is for Miss Buckthorn? I suppose that's what you call a robe."
" Stylish, ain't it? " said Mrs. Hobbs. " I copied it right off a fashion plate, the very latest from Cher Paris."
"Where?"
" Paris, we call it on this side of the water," condescended Mrs. Hobbs. " If you could take that and persuade your friend to finish it off."
" All right," said Miss Malvina briefly. " I'll take it along right now." Under cover of the gathering dusk she hurried homeward, the large flat parcel containing Mrs. Buckthorn's brown and purple robe under her arm. " I ain't a goin' to let Ma starve," she told herself defiantly. " I'll finish 'em off honest. But land! What a set of scarecrows '11 be comin' out of the church by and by. I shall admire to see 'em settin' in the pews." End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
At her own door, Miss Malvina paused. How was she to explain the flat parcel and its alien contents to Ma? "Never cross a bridge till you get to it," she muttered, and moved cautiously around to the back door, with the unformulated idea of concealing Mrs. Buckthorn's Parisian costume in the wash boiler till Ma should be safely in bed. To her surprise, the door of the kitchen stood wide open, admitting the freakish April wind in furious gusts. "Why, Ma Bennett," began Miss Malvina rebukingly, "if you don't catch an awful cold with all this fresh air in the house." Then she saw that the kitchen fire was almost out, and fell to mending it vigorously. "I guess Ma just stepped over to one of the neighbours," she assured herself, "and the wind blowed the door open." Mrs. Bennett herself confirmed this hypothesis a moment later. "I been in next door," she announced, as she dropped the heavy woolen shawl from her shoulders. "It's awful fresh here, Ma," cautioned her daughter. "I found the back door wide open." Mrs. Bennett sneezed 3 times in rapid succession. "I guess I catch my death all right," she said complacently. "Where you been, Malviny?" "Me? Oh, I been round town and round. I got some grand news for you, Ma." "What?" "Philura Pettibone's got a baby, Ma. Come to town this morning. A boy, and he weighs 10 pounds." "Born on a Friday," commented the old lady, "and a minister's son at that." "That ain't a-goin' to hurt him none," contended Miss Bennett, glancing sideways at the incriminating parcel which she had neglected to conceal. "Ain't you glad, Ma? I'm tickled most to pieces. To think of Philura, at her age, with a real baby all her own." Mrs. Bennett was not listening. She moved stiffly across the floor. "Come here, Malviny," she bade her daughter. "Look there, will you?" Miss Bennett peered through the small-paned window in obedience to her mother's pointing finger. "I declare, looks like there was a light next door," she said. "There is. Land, I ain't seen a light over there for, let me see. It'll be 2 years come June," wheezed Mrs. Bennett. "They moved in this afternoon, just after you went downtown. I was settin' by the kitchen window when I seen 'em come. Now I guess you're sorry you went off and stayed 2 hours. Yes, you did, Malviny, 2 hours by the clock, and me here all by myself. No thanks to you, I ain't dropped dead in my tracks, Malviny Bennett, with you off parading the streets like you was 16. "Now, Ma, don't take on," pleaded the little dressmaker. I was kept. I won't do it again. Who's moved into Philura Rice's house, Ma? I declare I thought nobody had ever lived there again. It's so kind of gloomy with all them trees in the yard, and all the old rose bushes and syringes growed most of the second-story windows." "You couldn't guess if you was to try a year," crowed Mrs. Bennett, and then she lowered her voice to an incriminating whisper. "They're foreigners. What's more, I'll bet anything they're Catholics." Miss Malvina had gathered her cloak, and with it the unfinished costume imperfectly concealed beneath its scant folds. "What you got done up in that newspaper so careful, Malviny?" demanded the old lady, suddenly alert. "Did you find out the name of them strange folks, Ma, and where they come from?" parried her daughter. "And how'd you happen to get acquainted so sudden?" "Oh, the girl come over to borrow a pitcher of drinking water, and I went over to show her how to start the pump. What's in your newspaper bundle, Malviny?" Miss Bennett hastily reconsidered her previous resolve. "I guess I may as well tell you," she murmured resignedly. "This here is a costume for Mrs. Deaconess Buckthorn. I brought it home to finish. Bidet's work, and I'm always glad to accommodate." "Oh, yes, I know you be," agreed the old lady mordantly. Well, if Miss Deaconess Buckthorn's taken to doing her own dressmaking, all I got to say is it's about the most unchristian act, with us depending on sewing for the victuals we put in our mouths. There's somebody knocking at the front door, Malviny." Miss Bennet caught up the kerosene lamp from the table. "Maybe it's somebody come to look over the fashion plate," she said hopefully. "You set the kettle over, Ma, and put that johnny cake in the oven to warm. As soon as we've et, I got to whirl in and finish that costume for Miss Buckthorn. She's got her mind made up to wear it Sunday morning to what she calls divine service. Oh, goodness knows why." Against the dim background of swaying trees, the open front door revealed a small, frightened face, and Miss Bennet became hazily aware of wide, dark eyes, a tumbled mass of curls, and the scarlet curve of parted lips. "You pardon, madame," began the unexpected visitor, "but my father is become sick of a sudden. Could you, of your kindness, chère madame, tell me of a doctor?" "Well, I want to know," ejaculated Miss Malvina, shielding the wind-blown lamp with the crook of her elbow. "Are you the strange girl just moved in next door? Walk right in, do." "1,000 thanks, madame, but it is impossible. My father suffer." "Just you wait a minute till I go and tell Ma, and I'll run over with you," volunteered Miss Bennet eagerly. "Guess I better stop long enough to ketch up a shawl and count of my neuralgy." But the girl had disappeared when Malvina, shawled against the wind, finally returned after appeasing the curiosity of Ma. The little dressmaker made her way through a gap in the ancient hedge which separated the 2 yards, and finding the side door of the old rice house ajar, walked boldly in. By the wavering light of a candle which merely served to accentuate the gloom, she beheld a dense clutter of bales, boxes, and the stark outlines of crated furniture, and in an armchair drawn close to an open window the huddled figure of a man. He was groaning loudly, monotonously, while the girl besought him to drink from the cup she was holding to his lips. "Well, for goodness sake," commented Miss Malvina, "ain't this a pretty kettle of fish? Your pa's sick, and not a bed to put him in. Say what you giving him in that cup. Some good hot Jamaica ginger, or a dose of Perry Davies painkiller, will generally stop the gripes. If that's what ails him. Have you got any hot water?" The girl shook her head. "The fire, it will not burn. I give him wine, but he refuse, as you see." Miss Malvina considered, her head on one side like a sagacious sparrow. "Well," she said, "first off, I'll dash over to Lecty Pratt's, she's got a phone, and call up the doctor. Of course, if it was Ma or me, I'd take Perry Davis, but I don't know nothing about your pa's constitution. I'll be back in 2 jerks of a lamb's tail and kindle a fire in the kitchen stove. We got to have hot water anyhow." The doctor, a big, gruff man, arrived in a snorting little automobile before Miss Malvina had succeeded in starting a reluctant flame in the long unused stove. "No wonder it won't draw," muttered Miss Malvina indignantly. "Just look at that there stovepipe. Fairly et up with rust. I'll go over and get my oil stove." Dr. North stared thoughtfully at Miss Malvina over the rim of his spectacles, as if the sight of the little dressmaker, her second-best black hair front pushed rakishly to one side, was a new and surprising one. He had already jammed his hat well over his eyes and was drawing on his gloves. Miss Malvina was familiar with this wordless verdict, as were most Innisfield folks, to whom the good doctor stood as a merciful arbiter of fate between the here, the heretofore, and the hereafter. "Then he ain't dangerous?" she inferred. "He's hungry and done up with moving," growled the doctor. "Neither of them have eaten a bite since morning. Get him some good hot tea and a boiled egg, soft, mind you, and a good thick slice of bread and butter. Then put him to bed with a hot brick at his feet. He'll be all right in the morning." Miss Malvina cast a hasty glance about the mouldy old kitchen. " Whatever possessed 'em t' light down here? " she projected, after the doctor's retreating back. " Seems 's the more foreign folk are, the less sense they got. The simple idea o' takin' on like that over an empty stomach! " But it was not without strenuous and manifold exertions that Miss Malvina succeeded in carrying out Dr. North's simple prescription. There was bread in the house, it appeared, a queer, long, crusty loaf. " All rind an' no bread," pronounced the little dressmaker disapprovingly. 2 eggs, a pinch of tea, and an infinitesimal pat of salty butter she abstracted from her own dwindling stores, to the tune of Ma Bennett's reproaches. " You're more 'n welcome," she told the girl warmly. " We shan't never miss that drawin' o' tea, ner the eggs, neither. Our hen laid 'em." But the invalid opposed a fretful torrent of French to the weak decoction of green tea that Miss Bennett presently offered him. " I guess he'll make out," was her well founded opinion, " ef he c'n gabble that a way. Is he sayin' anythin' in particular? Now you get this 'ere egg down him, ef you can. Then set down an' swaller a bite yourself. The first thing we know we'll have you keeled up." The girl looked sweetly puzzled. " I know not what is keeled," she said. " But first I mus' prepare the vin brule. It is that my father request, not being accustom to drink the vert. But thanking you 1,000,000 fois, chere madame." " I said you was more 'n welcome, bein' neighbours, though foreign," chirped the little dressmaker. " But I ain't what you might call a madam, not bein' a married woman, nor yet wantin' t' be. So I'll trouble you t' call me Miss Malvina Bennett. I s'pose you know it's downright wicked t' put th' butter t' your neighbour's lips, let alone your pa's," she added sternly, as the girl set a basin of wine over the oil burner. " I guess we'll have t' git a white ribbon pinned onto you. Mebbe it's a leadin' o' Providence you come t' dwell in our midst." The girl, understanding merely that some sort of introduction had been offered, showed the edges of her white teeth in a shy smile. " My father is too ill for polite," she said gently. " But you will permit me to acquaint to you mon pere, Monsieur Etienne Desaye, Mees " Malvina Bennett," supplied the Good Samaritan, all at once aware of her false front, which had slid down over one ear, revealing a mass of curling white hair, wind blown into a maze of glistening silver. " I guess I look a fright," she added, as the man's dark eyes suddenly fastened themselves upon her. He had struggled to his feet and was bowing low. Then, before she had become aware of his further intent, he had taken her hand in both his own and raised it to his lips, murmuring broken words of gratitude. " My name is Madeleine," the girl offered, with a quaint little curtsy. " I have mos' great happiness to know you, Mees Malvina." " My stars !" gasped the astounded Miss Bennett. " I guess it's high time your pa was got to bed b'fore he gits to ravin'. I'll jes' run over home an' fetch a hot brick, like the doctor said." She was glad to hide her agitation in the friendly darkness outside. " T' think o' that fur'n man actually a kissin' my hand !" she said to herself, as she slipped through the hedge. " I never heard o' sech a thing. I wouldn't das t' tell Ma. An' him a suppin' down hot wine like it was a cup o' tea. I guess you see your duty cut out for you, Malvina Bennett. Mebbe you'll find you can exert an influence as well as other folks, more special when the opportunity's plump right down in your side yard, so t' say." It was a singularly flushed and complacent Miss Malvina who finally sat down to a belated repast of dry corn bread and boiled tea. Ma Bennett, it appeared, felt herself justified in displaying a large assortment of injured feeling. " I got sech an awful sinkin' at th' pit o' my stomach," she complained. " I can't eat, an' all from waitin' on you, Malviny." " Swaller some hot tea down first off, Ma," advised her daughter. " It'll cheerk you up. That was just what ailed him. But he wouldn't drink his tea after I fixed it all nice for him with milk and sugar. And you ought to have heard the heathen lingo he got off. But she said he wanted hot wine. Did you ever? If Miss Deaconess Buckthorne was here to tell her that, she'd take him in a blue pledge card to sign, said Ma. They're getting all they can to trim up the church for Temperance Sunday. Looks real tasty, too, all them blue and red cards strung up on yellow cord, allowed her daughter. But I ain't a-going to have Miss Buckthorne button in on this job. I took it upon myself, Ma. And don't you tell nobody what I said, Ma. I'm real earnest to do some work for the Lord. Maybe I could get a star or two in my crown that-a-way. And according to her own tell, Miss Buckthorne will be so trimmed up with 'em she'll beat the Apostle Paul. Now, if you'll rinse up these few dishes, Ma, I'll whirl in and sew as hard as I can till midnight. I want to get in an hour in the morning to help them folks next door get settled. I don't believe that house has had a broom laid to it in 2 years. Oh, yes, 'tas, Malviny, contradicted the old lady. First thing I see was Deacon Scrimger. I guess he had the rentin' of it. He come along in his wagon and hitched long about 2:00. I seen him go in the front door. After a spell, he carries out 3 kitchen chairs and a lookin' glass and like that, and puts 'em in his wagon. I s'pose likely they was left in the house when Philura Rice moved over to the parsonage after she married the minister. Anyhow, he kept a bringin' out old broken stuff till there was quite a wagon load. After that, I seen him take a broom and dustpan. Mrs. Bennett interrupted the flow of her remarks to carry the milk pitcher to the pantry. When she returned, her daughter was surveying the unfinished costume she had removed from its wrappings and spread upon a chair. Poignant dismay was depicted upon Miss Malvina's small, anxious face. " Did you ever see anything like that? " she was saying to herself. " Not one of them seams bound, nor even overcast. And you can see where it's pretty nigh busted out already in the back of the arm sizes, just from tryin' on. When you think of the way Miss Buckthorne leans forward on the pew back during the long prayer, it's easy to see what'd happen. My land, if ever I seed a dress throwed together, and that there madam calls it a robe." " Malviny Bennett! " shrilled the old lady excitedly. " Where'd you get that dress? "" Oh, it was given to me to finish off, Ma," said Miss Malvina, realizing the maternal presence too late. " I'm going to get good money for doing it, paid right down in my fist. But I don't know what to do about them seams. They won't last out one wearin'. Be careful, Ma. I don't know as it'll stand much handlin'." The old lady, her thin lips puckered into a sagacious knot, was peering at the creation of Mrs. Hobbs' genius. " Do you mean to tell me, Malviny Bennett, that Miss Deaconess Buckthorne done that? And she give it to you to finish off? "" I ain't a goin' to tell you nothin'," said Miss Malvina, with a fine show of firmness. " 'Tain't none of our business who done it, Ma. All I know is I got to put my hand to the plow an' do somethin' to keep that dress waist from bustin' out in church disgraceful. Tell you what, I'm goin' to tape them arm sizes an' double stitch 'em. An angel from heaven couldn't do no more." The loud whir of Miss Malvina's sewing machine drowned a highly coloured description of her childhood, going back to the notable day when Ma Bennett had seen her duty and done it, to the extent of snipping her daughter's youthful tongue with a pair of sharp scissors for telling a wicked lie. Miss Malvina had carefully laid aside her second best false front, and her abundant white hair curled recklessly over her small head as she ripped and snipped and stitched, being careful to preserve the astonishing ensemble of the purple and brown costume. " It's enough to make a cat laugh," she muttered to herself, when at midnight the striped tabby awoke to stretch her pink jaws to their widest and blink sleepily at the finished work Miss Malvina was folding away. I done an honest half day by the clock, the little dressmaker was telling herself as she crept wearily up to bed. And that'll give me time to do for 'em, if they'll let me. She paused in the act of drawing down her blind to gaze at the house across the hedge, and thrilled at sight of a feeble gleam of light in one of the second-story windows of Philura Pettibone's old house. It seems kind of nice and cheerful to have folks living over there again, she murmured, even if they be fur'n. And to think of him a-kissing my hand, like I was a queen in a history book. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Silas Pettibone's baby, though as yet blissfully ignorant of the fact, was quite as much in the Innisfield public eye as Woodrow Wilson or the Duchess of Marlborough. Indeed, for the first weeks of his life, he might be said to outstrip either of the aforementioned personages in the interest and excitement he stirred up. As Miss Malvina Bennet had foreseen, no sooner had the news of his arrival percolated through the village telephone system, a process materially assisted in its onward course by the prevalent party wire, than the shrill door-bell of the parsonage began to announce numerous visitors from every quarter of the parish. It was almost as thrilling as election day or a church fair. Old neighbours met at the gate or on the minister's front porch, and paused to exchange spicy reminiscences of the past, mingled with comments and prophecies concerning the new baby, whom the female portion of the community were privileged to look upon as he reposed in his old-fashioned cradle in the parsonage spare room. The trained nurse from Boston, in her white uniform and stiffly starched cap, opposed an equally stiff resistance to the tide of parochial curiosity which sought to overflow into the chamber beyond, where lay the baby's mother. But when Mrs. Deaconess Buckthorn, happily recovered from her late attack of neuritis, mounted the stairs, it was felt that all barriers must fall. "I shall see our pastor's wife, of course," she had announced to a ring of attendant satellites who followed her progress with eager interest. "As president of Our Ladies' Aid and Missionary Society, it is my privilege, and as the Sabbath school teacher of Philura Rice, it is my sacred right." Providentially or otherwise, the nurse from Boston had descended to the kitchen, where Mrs. Wessels was thoughtfully absorbing a cup of tea, in an effort to keep up her strength till she could rub off a few pieces of the weekly ironing. Therefore, no stiffly starched presence opposed Mrs. Buckthorn's dignified progress as she sailed past the open door of the room where the baby, still unconscious of the greatness thrust upon him, was holding court. Mrs. Pettibone, looking very small and weak as she reposed among her white pillows, opened her eyes with a start upon the large, sombre figure standing at the foot of her bed. Mrs. Buckthorn was gazing down at her with the dubious mixture of curiosity and resignation the minister's wife had noticed at uncounted funerals, when the wearer of that large, fortress-like bonnet bristling with time-defying feathers advanced to view the remains. She gasped a little and glanced about rather wildly for the soothing white linen presence which she remembered had left the room only a moment before in quest of gruel. " Well, Philura," intoned Mrs. Buckthorn, " I have seen your baby, and I felt I could not leave the parsonage without a word with you. You're looking as well as can be expected. How do you feel? " Mrs. Pettibone reflected vaguely. She hadn't thought much about her feelings since the baby came. It was enough to lie quiet and happy in the still room, and at intervals find the baby's downy little head and questing mouth against her breast. She smiled. I think I feel very well, thank you." " Let me see," pursued Mrs. Buckthorn strongly. " The baby is a week old, I believe? "" A week tomorrow," corrected the baby's mother. " When my Marie Isabel was a week old,
I sat up in a straight-back chair and read my Bible for an hour," stated Mrs. Buckthorn. "And that same day I done the family mendin', the Lord helpin' me, Deacon Buckthorn's socks and the boys' knee pants and all. The day after that I was out in the kitchen attending to my household duties as usual. I never indulge fleshly lusts by remaining in bed to be waited on by a nurse from Boston." Mrs. Pettibone trembled visibly and sought for her handkerchief. She was still very weak.
I suppose you know Louisa Wessels is camped down in your kitchen, doing the housework regular by the day,"
pursued her visitor inexorably. "Besides that woman dressed in white that spends all her time a waiting on you. It must be an awful expense to our pastor. But perhaps you haven't thought of that. How much do you pay your trained nurse by the week, Philura?"
Mrs. Pettibone gazed piteously past her inquisitor. She was sure she heard the baby crying. She raised herself on one elbow, the better to listen.
"Oh, 'twon't hurt him none to cry," said Mrs. Buckthorn. "I guess the ladies have been weighing him. I hope you and Mr. Pettibone wasn't a party to it, Philura, but Malvina Bennett's been a-tellin' all over the town that the baby weighed 9 pounds when he was born. It's an awful thing, Philura, for an immortal soul to start out on its journey through this vale of tears with a wicked lie around its neck. If you or our pastor knew, and you must have known, he weighed only 6 1/4 with all his clothes on. It was your duty."
"He's been gaining," broke in Mrs. Pettibone eagerly. "Miss Sedgwick weighed him this morning, and she said—"
Mrs. Buckthorn wagged her feathers ominously. "I'm afraid not, Philura. Your child looks very feeble to me. Nothing like mine at the same age, and others think so, too. You ought to be prepared to bow your neck submissive to the Lord's will, Philura."
"I am," declared Mrs. Pettibone. "Didn't God give me that baby?" A delicate crimson had begun to burn in her thin cheeks. Her blue eyes, under their childish brows, gazed up defiantly at Mrs. Buckthorn's granite front.
"Take care, Philura," warned that lady in a hollow voice. "Your ideas on sacred subjects is gettin' to be pretty well known in this here community. I'm sure I don't know what we're a-comin' to when our pastor's wife sets herself up as understanding the ways of the Almighty better than the creeds."
"I'm thankful God's ways are better than the creeds," wilfully misconstrued the small lady from among her pillows.
"What did you say, Philura?" demanded Mrs. Buckthorn sternly. "Would you be willing to repeat that, standing up among the goats before the great white throne? Answer me."
But Mrs. Pettibone, harassed by the mingled sounds of her visitor's nasal tones and the continued wailing of the baby, seemed incapable of a reply. She began to cry instead.
"I see that an awakened conscience is doing its blessed work in your heart, Philura," pursued her tormentor. "Don't hinder it. And that reminds me, I failed to see your Bible anywheres about. I thought, of course, I should find it to hand in this house. I should love to read a few words from the Psalms and engage in prayer before I leave. You need it."
In pursuance of this pious project, Mrs. Buckthorn began rummaging busily amongst the various articles on Mrs. Pettibone's bureau.
A nursin' bottle. I thought you'd have to come to it at your age. Well, I declare! I guess very few of us 'd think we could afford a large flask of cologne, with the world in need as never before. Whiskey! As sure as I live. What does this mean in the home of our pastor? Oh, my! What a terrible example to set before the youth of our community. I shall certainly speak my mind to Mr. Pettibone before I leave this house. And still I find no Bible. But perhaps your nurse from Boston has concealed it in one of the bureau drawers. What a sad story I shall have to tell if I cannot find that blessed book. Well, I must say I am surprised and grieved, Philura. Extravagance and display are surely out of place in the parsonage, if nowhere else. Comfort and cleanliness do not call for embroidery nor lace, such as I see on these here garments. And still no Bible. Oh, but I do find here, halt on the care and feeding of infants. Is this a proper substitute for your Bible, Philura? Mrs. Pettibone had hidden her face in her pillow. She was thinking confusedly that she must not listen to what Mrs. Buckthorn was saying, that she must be calm, quite calm and tranquil, otherwise the baby might have the colic. Miss Sedgwick had said so, and Miss Sedgwick knew. Mrs. Buckthorn had carried on her pious quest as far as the washstand, when she was deflected from her purpose by the sudden appearance of a tall, erect person, panoplied in spotless white, and bearing a napkin tray, in the midst of which was set forth a steaming bowl. This individual spoke no word, but there was that in the militant gleam of her eyes which caused Mrs. Buckthorn to hastily abandon her self-imposed task. " I was just looking for our pastor's wife's Bible," she explained, but her voice had somehow lost its fearsome quality. " I didn't see it nowheres around on the mantel-shelf nor the table." " No," confirmed the white linen presence briskly. " I took all the books downstairs the first thing. They harbor dust and germs." She held the door invitingly wide. " I don't allow visitors," she added. " You may tell the others." The wailing baby was being vigorously trotted upon Mrs. Scrimger's knee, while an admiring and resourceful audience looked on, when Mrs. Buckthorn appeared, much ruffled as to her spirits. " Did you see, Philura? How does she look? I wonder if I might step in just for a minute," uprose in unison. " That woman from Boston," began the wife of the senior deacon, " is a child of Belial, if ever I see one. She actually had the brass to tell me." With a sudden swoop of ample white draperies, the woman from Boston descended upon the group of matrons and salvaged the baby. " You'll have to excuse me, ladies, but it makes my patient nervous to hear him cry," she vouchsafed over her shoulder as she bore away the small bundle of lawn and flannel. There followed the sound of a door firmly closed. " Well, did you ever? " Mrs. Scrimger wanted to know. " Oh, ain't we stylish? " contributed Miss Electa Pratt with a girlish giggle. " I ain't said anythin' to you ladies about it before, but now 'at Ma's passed away I been thinkin' of takin' up nursin' myself, an' I offered to do it for Philura an' the minister, pourin' his tea an' things like that, for nothin', but it seems I wasn't good enough for her. She said Mr. Pettibone wanted a trained nurse." " All of us ladies could have took turns," sighed Mrs. Buckthorn. " The thought had come to me. And what a blessing our consecrated zeal might have proved in this here household. Prayer and praise from morning till night, going up like an altar of sacrifice." " Maybe it would have turned out to be one," mused Mrs. Puffer, who had just run over with an extra crib blanket. But when pressed for an explanation, the little woman blushed very pink indeed, and said she guessed she didn't mean anything much. She added that being so constantly with the children made her sort of absent-minded. That same afternoon, as was his custom, the Reverend Silas Pettibone emerged from his study, where he had spent the morning endeavouring to wrest the meaning from a cryptic Pauline saying, and ascended to his wife's room. "Well, my dear," he began, after kissing the shining pale face upturned to his, "I hear Mrs. Buckthorn called to see you this morning. She stopped in the study on her way out. I was rather sorry. I'd supposed Miss Sedgwick had interdicted." The nurse, who was engaged in folding large squares of white cheesecloth into infinitesimal triangles, turned quickly around. "The woman sneaked in, sir, when my back was turned for an instant," she said. "I don't know what she did to put my patient all in a tremble, but I shall turn the key in the lock after this, when I go down to the kitchen. You won't leave her, sir, while I run out for half an hour? If I thought you would." Mr. Pettibone was instant and earnest in avowing his purpose of guarding the sick room against further intrusion. But still the cautious Miss Sedgwick hesitated. "Somebody might call to see you, sir, and while you were downstairs, take advantage." "You could put the baby on the bed, Silas, and lock the door," suggested Mrs. Pettibone. There was an eager gleam in her eyes, which again halted the departing footsteps of authority. "Better leave him just where he is," the nurse said firmly. "He is not hungry, and he is perfectly comfortable. If he should cry, please remember a certain amount of crying is good for a baby." Her clear eyes, fixed upon the minister, appeared to demand some sort of guarantee of obedience. "Oh, certainly," said Mr. Pettibone. "Quite right. I will leave the infant exactly as he is now, placed in that crib. I see you have him very firmly enmeshed, perhaps I might better say constricted, beneath his bed coverings. I beg your pardon. I should have said—" "The infant is quite comfortable," Miss Sedgwick repeated with a touch of asperity. "Do not disturb him during my absence." The sound of her firm footsteps retreating down the passage, followed later by a rustling descent of the stair and the distant closing of the front door, marked a period during which Mr. Pettibone sat by his wife's side, decorously perusing a work on the social conscience, while Mrs. Pettibone, very demure and bright-eyed, watched a sunbeam coquetting with the muslin curtains. "Now, Silas," she said softly. Mr. Pettibone glanced down at her with a humorous smile. "But my dear Philura," he murmured, "that excellent person extracted an actual promise from me today. Possibly she suspects us of collusion. I fear I didn't get the trick of that tightly bandaged sheet over the infant's body. Let me read you an illuminating passage I've just lighted upon." "Oh, Silas, please. I haven't half looked at him yet. I feel exactly as if he was her baby. She won't allow me to hold him. Anyway, we can't afford to keep her any longer with Mrs. Wessels in the kitchen. I must begin to take care of him myself and do things. Please let me." Mr. Pettibone ruffled his iron-grey hair with an impatient hand. "I should like to give utterance to something forceful concerning Mrs. Buckthorn," he began. "Of course, I can guess the sort of thing she said to you this morning." "But it was all true, I'm afraid," murmured his wife. "I can't help feeling guilty and extravagant when I think of what I'm costing." Mr. Pettibone arose and very deliberately tiptoed his way across the room to the crib, where lay his son peacefully asleep. "I am about to perjure myself, I fear, but I think we need to discuss this subject in the presence of the entire family." With this remark, he skillfully extricated the infant from his well-ordered blankets and bore him to the bed, where he deposited him, all pink and squirming, at Mrs. Pettibone's side. "Oh, Silas!" she cried in an ecstasy. "I'm afraid you've waked him up. Do look at his eyes. He's looking straight at you. I wonder if his eyes will be dark like yours. They're blue now. Just see. And his hair is curly right on top of his head. You darling." Speaking of expense," pursued Mr. Pettibone logically. "He's worth all the cost, isn't he? To you and to me. And I shall never forget that he nearly cost you your life. If I had lost you—" Mrs. Pettibone hid her eyes in the baby's neck. "I'd forgotten it already," she murmured. It seemed a sacrilege to mention anything so sordid as money at such a moment, but after a period of blissful contemplation, the minister produced a roll of soiled bills from his pocket. "Filthy lucre," he announced, "amounting to $153. "Oh, Silas!" "On account of arrears on my salary," he exulted. "Our good brother George Trimmer handed it to me last evening after prayer meeting. He tells me he hopes to have the full amount by the end of the month." Mrs. Pettibone drew the blankets softly about the baby with gentle little pats and cuddles. "Oh, I'm ashamed of myself," she said. "Why?" "Because I ought to have known the money would come. I ought never to doubt or be afraid of anything, now that I have you and him." "No, you ought not," he agreed, a humorous smile touching his grave lips. "And you mustn't. Do you know, I find myself singularly dependent on you, Miss Philura, for my spiritual uplift." Whereat they both laughed, in memory of old days, happily past now and well nigh forgotten. "Another proof that a beneficent Providence has not failed us, my dear, appears in the fact that your house is rented at last." "Oh, Silas," she said again. "Really?" "Indubitably. And your new tenants have paid their first month's rent in advance. Here it is, less Deacon Scrimger's lawful commission and the fee to the Boston agent, who really disposed of the house for you." He paused to observe his wife's face, glorified with a look of rapture which the insignificant sum of money he placed in her hand failed to explain. "It's for the baby," she said. "Out of the encircling good." End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The idea that all good things come from the unseen beneficence we call God has been slow in making its way in the world. Like all ultimate truth, it is too large to be seen in its entirety, too far-reaching to be appreciated by beings engrossed in the small affairs of daily living. So, although Miss Malvina Bennett had caught more than an occasional gleam of the universal effulgence, she was none the less perturbed when a vigorous shaking of a lank flour-bag failed to dislodge more than a scant cupful. "Can't set no bread today," she muttered. "And Ma hates store bread like poison." A like thorough and drastic investigation revealed the emptiness of the various showy packages ranged along her pantry shelves. "Well, I declare," muttered Miss Malvina. "I ain't never been so put to it since I begun to sew for a livin'. I don't wonder Ma's fractious. She needs a good meal o' warm vittles to enliven her up, and there ain't a bean o' coffee, neither." Hastily she reviewed the meagre list of her possible resources. Their solitary hen, when inspected, ruffled her feathers sulkily. The light rime of snow on the ground outside had evidently furnished no incentive to lay. "You need company," said Miss Malvina sympathizingly. "I'm a-goin' to let you set just as soon as I can afford a dozen real eggs. Then mebbe we'll have some nice young pullets, come fall, and mebbe a real handsome rooster to crow in the mornin's." With this vague promise, she scattered a sparse handful of corn and retreated toward the house. "There's just 3 things I can do," she reflected, as she swept the snow from her front steps, oblivious to the magical splendor of the budding maples laden with pearl and ermine, through which the sun was darting jealous arrows. "I can go down to the store and risk having Obed Salter tell me he won't trust me no more, or I can go to the parsonage and ask the minister right out for the money on Philura's wrapper. But I will say I'd hate to do that. Maybe he wouldn't be up yet, and what on earth would he think of me traipsing to his house before breakfast, with Philura in bed and all? I s'pose I could take that there robe back to Miss Hobbs. It's all done, as well as I can make out with it. 'Twon't fall to pieces first thing, anyhow. I s'pose she'll find out who I be, sooner or later, and other folks will, too. But I ain't going to let Ma starve, not as long as I can hold a needle." She was on the point of retreating indoors when the sight of a slim figure speeding along the magical vista arrested her on the threshold. "Bon matin, Miss Malvina," cried a fresh young voice. "What happiness to see all this beauty! It is most spirituel, like what you call heaven, n'est-ce pas?" "How's your pa feeling this morning?" inquired Miss Malvina. "I thought I'd just step in to inquire after breakfast and see if there wasn't something I could do." The little dressmaker drew the black and white plaid shawl closer under her chin and stood smiling down at the girl. She could see her very distinctly, even without her far-seeing glasses, in the clear white light of the morning, and she was thinking vaguely that the vivid face upturned to hers was like no other face she had ever seen. "Merci 1,000, chère Miss Malvina. Mon papa is quite recovered after sleep. I have made already le déjeuner. Also, I find the shop. See, I bring compliments of my papa to Madame votre mère." "We don't keep a horse," said Miss Malvina, shaking her head. The girl was eagerly extending a basket. "No, I not understand. But for your déjeuner, oui?" "Oh, I'm afraid I don't catch on to your kind of talk. You ought to learn English. You want I should take this here basket?" The girl smiled and nodded, with a glint of white teeth between red lips. Then she consulted a small book dangling from her belt. "See, at all times I study l'anglais. I tell you very quick. Compliment, the same, of mon père, my father, to votre mère, your mother. Voilà. You have it, n'est-ce pas? Goodbye. You come again quick." "Oh, for the land's sake!" ejaculated Miss Malvina, as she investigated the contents of the basket in the privacy of her kitchen. "Them folks are going to be real good neighbours, I can see that already. I only fetched 'em over 2 eggs last night, and here's 6, and as much as a pound of butter, and goodness knows what all in these here jars." Over a slim bottle of suspicious aspect and many-worded foreign labels, Miss Malvina shook her head. I'm afraid it's some sort of intoxicating liquor," she said, sniffing gingerly at the seal. "Maybe I'd better take it back and tell 'em first thing that Ma and me belongs to the WCTU." In the end, she decided to stow the bottle out of sight in the gloomy recesses of the upper pantry shelf. "'Twon't do no harm up there," she told herself strongly. "But you wouldn't catch me giving it to Ma, even if she was at death's door." Half an hour later, Miss Malvina, her best frizzed front, inherited from her grandmother, pinned firmly over her white curls, and her small figure enveloped in a stiffly starched gingham apron, stood knocking at Philura Rice's back door. She still thought of the erstwhile vacant house as belonging to the wife of the minister, as did everyone. Miss Philura Rice had married the Reverend Silas Pettibone 3 years before, to the amazement, not to say consternation, of the village of Innisfield, which had long since relegated the modest little lady to the limbo of protracted maidenhood. "My," cogitated Miss Malvina to herself, "how many times I run in here to borrow a spoon of baking powder or like that off Philura, and when Genevieve and Gregory lived here, too. But the house wa'n't big enough for them after twins was born. And of course Miss Mortimer Van Duser wanted 'em in Boston, where she could see 'em every day. I never seen a woman meller up the way she done after those babies." She paused to once more apply her knuckles in a brisk rat-tat on the closed door. "Like enough they're making such a racket moving furniture they can't hear me," she told herself. "I can see one thing. There ain't been a rag laid to them windows, and it's all a body can do to see through 'em, what with dust and cobwebs." Then all at once she became aware of the approach of slippered feet within. The door was opened on a cautious crack, and a bearded face looked out. It was the man she had seen the night before. Miss Malvina blushed like a girl as she recalled the touch of his lips on her rough little fingers. But it seemed suddenly impossible to explain her presence on the back door steps. For an instant she meditated flight.
"Ah, good morning," said the man. "You wish to enter?"
Miss Bennet brightened. "I just run over to help round a spell," she said eagerly. "I guess you was most too sick last night to take notice of who was doing for you. 'Twas real kind to send them things over to Ma. She et a real good meal o' victuals for the first time in I don't know when. It done her good. Different things, you know, and like that." The man opened the door wide and with a courteous gesture bade the little dressmaker enter. He was smiling, and his eyes, very clear and dark, again swept the small figure.
"Oh, you have the wish to see my daughter, n'est-ce pas? She has gone out in search of an ouvrière. For the moment I cannot perceive the word. Of a possibility you can inform me?"
"You can search me," said Miss Malvina. "Why under the sun didn't she wait till I come over? Maybe I could have made out what it was you wanted. I've lived here since I was knee-high to a grasshopper."
The man had bent his head with grave attention. "Your language," he said, "is most engaging. Never do I weary of its study. But, naturellement, I speak more readily than I can comprehend. You will pardon me, I have the hope."
"Oh, sure I will," said Miss Malvina with dignity. "'Tain't really your fault you're foreign, and I think you speak quite nice. I see your windows ain't been cleaned. S'pose I whirl in and wash 'em for you. I fetched some cleaning cloths along. As I says to Ma, they won't have none, 'tain't likely."
"Ah, an ouvrière? But surely I am mistaken. Do you not live in the adjoining house?"
"Oh, certainly I do. Me and Ma Bennett. I'm a dressmaker by trade, and generally I don't have time to clean my own windows. But this spring I ain't so busy as usual, so I got time to burn."
"Time to burn." He smilingly shook his head. "I am very academic, I fear. But I shall perhaps improve. In the interval, you will obligingly excuse?"
"Guess I'll have to," chirruped Miss Malvina. "And I won't say I don't find it kind of enjoyable, your being foreign and, so to say, different from folks around here." Never had Miss Malvina felt more dignified and at ease. The man's gentle air of deference, his grave attention to everything she said, had somehow soothed her wounded pride. Her faded eyes sparkled. She even raised a careful hand to Grandmother Bennett's legacy. It was composed of tightly frizzed and very black hair mounted on a net foundation, and it concealed very completely the feathery snow-white hair beneath. Miss Malvina had blanched early, but with the aid of the artificial front, designed for a larger head than her own, it had been possible to keep the knowledge of the fact from the general public. She was glad she had worn it this morning instead of her everyday one, which had faded with the years to a singular greenish tint. "Let me see," she went on. "I had a reg'lar introduction to you last night, but what with your being so upset, if not really delirious, and me flying around like a hen with her head cut off trying to get some supper so's you'd eat a bite, I clean forgot what it was."
Her new neighbor shook his head regretfully. "Again I accomplish my ignorance," he said. "You will repeat in words more simple, is it not?"
"I forgot your name," said Miss Malvina. "Mine's Miss Malvina Bennett."
"Ah, Miss Malvina Bennett. But I hastily make my introduction. My name, it is Desaye, Etienne Desaye, and very much at your service, Miss Malvina. You possess the good heart.
My land, I ain't done nothing to speak of, protested the little dressmaker. Here comes Madeline now. I bet I can find out what she's been after before you can spell Jack Robinson. Madeline, colourful as a flower, ran up to Miss Malvina with a little cry of pleasure, and stooping her slim young body, touched first one faded cheek and then the other with her warm red lips. "Gracious me!" exclaimed the astonished recipient of these favours. "I don't know when anybody's kissed me before since I was knee-high to a grasshopper. You two certainly do beat the Dutch. You ain't no more like Innisfield folks than the moon's like green cheese. Now, Madeline, I think I got that right. I want you should tell me what you've been looking for, and then we'll get to work. I certainly do enjoy gassing as well as the next one. But polite conversation don't saw no wood." The process by which Miss Malvina was led to understand the significance of the word ouvrière was a tortuous one, and involved the use of French and English lexicons, as well as a search through the popular phrase book that Madeline carried at her belt. "What a ridiculous name for a washwoman!" she exclaimed, when at last light broke upon her bewildered mind. "But I can tell you, they're scarcer than hen's teeth this spring. Let me see. Miss Wessels is at the parsonage, and 'll likely stay there for a spell on account of Mrs. Reverend Pettibone's baby. You'll get to know her real well once she gets round again. She owns this here house, and she's the greatest little woman. She can tell you all about how to get anything you want out of the surrounding atmosphere. She got her husband that way, and all the best clothes. But I dunno, I ain't had so much luck myself. Now I guess we'll tackle this here kitchen first off, and if your pa can make out to do a little unpacking, we'll soon have things ship-shape. And even if I can't make out all you say, actions certainly do speak louder than words, and I guess you'll find I ain't afraid to whirl in and work, if I ain't a regular, what you'll call 'em, going out by the day." By noon, shining windows, clean paint, and vigorously scrubbed floors attested the genuineness of Miss Malvina's professions, while the new proprietors of Miss Philura's abandoned dwelling showed themselves equally expeditious and resourceful. Indeed, Miss Bennet, in one of her flying trips across the yard in quest of a fresh supply of window rags, reported to Ma progress of an astonishing character. "They ain't got such an awful lot of stuff," she said, "but I bet you'll be surprised to see their parlour. Don't look a speck like any other room in town. First thing Mr. Desaye done was to fix a lot of books on shelves, and she whips up some handsome lace curtains to the windows before I could get 'em good and polished. They got pictures, too, and queer kinds of vases and like that, and rugs. You ought to see them rugs, thick as a board and all colours. Kind of mixy, I thought. I'd rather lay down a good red and black ingrain myself, with a layer of straw in under it to keep the wind off of your feet. But being foreign, I suppose they don't know no better. They even hung up some of them rugs on the walls. Oh, I had to laugh." Late that afternoon, the little dressmaker stood looking about her at the rooms so swiftly transformed from dreary emptiness to snug comfort, albeit of a singular and foreign sort hitherto unknown in Innisfield. "Well, 'twas lucky for you folks I once drove in my shop as usual," she said complacently. "And I will say it looks real nice, upstairs and down. Not that I ever heard of such a thing as hanging up goods by the yard on the walls with brass-headed tacks. But this here blue and white stripe certainly does look pretty with Madeline's white furniture. And the red's real cheerful in your pa's room. But I got to go now and get Ma's supper before she gets fractious." "Chère Miss Malvina," said the girl, 1,000 times we are obliged. But you will permit? You will not be offended?" She glanced appealingly at her father.
"We wish, with our thanks, to also make the reward suitable," said Monsieur Desaye, with a propitiatory smile. "You will permit, is it not?"
He produced from his waistcoat pocket a small white envelope which he handed to Miss Malvina with a courteous bow. She opened it to find within a neatly folded banknote. Just why Miss Malvina should have experienced a shock of bitter resentment at the sight of money so hardly earned and so sorely needed furnishes a psychological problem of considerable interest. She was in the habit of earning money by the labour of her hands. Then why not this money? Was there, one might inquire, any real difference between plying the needle and the scrubbing brush? That there was a difference, wide and deep, was evidenced by Miss Malvina's unpremeditated behaviour on this occasion. " Sakes alive! " she cried, her small figure quite rigid with indignation. " The simple idea of trying to pay me for what I done, like I was Louisa Wessels or Mrs. Jabez Trimble. I come over to do for you folks friendly, because you was neighbours, and because " Something very like a sob choked further utterance. But Miss Malvina managed clearly to convey her utter repudiation of the idea of recompense by casting the envelope and its contents at the feet of the man who had offered it. " I have you to understand I don't go out by the day except to sew. And only then to accommodate my regular customers," she went on, a bright colour staining her faded cheeks. " If I want to do a kindness for folks, I guess I can do it without being slapped in the face. And me a member in good and regular standing." The innocent offenders stood stupefied, aghast. The girl began a hurried search through her phrase book, while the man rumpled his hair, which was somewhat long and curling and frosted lightly with silver, with a gesture of despair. " Hélas! " he murmured. " I am inconsolable. Too little, too much, or not at all, I ask you. But why would you derange yourself for us, not of your country? " Miss Malvina's wrath suddenly vanished into thin air. " That's so," she chuckled. " A body ought to keep in mind constant you can't help being foreign. As far as being deranged, insanity don't run in our family, so you needn't be scared. I get mad quick, but it don't last no time. I see you don't know better, so we'll call it square." " We call it square? But what is square, dear Miss Malvina? " entreated Madeleine. " It is of friendly, n'est ce pas? "" Oh, good land, yes! " laughed the little dressmaker, her dignified complacency quite restored. " Oh, you're enough to kill corn, the two of you. But I guess you mean all right." In the chill dusk of the April evening, while ashes of violet and rose still mingled in the west, Miss Malvina sped like a shadow under the budding elms. In a flat parcel under her arm was the brown and purple robe, substantially stitched and conscientiously finished. Mrs. Hobbs, still environed with the as yet inchoate creations of her genius, welcomed her with unaffected emotion. " I've put in a terrible day," she confessed. " What with ladies telephoning and coming in droves to talk over styles. You say this is all finished? Well, I'll look it over as soon as I get a chance, and let your friend know if she's to send for more." But Miss Malvina stiffened her spine in a valiant effort not to notice the heaps of silk and lengths of trimming which littered the chairs and tables. " You'll look it over an' pay for it now, right down in my hand, same as you promised," she said firmly. " I don't know as anybody could say much for the looks o' that there robe of Mis' Deaconess Buckthorn's. But 'twon't fall to pieces first time she puts it on, an' the plackets won't bust out neither. An' it be evened up around the bottom. Why, sakes alive, Mis' Hobbs, that hem was 3 inches wide in the front o' the skirt an' 2 1/4 in the back, an' the hooks an' eyes on the waist didn't no more jibe 'an anythin'. I could 'a' done better 'n that at dressmakin' when I was 10 years old." Mrs. Hobbs chafed her reddened nose with a breadth of cambric. " I hope you haven't spoiled the hang of the skirt," she said fretfully. " Spoiled? Me spoiled? " echoed Miss Malvina indignantly. Then she took refuge in a fit of coughing. "Of course I know who you are," pursued Mrs. Hobbs. "I asked Mrs. Salter to-day, and she told me." "I ain't ashamed to be knowed," stated Miss Malvina. "I came up here in the first place, like the children of Israel went in the promised land, to see what sort of a shop you kept, and whether you was going to freeze me out permanent. And the minute I laid eyes on this here robe, I quit worrying." "What do you mean?" inquired Mrs. Hobbs feebly. "Just what I say. I ain't a worried a mite. 'Twon't be no time before they'll all be back a pesterin' me for some real sewin'. These here throwed-together robes ain't a-goin' to take in this here town, I know. I've sewed for 'em off and on for 30 years." "I wonder you dare talk to me like that," almost whimpered Mrs. Hobbs, with a vain effort after dignity. "All my clientele admire my superior taste." Miss Bennet gazed at her rival pityingly. "I'm real sorry for you," she said. "Honest I be." "Sorry for me? Why, my good woman—" "I know. I'll tell you why. You can't hold this here trade with the kind of work you're doing. It'll peter out on you in no time." Mrs. Hobbs fingered her frizzes with an assumption of ease she was far from feeling. "I never heard of such a thing as a person like you," she stammered. "It's the most extraordinary idea." "Well, I'll tell you, Miss Hobbs, I got kind of desperate. What with losing all my customers, and the rent and groceries running behind, I got Ma Bennett to do for. Ma's going on 79. She come to live with me last winter after my brother died. She ain't got nobody but me now. And thinks I got to do something right off. You'd laugh if I was to tell you how scared I was to come up them stairs the first time. If you'd have been a roaring rhinoceros, I couldn't have felt more shrinking." Mrs. Hobbs moved restlessly in her chair. "You can go on right on sewing. Don't mind me," said Miss Bennet kindly. "I'd really like to see how your superior taste will work out on that there green costume, the one on the figure. But as I was saying, I just took the bit in my teeth and tromped on all my most sacred feelings. Now I see you ain't no better off 'n I be, for all your gilt sign and your madam and your heaps o' work. I ain't got enough work, and you got too much. If I whirl in and help you out, same as we talked last night, me a doing real honest sewing like folks round here are used to, you may last out quite a spell. If you don't, well—" Miss Bennet's eloquent hands disclaimed all further responsibility for Mrs. Hobbs' career. "You certainly have got nerve," murmured the new dressmaker, but she said it almost admiringly. "So have you," returned Miss Bennet promptly, "or you wouldn't be here." The two women stared at each other fixedly for an instant. Then Mrs. Hobbs' watery gaze fell. "You want I should pay you for this?" she inquired uncertainly. "Mm-hmm. And give me some more work. I got to live while I'm waiting." This ominous reference to the future appeared to galvanize Madame Louise into action. She arose and fetched a plethoric purse. "How much do I owe you?" She hesitated. "I mean, how long? We agreed by the day, didn't we?" "I put in 5 hours steady," stated Miss Malvina. "So it comes to $1.50, even money. That robe's all ready to send home, as much as it ever will be this side of Jordan. It'll be real enjoyable to see Mrs. Buckthorn come sailing down the centre aisle with it on." The clash of the 3 silver $half was music in Miss Malvina's ears as she sped homeward clasping a great parcel of work in her thin little arms. "Ain't I glad I stepped on my pride and roused my grit and gumption," she said to herself. 'Twon't be no time before I can hold up me head with the best of 'em, and all my bills paid and money laid by. And if that ain't a lot better 'n sitting around crying over spilt milk, my name ain't Malvina Bennett. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Young Harry Schwartz whistled pleasantly to himself as he applied a liquid polish to the body of his automobile, which, under the further urge of his muscular arms, assumed a specious semblance of newness. It was a second-hand car of humble origin, and the young man, contrary to the advice of his prudent parents, had just taken $125 from his modest savings to pay for it. "Harry," said a voice from an open window close at hand, "is that my new dustcloth you're using? I've been looking for it everywhere." The young man grinned. "Shouldn't wonder, Ma," he confessed. "Is this it, with doodaddles in pink worked around the edge? Grabbed it from a bag behind the door. Just the thing for polishing. Say, Ma, come on out and view the flivver. She sure is some car." Mrs. Schwartz presently emerged from the back door, an apron over her head. She was a pretty, fair-haired little woman, and her big son gazed down at her with an amused smile. "What you going to do with me, Mamma? Spat my hands?" he inquired good-humouredly. "I had a sneaking notion I was appropriating something valuable, but I was in a hurry. I got the knock out of the engine, and she runs like a breeze now. You want a ride?" "Oh, Harry, just look at the grease spots on your new clothes," wailed his mother. "Why didn't you put on your overalls?" The young man surveyed his stalwart person with smiling unconcern. "That's nothing," he said rather grandly. "Gas'll take it out. Run in and get your coat and we'll take a spin. I want you to hear her purr." But Mrs. Schwartz shook her head. She had a cake in the oven, she said. Besides, there was the week's mending to attend to. She stood for a minute gazing about her, a proud light of happiness in her eyes. In the rear was the garden, already ploughed in anticipation of fresh vegetables and a harvest of gay annuals. Then there was the house, its upper story covered with weathered shingles, its clapboards below freshly painted a light brown trimmed with white. Everything she looked upon was spotlessly neat and all their own. Even the window panes glittered in the bleak sunshine. She had just washed them, and the shades were pulled to the precise middle of the sash. Beneath them one caught glimpses of fresh muslin curtains. There was a bay window at the side, with a yellow canary singing shrilly, and a flourishing rubber plant, which had been treated to its weekly bath of milk and water. A narrow concrete walk led around the house to the front, where it joined a wide expanse of the same useful substance, which conducted one neatly to the street. The Schwartz house was almost exactly like 4 other houses in the immediate neighbourhood. On other streets not far distant were similar structures, all with shingled second stories, narrow front porches, and jutting bay windows. And such is the solidarity of human nature, this very similarity added a fine savour of complacency to Mrs. Schwartz's reflections. Anyone could see theirs was a new house by merely looking at it, and there were so many old houses in Innisfield. Indeed, it was only lately that the young Boston architect, with plans which seemed so nearly to fit the average income, had come to Innisfield. There was also the Building and Loan Association, a convenient bridge between inchoate ambition and its fulfilment. Harry worked for the Building and Loan, hence the savings and the second-hand car. After all, nothing of what she saw would have mattered much if it were not for Harry. Her fond maternal gaze rested upon her one surviving child as he bent to his task. He was a handsome lad. Other people beside his mother said so, and she was never tired of contemplating his ruddy complexion, his light curling hair, and his frank blue eyes, all of which fittingly crowned a good 6 feet of muscular, well-developed body. As she closed the door of her kitchen upon the pleasant picture of her boy trundling slowly out to the street, his face as shining as the newly polished car, she fondly reviewed her ambitions for Harry's future. He was to go on working and laying up money till he had enough to buy a building lot. She had her eye on one already, not a stone's throw from the family dwelling. On this lot Harry would, with the aid of the Building and Loan Association, build a house with a shingled top story, a bay window, a front porch, and cement walks. Inside there would be, of course, a reception hall, a parlour, with a dining room just the back of it, both rooms closely associated with the kitchen by a butler's pantry. She believed Harry should have hot water heat instead of steam. It sounded more elegant and expensive somehow. But for the rest, his house should be precisely like all the other half-shingled houses, a few of which were distinguished by red or green roofs. It cost more to have a coloured roof, and the brilliant tints of the freshly stained shingles had a provoking tendency to fade to the same dull hue of untreated roofs. But if Harry wanted a red or green roof, he should have one. Mrs. Schwartz took her cake from the oven. It was in 3 layers and baked to a delicate brown. By the time she had built her 3 layers into a perfect structure with chocolate frosting, which Harry liked, she had come to the difficult matter of choosing Harry's wife. The little woman wrinkled her forehead and pursed up her lips as she passed the girls of Harry's age in critical review. Not one of them seemed to entirely fill the requirements. It was natural for Harry to want to marry a pretty girl, but having conceded this much to the unthinking masculine nature, Mrs. Schwartz could not help reflecting on the well-known fact that pretty girls, as a rule, are far less fitted to the domestic treadmill than their plainer sisters. They were more apt to be idle, vain, and fond of a good time. It was impossible to think of her son's new house presided over by a woman of that sort. "Harry's always been used to having things just so," mused Mrs. Schwartz, as she set her cake to cool in close proximity to a lemon pie topped by a fabulous meringue. "And he never could stand it any other way." As she washed her hands at the sink, she resolved to guard Harry against the machinations of certain young ladies whom she forbore to name to herself, but who none the less appeared to threaten peaceful possession of her idol. "Harry's a good boy," she told herself proudly. "He'll never go against his mother when it comes to getting married. And anyway, there isn't any hurry." Then she took her basket of mending and sat down in the bay window to darn stockings, complacently aware of the hard-won order and immaculate Saturday cleanliness of her small domain, and of the $2.39 that she'd contrived to save from her housekeeping allowance that week. Unconsciously, her small blonde face took on the look of a flower tightly closed against the sun after its one day of blossoming, no more the rendezvous of wandering bee or vagrant butterfly, but secretly and exclusively occupied with its own concerns. In the meantime, young Harry Schwartz had driven his car straight down the main street of Innisfield, with a fine, expansive joy welling up within him and overflowing in smiles on his handsome, ruddy face. With his cap pushed well back on his crisp hair, he grasped the steering wheel with both hands, his eyes fixed on the road which appeared to leap forward to meet him. That several of his acquaintances stopped to stare after him, he guessed rather than saw. He'd never driven a car before, and it was necessary to give his entire attention to the matter. After a while, he had been told, it would become as easy as riding a bicycle. Easier, indeed. He was wondering if he could turn the thing around as the houses slipped away from him on either side. In a very few minutes he was clear of the village on the narrow country road, which led between farmlands substantially fenced to a crossroads, dividing the valley in half. He reflected he could easily turn his machine around at the intersection of the two roads. It was then that he saw a woman's figure walking slowly toward the sunset. She would, of course, get out of his way when she heard the car approaching. To his surprise, she did nothing of the sort. He reached for his horn, which gave forth a feeble honk, and then trod savagely on everything in sight. Things happened swiftly and consecutively after that. The car essayed nimbly to leap the stone wall. Failing in this, it turned squarely around and toppled over on its side, where it gasped and rattled convulsively. Its owner, rather white and shaken, climbed out over the uppermost wheel. He wasn't even scratched, for which miracle he should have been devoutly grateful. Instead, he was conscious only of an immense and growing indignation with the cause of the disaster. He finally succeeded in quieting the sputtering engine, after which he turned upon the girl, who stood quite still, her hands clasped, her eyes wide with terror and dismay. "Well," said the young man, "what the dickens? Why didn't you get out of the way?" He must have loomed very tall and threatening, and for all his youthful good looks, a terrifying sort of figure, for the girl slowly backed away from him without attempting a reply. "You must be deaf and dumb," he went on, still hotly. "Didn't you hear me blow my horn?" The girl essayed to speak, failed, and then, without a further glance at him, turned and walked swiftly away. Harry Schwartz stared after her open-mouthed. He was beginning to realize dazedly two things he had at first been too shaken and angry to notice. The first was that she was extraordinarily and vividly pretty for all her pallor. Second, he'd never seen her before. "Whew! But she's some sprinter," he muttered, and forthwith broke into a long stride which brought him abreast of the culprit. "What's the idea in running away so fast, Miss—" he propounded. Mendaciously he added, "I may need your help, you know." The girl flashed him a dark glance. "You are one rude person," she said calmly. "You understand me, hein? Sans raison, bête." "What's that?" cried the young man. "Say, I like that." "You like it, eh? Eh bien, I not like it, absolument." "But you should have gotten out of the road. I honked, all right. I might have been killed, you know." The girl made no reply, and after a perplexed silence he went on. "Well, maybe you didn't know any better. I guess you're a stranger, some sort of foreigner, eh?" She surveyed him haughtily from under her lashes. "I promenade myself pour des œufs frais, what you call eggs. And me, I thank you for not smash." Harry Schwartz stared. Then he threw back his head and laughed wholeheartedly. "By George!" he exclaimed. "I must go back and see what I have to thank you for. But it's strictly up to you to help me set the flivver on her feet, don't you know?" The girl listened attentively to this speech, a little puzzled frown puckering her white forehead. "Strictly up to you," she repeated. "Me, I not know." The color had come back to lips and cheeks, and she smiled, revealing adorable dimples in the corner of her mouth. He gazed down at her with a growing sense of wonder. "Say, where did you come from?" he asked. "I never saw you before. You sure are one beaut," he added, confident of not being understood. She glanced back at the prostrate automobile, and then at its owner, a tardy sense of compunction dawning in her eyes. "I aid you?" she propounded sweetly. "Oh, I don't know," he said, feeling suddenly ashamed of himself. "The fact is, I'm a greenhorn at driving. I should have stopped until you got past the crossroads. I meant to have turned around there." "You fix. Moi aussi," she offered confidently. "Oui?" She had turned squarely about and was hurrying back toward the scene of the disaster. Young Harry Schwartz followed. "I suppose she's teetotally on the bum," he murmured disconsolately. "First time I had her out, too." The girl bestowed her precious basket under a bush. "Voilà, we make it," she said eagerly. "Well, I don't know about that," he doubted. "I don't want to muss her up any more than I can help." He gazed ruefully at his treasure. Then he saw that she was valiantly dragging a rail from the fence. "Oh, I say, that's too much for you." "Oh, I get you. Put a lever under her, eh? Oh, guess you're right." 10 minutes later, the little car stood squarely on its 4 wheels once more. A trifle scratched, to be sure, its mudguard bent, but on the whole vindicating the modest claims of its maker. Then Harry Schwartz quite forgot the girl in the all-engrossing business of examining the mechanism under the hood of his machine. When he finally glanced up, she'd disappeared, and neither vista of the country road afforded so much as a flutter of her blue skirts. "Well, I like that!" he exclaimed disgustedly. "And I didn't even find out her name." End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Reverend Silas Pettibone, attired in his second-best preaching clothes, dedicated to parish visiting and rainy-day funerals, bent to kiss his wife good-bye. He was not a demonstrative man, and heretofore his caresses had been of a sparse and meagre nature, commensurate with the dignified reserve of his character. But there was something about the glorified face of his wife in these early days of her motherhood which seemed to draw kisses, as the sun is said to draw water when it sends earthward long, luminous rays from behind an effulgent cloud curtain. Mrs. Pettibone was wearing the blue negligee adorned with cascades of white lace, upon which Malvina Bennett had lavished the pent-up poetry of her lone maidenhood. She looked very small and delicate in the shabby old rocking-chair, and no one but the most discerning would have identified the inert flannel bundle in her arms as a real live baby. "I suppose I ought to put him down the minute he goes to sleep," she apologized, having accepted his kiss with the slight tinge of maidenly embarrassment she had never quite lost. "According to the book, my dear, you should put him down before he goes to sleep," offered Mr. Pettibone, drawing on his gloves. "You're looking remarkably sweet today, Miss Philura," he added, with the total irrelevance she had noticed in him of late. She blushed becomingly. "But if he should cry," she temporized. "Haven't you learned by this time that it is the inalienable right of the infant to cry?" he asked. "How else shall he strengthen his lungs, expand his diaphragm, and—" "Kittens don't cry," she said stoutly, "nor nice little roly-poly puppies, nor little birds. Their mothers cuddle them all the while and feed them whenever they like." "A cat, a dog, or a fowl of the air in any stage of its existence," he reminded her gravely, "could hardly be compared with a human being." But she merely cuddled the flannel bundle closer, and murmured something in which he caught the words, "precious lamb." "As for sheep and their offspring," he went on, still argumentatively, "one should really—" "Silas," she interrupted him, "did you pay Miss Malvina for making this wrapper?" "Did I pay Miss Malvina?" He rumpled his hair. "I have no remembrance. Let me recall. Miss Bennett brought that very becoming garment to the parsonage the day of the Advent, when such trifles as clothes and money were far from my thoughts. As far, I venture to say, as from Jacob the morning after he had wrestled with the angel and received his new name. No, my dear, I did not pay Miss Malvina." "Then won't you go there today, Silas? Do you know, I'm afraid poor Miss Malvina
is being quite cut out by the new dressmaker." "The new dressmaker? I was not aware—" "Over Trimmer's store. Don't you remember? We were going to call, only I—" "Oh, yes, yes. I fear I have laid myself open to a charge of neglect of parochial duties during these last weeks. But now that you are — now that I have you safe "" And the baby," she put in, touching her lips to the fraction of a downy head which peeped out from the blankets. " Oh, the baby, of course. Now that I have you both quite safe and reasonably established in health, I must — and there is the new family in my house, too, and Mrs. Salter, with another of her spells. Quite right, my dear. Now, if you will allow me to bestow our son in his crib, I will go. You should rest till tea time." He left her rather hastily at last, having inadvertently waked up the baby, who began at once to exercise his inalienable human rights as differentiated from the animal creation. He decided to call upon the new dressmaker first, after looking in for a moment upon Brother George Trimmer in his place of business. Though not a shrewd man in the secular sense, the minister had not infrequently been led to meditate upon the singular metamorphosis which came over various members of his flock at the dawning of the Sabbath. On a Sunday morning, Elder Trimmer was invariably to be found in his pew in church, attired sombrely in a long-tailed coat, once decreed by fashion as the habit of a worldly society, and now by universal consent the garb of piety. With his Sunday clothes, Brother Trimmer, in common with other members of Mr. Pettibone's congregation, habitually assumed an expression of superior sanctity. When he walked down the aisle with the collection plate, and when he stood before the pulpit awaiting the minister's benediction on the perfunctory pennies and nickels representing Innisfield's benevolent impulses, the beholders could scarcely help but notice the sleekness with which his sparse hair had been brushed, the whiteness of his starched linen, and the solemn squeak of his Sabbath shoes. Elder George Trimmer was an indispensable pillar in the house of his God, and he knew it. Without his support and presence, the cause in Innisfield would assuredly languish, if not completely collapse. The knowledge of this fact lent force and cogency to his utterances, more particularly when he conversed with his pastor. On the present occasion, Mr. Trimmer was entrenched behind his desk when Mr. Pettibone called, and from this stronghold he vouchsafed the briefest of nods and an inarticulate growl of recognition. "I see you're busy, Brother Trimmer," said the minister politely. "I will call again." Mr. Trimmer waved his hand with some impatience. Sit down, sir," he said. "I'll see you in a minute. I've something to say to you." Mr. Pettibone declined to avail himself of the indicated chair. I have a small commission for Mrs. Pettibone," he recollected. "I'll attend to that first, if you please." The minister's experienced eye had caught sight of a new clerk in the shoe department. As he threaded his way among the bargain-laden tables in the aisles, he continued to examine the face of the stranger. The young man, unaware of his approach, stood with folded arms staring at the wall of yellow shoe boxes which confronted him, but it was evident to the most casual observer that his attention was not focused upon the stock of footwear in the Trimmer dry goods emporium. It was a handsome though rather sullen face, with sternly compressed lips and a deep fold between the grey eyes, which turned in response to Mr. Pettibone's question. "Slippers? Yes, sir. What size?" Something soft and becoming, in a light blue," particularized Mr. Pettibone. "Ah, for a lady," inferred the young man. "What size did you say, sir?" As to that, I'm afraid I neglected to inquire. The lady is small and slender. Better have the lady come in and try them on, sir, if you don't know the size. Mr. Pettibone shook his head. That would be impossible for some weeks yet, I fear. The lady is, at present she is unable to leave the house. Why not bring in one of the lady's shoes, then? Suggested Mr. Trimmer's clerk, scanning his customer with faint amusement. You are a stranger in Innisfield, I believe, interpolated Mr. Pettibone. I don't remember to have seen you before. Haven't been here long, admitted the young man. His brooding eyes sought a distant window, with an expression vaguely suggestive of a wild creature unexpectedly trapped. Permit me to introduce myself, said the minister pleasantly. I'm Mr. Pettibone, pastor of the Presbyterian Church here. We shall be glad to make you welcome. What was your last place of residence? The young man hurriedly replaced the cover on a half-open box. London, he replied briefly. Oh, indeed, commented the minister. Oh, I recall there is a town by that name in a neighbouring county. Am I to understand? The handsome, sullen face flushed darkly. I mean England, he jerked out. I was born there. Well, well, exclaimed Mr. Pettibone, with unaffected surprise. We are all interested, rather particularly interested, I may say, in your native land at this time. Are you have been here some time, I suppose? A matter of 6 months, replied the young man. The dark flush had crept up to the roots of his hair. He stared defiantly at Mr. Pettibone. Then you don't care to buy anything today, sir? This was clearly a rebuff, but the minister, inured to reprisals of the kind, persevered. I should be glad of your name and address. I'll look at those slippers again in just a moment. You will perhaps know what size small ladies usually wear. The minister had taken a notebook and pencil from his pocket and stood waiting with the smile many people found quite irresistible. The young Englishman shrugged his shoulders. My name's Hobbs, he said unwillingly. Kitchener Hobbs. Mr. Pettibone, glancing up quickly, caught the look which accompanied the simple statement. It puzzled him. Named for the great soldier, eh? Sad thing for England, his death. Very unfortunate, it would seem. And your address? I live upstairs with my mother. With your mother? I was not aware. Mr. Hobbs showed no lively interest in Mr. Pettibone's bewilderment. He had pulled down and opened several boxes containing felt slippers. Something like this, sir? He inquired, civilly enough. In size 3, maybe, or 4. Mr. Pettibone restored his memorandum book to his pocket and focused his short-sighted eyes upon a pair of pale blue slippers adorned with fluffy pom-poms and a lavish display of satin ribbon. These look about the thing, he said, measuring the dainty trifle thoughtfully upon his outspread palm. Her feet are slender and not much larger than a child's. You say your mother, Mrs. Hobbs, am I right? She calls herself Madame Louise, growled the young fellow. She's a dressmaker. Oh, yes, yes. Now I place you, said Mr. Pettibone, as he searched his pockets for a certain thin roll of bills. He appeared not to notice the extreme reluctance of the reply, yet all the while he was keenly aware of it, and of the deepening of the frown between the sombre young eyes. Now why, the minister asked himself, as he strode away, the pale blue slippers safely bestowed in his pocket, why should this young man, secure from the perils and hardships of war, and one would say reasonably well placed in business, and for what does he wear the look of a soul tormented? End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It being Mr. Pettibone's particular business to search out the answers to such questions, he proceeded at once to call upon Mrs. Hobbs, who chose to call herself Madame Louise, though for what purpose he could only vaguely surmise. As he applied his gloved knuckles to the door bearing the flourishing gold script of mystery, it occurred to the minister that he had neglected to avail himself of Mr. Trimmer's invitation, or was it a command, to return to the office. He knew from past experience that he would later be obliged to pay for this omission, Elder Trimmer's temper being none of the best on any day of the week. Then the door opened, and he became at once absorbed in the business of his calling. As it happened, Mrs. Hobbs' establishment was at the moment free from her numerous patrons. She therefore received the minister graciously, betraying little of the surprise she felt at his visit. On his part, Mr. Pettibone, after begging the lady to go on with her avocation, which at the moment appeared to concern itself with an intricate arrangement of cord and buttons on a bodice of peculiar shape and colour, seated himself and gazed kindly at his hostess. "I have just had the pleasure of meeting your son," he began. "He tells me he's a native of England." A flicker of Mrs. Hobbs' eyelids and the sudden snap of her needle prefaced her reply. "Yes, sir, but I'm an American. I was born in Boston." "Oh," murmured Mr. Pettibone, aware of a slight bristling as of defiant feathers. "And were you long a resident of England?" Mrs. Hobbs shot a furtive glance at her questioner. What she saw was a man of dignified presence, well on in middle life, his hair of iron grey swept carelessly back from a broad forehead, his eyes keen yet kindly, and his mouth slightly humorous, and his chin square and firm. The women of his parish, for the most part, liked Mr. Pettibone. They found it a comfort to tell him their trials and perplexities. His advice and his sympathy were alike welcome. "I used to go to the Unitarian Church before I was married," offered Mrs. Hobbs, after a slight pause, during which she set several random stitches in her work. "But after we moved to the old country, I got confirmed. My husband was a churchman." There was a pride of a sort in the statement, and a veiled protest which reached its mark. "If you are an Episcopalian," said Mr. Pettibone hastily, "I shall not presume to urge the claims of my own church upon you. It is my custom, however, to call upon all newcomers, for the purpose of ascertaining their church affiliations. More than once, I am glad to tell you, I've been able to be of service in the way of finding a church home for strangers." "Well, we ain't been to church since we came back to America," stated Mrs. Hobbs. "Hoddy, he don't care much for church, and I've been kind of busy." The woman's expression appeared to shut the door upon further inquiry. Mr. Pettibone paused to reflect, the memory of the gloomy young face below stairs recurring to his mind. "Most people need friends," he said persuasively. "And I'll venture to tell you, Mrs. Hobbs, that I couldn't help seeing that your son—" He paused to choose his words with care. "Well, in short, he struck me as being depressed. Perhaps I would better say harassed over something. Young men interest me strongly. I have a son myself growing up." The woman's stiff features unbent in a smile. "Your son ain't so very old, is he? If you're the Mr. Pettibone I've heard my customers tell about in the shop." The minister's pale face became suffused with youthful colour, but he achieved his reply with creditable dignity. "Well, the fact that my son is still in his infancy does not impugn my statement," he said strongly. "If a young person of either sex is unhappy, that person is, in my opinion, liable to peculiar temptation." Mrs. Hobbs shrugged her shoulders. "Well, I don't know as I mind telling you what ails my boy," she said. " He was set and determined on going to war." "Ah!" The monosyllable, exhaled mildly from the minister's lips, expressed his sudden illumination, tinged with a certain inchoate sympathy. Mrs. Hobbs glanced at him suspiciously, her needle like a slim dagger poised in air. " I guess you wouldn't want your boy put down in a nasty muddy trench to be fired at," she said. " Oh, no," said Mr. Pettibone, drawing his brows together. " Oh, no, I should not. And yet "" For goodness sake, I hope you ain't going to encourage him in any such foolishness," cried Mrs. Hobbs with sudden sharpness. " It was all I could do to coax him over here to America, where he'd be safe. I got down on my knees to my own child, I did. And even then he wouldn't have come, but the doctor said I had heart trouble and was liable to die most any minute if I got excited." Mr. Pettibone gazed at the woman with strong kindness in his eyes, but he offered no comment on what she had said. After a moment of silence she went on: " I'm willing to work my fingers to the bone for Hoddy, and he knows it. Yet all he thinks about day and night is getting back to England. I guess he wants to get killed and leave me alone." Her voice trailed off in a sob. She wiped her eyes on the gaudy garment she was fashioning. " But I tell him I'll jab a hatpin through my heart before I let him go. And I will, too. I'm not going to give up my son to any old king or czar. Why should I? I'm an American." " Is your husband I suppose Mr. Hobbs is not living?" Mr. Pettibone's voice, like his eyes, conveyed his perplexed compassion. " Well," said Mrs. Hobbs, after a pause, " I call myself a widow, but I don't know whether Hobbs is dead or alive. I don't care so much, either. He was a seafaring man. He never came back from his last voyage. They said he'd deserted in a China port. But folks have a way of disappearing in those parts, and you never can tell. That was years ago." The minister nodded thoughtfully. " I see, he murmured. " You have only your boy." The sudden passion of mother love which flared up in the woman's sallow face startled him. It was as if the sun had suddenly burst forth upon a sodden landscape, glorifying it to an evanescent splendor. And yet she only said with a sigh, " Hoddy's always been a good boy." " He seems an intelligent fellow," Mr. Pettibone recollected vaguely. It occurred to him that he should be going, in order to compass the other visits he had planned. " He's had the best of schooling," Mrs. Hobbs said proudly. " I had a shop in London, sir. Hobbs set me up in a small way, for fear, as he said, something might happen to him. When the war broke out my boy was nearly through the London Technical School. He'd have finished in another 6 months. But when it came to enlisting for the war, and talk of conscription, I sold out and came straight home. I guess I had a right to come home. I wasn't no Londoner. And my boy's American, if he was born on the other side." " He wouldn't acknowledge it," said Mr. Pettibone, as he rose to go. " He told me his name was Kitchener Hobbs." " That was his father's doings," Mrs. Hobbs said fretfully. " I wanted to call him George Washington. But my husband was a Britisher through and through. He named him Horatio Herbert Kitchener." She followed her visitor to the door, trailing dropped spools and lengths of scarlet cord behind her. " I don't want my affairs talked about," she said, as the minister shook her limp hand at parting. " We want to keep to ourselves and not bother with anybody, me and Hoddy. I can't say what possessed me to tell you what I did. But if you could keep Hoddy's mind off soldiering, I might maybe "" You can trust my discretion, madam," Mr. Pettibone assured her. " And I shall be glad of another opportunity of talking with your boy." The sun was near its setting as the minister walked slowly down the long village street, his hands folded loosely behind him. He noted abstractedly the bands of pale yellow and amethyst deepening to dull crimson, which made of the arched vista of naked boughs a groined window more splendid than that of any cathedral. He was thinking over his late interview with Mrs. Hobbs, and in the light of it interpreting, albeit in a somewhat sober and middle-aged fashion, the look he had seen on the face of George Trimmer's shoe clerk. It was difficult for Mr. Pettibone to comprehend the position of the young Englishman. Yet in spite of himself, he found his sympathy going out to him, rather than to the woman. " I cannot approve of warfare," mused Mr. Pettibone, shaking his head. " Warfare is uncivilized, degrading, even brutalizing. And yet no woman has the right to strangle the convictions of a man." He was still pondering these paradoxical conclusions when he arrived before the rather dilapidated cottage bearing the brilliantly new sign of Malvina Bennett, dressmaker. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Old Mrs. Bennett opened the door in response to Mr. Pettibone's knock. She was a very small and withered old woman with bent shoulders, which appeared in some remote period of time to have absorbed the semblance of a neck. She peered suspiciously at the minister over the rims of her old-fashioned steel spectacles. " I guess you'd better step inside," she said. " The air drawer's something terrible when the door's open." The pent-up atmosphere within the little house appeared to be clamouring for reinforcements. In it were reminiscences of boiled vegetables, fried things, kerosene, feather beds of ancient lineage and descent, of well-conserved black clothes and old stuffed furniture, with the more insistent aroma of a chill cellar where lingered the ghosts of vegetables, pickles, and smoked meats. Old Mrs. Bennett blinked vaguely at the tall man in the dimly lighted passage. " Be you the sewing machine agent? " she demanded in her high, quavering voice. " Because if you be, Malviny says "" Pardon me, Mrs. Bennett," the minister interrupted in his unruffled voice. " I see you fail to remember me. I'm Mr. Pettibone, pastor of the Presbyterian Church. I had the pleasure of calling upon you last winter." " Oh, well, that cert'nly is one on me," crowed the old lady. " Oh, Malviny! " The sound of a sewing machine driven at full speed ceased at the strident call, and Miss Bennett's voice issued from the stuffy little room in the rear of the hall. " What is it, Ma? "" Here's the minister come to call, and I went and mistook him for the sewing machine agent." Miss Malvina, instant with apology and explanation, piloted Mr. Pettibone to the parlour, where a sofa and several chairs covered with black haircloth presided over a marble-topped table whose chief ornament was a symbolic cross, wrought in waxwork in the days of Miss Malvina's youth, and carefully guarded from the tooth of time by a glass cover. " Ma's eyesight ain't so very good lately," offered Miss Malvina. " My sewing machine makes such a racket I can't hear myself think." " I suppose you're busy as usual," chimed in the minister cheerfully. He was thinking his wife must have been mistaken about the new dressmaker. Surely there should be enough work in Innisfield for both women. " I suppose mebbe Philura Mrs. Reverend Pettibone must have told you," she said in a low tone not meant for the ears of Ma. " Oh, you mean " Miss Malvina nodded and hitched her chair closer to the minister's. " I've kept it from Ma so far. I don't want her to get all riled up. You know how it is with a person her age. Of course I ain't talkin' about it to most other folks, neither. But that there Madam Louise, well, I don't mind tellin' my minister, She's took my customers right away from me. Folks I've done for since they was babies." "Oh, this is really distressing, Miss Malvina," said the minister. "And to think that all this time I've neglected— You perhaps recall the circumstances connected with your bringing Mrs. Pettibone's robe, if that is the proper term for so beautiful a garment, to the parsonage." He had drawn the depleted roll of bills from his pocket, and was gazing at Miss Bennet, his kind face puckered with distress. The little dressmaker threw herself back in her chair with a tragic gesture of dismay. "Oh, if I ain't always a-putting my foot in!" she exclaimed. "Ma, seems to me I smell them turnips burning. Put some more water in the pot, will you?" On the heels of Mrs. Bennet's departure, her daughter turned again to the minister. "I ain't a-going to take a cent for making that there negligee," she said positively. "'Tain't much I can do for folks, but making up them light blue goods for Mrs. Reverend Pettibone was a real pleasure, and sewing on the lace and all. I kept a-thinking all the while how perfectly sweet she was going to look, holding her baby up against them satin bows. Oh, I hope and pray he don't spoil 'em." "Oh, but my dear Miss Malvina," protested Mr. Pettibone, "let me assure you that while we appreciate to the full your—" "I didn't tell you everything," interrupted the little dressmaker. "The Lord's been real good to me, and I'm s' prosperous and contented as a mouse in a cheese. I tell you, I just took the bit in my teeth and went and interviewed that woman." "You mean Mrs. Hobbs?" Miss Malvina nodded briskly. "She can't no more dressmake than a cat can sing. I'm helping her out." "You're helping?" "Finishing off and like that. But I don't take no responsibility on my shoulders for patterns. And of all the ridiculous— Oh, just you wait till you see Miss Obed Salter and Mrs. Undertaker Beals walking down the centre aisle a Sunday. I bet you forget your text. But there, I oughtn't to have spoken that way." Mrs. Bennet sailed into the room, her ancient nose in the air. "Next time you want to get rid of me, Malviny," she said, "you don't need to tell no lie. Them turnips weren't even boiling." Mr. Pettibone arose with haste. "Oh, can you tell me anything concerning your new neighbours?" he asked. "I had thought of calling there." "Well, I should remark," chirruped Miss Malvina, "I feel as though I know 'em intimate, what with helping 'em clean and settle, and Madeleine running in the back door friendly most any minute. I'm teaching her to talk so folks can understand what she's trying to say. Oh, I had to laugh first off, but she's real bright and catches on something wonderful. Her pa can talk pretty good, considering he's foreign. Of course, he can't help that. Oh, yes, sir. Mr. Desaye is what I call a real gentleman. And outside of present company, there ain't many of them to be found in this here town." Mr. Pettibone walked home quickly in the early darkness which greeted him as he emerged upon the old familiar doorstep of the house which had sheltered the sober late blooming of his second courtship and marriage. He seldom thought of his first wife in these days. Many years had elapsed since he believed his broken heart buried deep beneath the rough sod of the village churchyard. And in truth, something of himself, his young manhood, his shattered dreams of future happiness, the fervent upspringing of his spirit to hers, had never risen from the chill silence which enshrouded her there. But today, a look in the soft dark eyes of Madeleine Desaye, something in the graceful bend of her head as she sat modestly listening to the somewhat laboured conversation between her father and himself, had brought back the vivid image of Mary. And now, as he hurried homeward, she seemed flitting by his side in the deepening twilight,
as beautiful, as loving, as when in her first youth she had given herself to him. He half put out his hand to the unsubstantial presence, then as quickly withdrew it. There was no bridging of the chasm possible, and were it possible, he knew he would not choose to call her back. The mother of his son sat waiting for him by the study fire. There was a warm rose of welcome in her uplifted face, which vanished at the touch of his cold lips. " What has happened, Silas? " she asked quickly. " You look pale, and—" " Oh, nothing at all, my dear Philura," he assured her. " It's damp and chilly outside, and I believe I am a little tired. Parish visiting is never an easy task." She watched him anxiously while they were eating their supper, and uneasily aware of her searching eyes, he made a conscious effort to entertain her, telling her of Mrs. Hobbs and her English son, of the generosity of Malvina Bennett, at which she demurred, and finally of his visit to the Desayes. She presently forgot her uneasiness in eager questions about the father and the daughter, the furnishing of the house, and the probable permanency of her new tenants. " If only they'll stay all summer, Silas, we can buy the Ford runabout. You could sell the horse and buggy, and the barn will do perfectly just as it is. Oh, it would be such a help in out-of-town calls, dear." He did not deny this, and the curious sense of aloofness which she had felt like a chill mist between them gradually disappeared in the sunshine of renewed domesticity. " That Frenchman Desaye," he told her, " is a most interesting person. It seems he's a native of Alsace, and at the outbreak of the war, fearing reprisals from his German neighbours, with whom he'd never been on the best of terms, he decided, wisely or unwisely, to come to America. They have some small means, I should say, but whether they will remain in Innisfield or not depends wholly upon circumstances." " You mean whether they like it here or not? " she inquired. " Precisely, my dear. And that, as the boys say, is up to us." He still seemed struggling with some unknown depression, difficult to shake off. Her eyes timidly questioned his, but without response. " Then they're not Catholics? " He shook his head. " Such religion as they have bears no theological brand," he said dryly. " And you're quite sure you feel well, Silas? " He arose from the supper table with his usual dignified deliberation. " My dear Philura," he said, " why will you persist in supposing me ill? Isn't it one of your bedrock principles to think health? " She lowered her eyes. " Yes, Silas," she said meekly. He worked diligently in his study that evening, covering uncounted large pages with a dissertation on the life and labours of St. Paul, garnered from the shelves of his library and the recesses of his own well-stored mind. It was past 11 o'clock when he finally placed the cap sheaf of a triumphant martyrdom on the apostolic career. The house was very quiet, so quiet that the soft thud of snow against the window was distinctly audible. He arose, crossed the floor noiselessly in his slippered feet, and looked out. All semblance of spring had vanished in the whirling drift. It might have been January, and yet it was April, and all this show and bluster of winter must shortly disappear before the advancing sun. Half against his will, his thoughts reverted once more to the reverie of the early evening and his subsequent discomfiture under the blue eyes of Philura. Was it a species of infidelity to her to return to his lost Mary, even in memory? He swept his hand across his tired eyes. Life was a strange, long journey at best, and one must travel it for the most part alone, with only thoughts, unseen, unknown, and often unbidden, for company. A faint wailing cry from above roused him, and then the sound of her gentle foot on the floor. Was the response of the infinite affection as sure?
End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. If Etienne de Say had ever regretted his hastily formed decision to immigrate to America, he never confessed it to his daughter Madeleine. He had likewise refrained from telling her what unspeakable things he feared in the land of their nativity. He contented himself with praising America. It was a safe place, he declared, for persons like themselves, being far removed from the tumult and dangers of war, and withal hospitable to strangers. One might have supposed from listening to the worthy gentleman's dissertations on the land of his adoption that the splendid song of the Nativity had been composed and rendered by angelic choirs solely, or at least chiefly, for the town of Boston. It was here that the wanderers first found refuge, and where for a matter of 6 months they remained, living in a dark, ill-ventilated flat in South Boston, a locality which was, they discovered shortly, as different as could be well imagined from any city, town, or village of France. Rents were high, provisions of an unthinkable expense, and service impossible to procure. It was during these initial weeks that Madeleine, a mere child up to this time, became the practical woman of affairs. She learned to market and to cook, and the touch of her light hand kept all things clean and well ordered, or so it seemed to her father, who knew nothing of the hours his child spent in noiseless dusting and polishing, while he slept, rousing for his chocolate when Madeleine brought it steaming to his bedside. In the first days of spring, when bunches of wilted violets and the rarer arbutus began to be hawked about the streets, the girl begged for the country. "This American town is very ugly, mon père," she said piteously. "And in the summer, this apartment will be too warm under its roof of tin. Think also of a street named Milk." Monsieur de Say raised abstracted eyes from the book in which he had buried his regrets. "You wish again to remove?" he inquired mildly. "But where? Do you not find these rooms sufficiently commodious? It is true that the town is ugly, but what would you? We are far from France." He shrugged his shoulders resignedly. Madeleine explained. Even in America, one might find trees and grass of a sort, she stated. There were also small cottages where one might dwell, in localities where eggs and vegetables could be procured of an indubitable freshness. Her young eyes were eager, her cheeks flushed with hope. It is probable that Monsieur de Say would have continued to occupy the dreary little flat in South Boston without thought of change, since in the privacy of his own mind he had already condemned America, and in particular Boston, as a most undesirable place of residence. He had made a mistake, he told himself, to be somehow endured till the war was at an end. He would then return to France, settle in some unmolested village, where in good time he would arrange a suitable marriage for his daughter. During the months or years which must necessarily elapse before this desirable denouement, he had his beloved books, and for the rest little mattered. But he was a good father, mindful, when not too absorbed in his literary pursuits, of his motherless child. So the brief conversation resulted in various pilgrimages to more or less ugly suburbs, where the rents were of a highness, and finally, by the merest chance, to a town further away, amid real trees and fields, with country roads and farms not far distant. Here was a vacant house, with the sun looking in through its small-paned windows. Here also were shade trees, shrubs, plenty of space for flowers in beds and borders, and best of all, an indubitable apple tree, with promise of abundant fruitage already visible on its gnarled boughs. Here Madeleine, a fresher rose blooming in her cheeks, was presently singing about her work, which appeared less irksome than in the ugly city rooms. And here also Monsieur Desaye, once more content, resigned himself to the narcotic soothing of his books, satisfied that when the proper time arrived for the marriage of Madeleine, the dove of peace would be brooding his distracted country. He even permitted himself to hope that his beloved Alsace might be restored to France, with all her drooping lilies freshened into new beauty. But of this soaring aspiration he said nothing, bitterly realizing the Teuton prowess. Even in American towns and villages, one's eyes and ears were constantly assailed by uncouth German names and the dissonant speech of the foe. But what would you? It was always possible to avoid such persons. Cochon! Monsieur Desaye characterized them under indignant breath, which epithet, as a matter of course, is to be metaphorically interpreted. As for the Americans, as it pleased the English-speaking inhabitants of this crude, almost barbaric country to call themselves, one might spend a not unprofitable period in studying their strange customs. To this end, Monsieur Desaye applied himself with some diligence to the mastery of the English tongue. It was a bete of a language, being entirely lacking in the facile grace of the French. But again, what would you? The very few persons he had met in America who professed to speak his own language accomplished such excruciating torture of his sensitive ears that he begged them almost with tears to desist. Your pardon, madame, or monsieur, as the case might be, but I will speak to you l'anglais, he would say with dignity. There was a certain fat blank book reposing in Monsieur Desaye's escritoire, on which from time to time he wrote in careful French his impressions of the natives of America. Somewhere in the back of his brain lurked the secret aspiration of one day achieving a literary reputation. And why not begin with these deliberate and profound studies of foreign life, as he was now beholding it? Miss Malvina Bennett was very far from realizing the sort of interest she had aroused in her neighbor, but she found a new zest in living as the spring advanced and the yard next door began to bud and blossom under the intelligent care of the Desayes. It was pleasant to sit by her low window-sill, which afforded a convenient resting place for spools, buttons, and other properties of her trade, and likewise commanded a sweeping view of the neighbouring garden and front porch. " He's a-settin' out on the stoop this morning with his book, as usual," she would tell her mother. " And Madeleine's got her dish-towels spread on the barberry bush to dry. Now she's digging her posies. D'ye ever see the beat of them two? " And Ma Bennett would draw her far-seeing specs over her faded eyes and gaze at the spectacle of Monsieur Desaye in a frogged velvet coat, slowly turning the pages of his book, and of the light figure of the girl coming and going in her pink cotton frock. " Land, Malviny," she would say, " if he ain't started up to come over here again. What in creation ye want this time o' day? " Not being in the secret of the fat blank book, which by now boasted several pages covered with exquisite script recording the writer's impressions of une couturière d'Amérique, Miss Malvina could only speculate vaguely as to the motives which brought her neighbor so frequently to her door. After one or two occasions devoted to ceremonial interviews in the haircloth parlor, Miss Malvina decided not to make company of the gentleman from foreign parts. " 'Tain't as if he was a reg'lar man," she told Ma. " He's different from the men folks 'round here as chalk is from cheese." And having arrived at this sagacious conclusion, Miss Malvina fell into the easy habit of permitting Monsieur Desaye and his daughter the freedom of the kitchen, where she kept her sewing machine during the months when fire was a necessity. " Set right down in the rockin' cheer," she would say hospitably. " I c'n stitch up this 'ere seam in 2 jerks of a lamb's tail, an' then we c'n talk." On a radiant afternoon in early May, behold them thus. Miss Malvina industriously binding the seams of a robe destined to enhance the fading charms of Mrs. Obed Salter, Ma sleepily knitting while the cat played with her ball of yarn under the table, and Monsieur Desaye paying diligent heed to the little dressmaker's fluent conversation. After various unsuccessful attempts to master her frequent and remarkable figures of speech, Monsieur Desaye had concluded that English was a vastly more malleable language than he had at first supposed it. He now resorted to the Socratic method. " Miss Malvina," he observed blandly, " I have heard you speak of two jerk of the tail of the lamb. I have in my dictionnaire earnestly sought those words, but as yet I do not comprehend the meaning. You will of your kindness tell me if I also should speak those words, and on what occasion." Miss Bennet gazed pityingly at her visitor. He was a personable figure of a man, though regrettably foreign in his appearance. Even his garments, though well-fitting and of fine material, did not in the least resemble American store clothes. His eyes, very dark and keen, appeared to emit occasional sparkles of disconcerting mirth. Miss Malvina sniffed tentatively. " I don't know as I ever give the subject any earnest consideration," she said thoughtfully. " You ain't obliged to say it, but 'twon't hurt you none to learn to talk like civilized folks." " Voila! " he exclaimed eagerly. " That is what I wish, to speak quite correct. You will teach me, eh? " He smiled engagingly, the corners of his upturned mustache lending an agreeable emphasis to his words. " I shall learn, n'est ce pas, in one, two jerk of a lamb tail, eh? Do I say exactement? " Miss Malvina cackled. " Oh, you cert'nly do beat the Dutch !" she exclaimed. " But you might 's well leave the pa an' ma off your remarks. Mebbe I'd better turn to an' learn French. I says to Madeleine yest'day, ' Bong soir,' I says, jes' like that. You ought to 'a' heard her laugh." M. Desaye looked pained. " My daughter is young, excessivement, and what you call foolish," he said. He shook his head. " Do not, I beg, attempt to speak our language. It is too " "Oh, 'tain't so bad as I thought, first off," interrupted Miss Malvina kindly. " I bet I'll be parleyvooing as well as the next one before you know it. 'Twould be kind of fun, I think. Me an' Madeleine's getting along first rate. I'm learning her so she'll be up to snuff in no time." " Up to snuff," repeated M. Desaye. " What is that word most interessant? " Miss Malvina, two pins firmly clenched between her teeth, paused to survey a twisting seam. " Up to snuff is what you ain't," she said cruelly. " But there, I guess that wasn't so very nice o' me, seein' as you ain't in no ways to blame for bein' French. If the truth was knowed, mebbe that's jes' what ails Mis' Hobbs, a tryin' to be fur'n when she ain't. If I couldn't do no better 'n that on a dress waist, I'd eat my best bunnet." " Ah, it is idiome, n'est ce pas? Eat my bes' bunnet. All idiome, I think. Ah, very great of interest, oui." He wrote briskly in a leather-covered memorandum book, while Miss Malvina bent her mind upon the intricate problem of the misshapen seam. " Malviny," said Ma Bennett, who had suddenly come to life in the act of rescuing her ball of yarn from the cat, " I see Madeleine out there, talkin' to a young man over the fence. Looks t' me like Harry Schwartz." " Yes, 'tis," confirmed Miss Malvina placidly. " Well, Harry's a real nice young feller, an' his folks has got money. I'd like t' see Madeleine with a likely beau. She's a good girl, an' pretty as a pink." M. Desaye darted an inquiring look toward his own menage. Then he arose, restored the memorandum book to his pocket without apparent haste, and approached Ma Bennett, as was his invariable procedure on arrival and departure. " Madame," said he, heels together, hand over his heart, " mes compliments. I am excessivement obliged for your hospitality. Oh, land sakes, don't mention it, protested Ma. No one, as far as she could remember, had ever paid her the slightest deference. It gave her an added sense of self-importance which she found singularly agreeable. Permettez-moi, continued the Frenchman, still more politely, as he restored the disputed ball of yarn to its lawful owner. Miss Malvina dropped her work in her lap, and with a subdued sparkle under her lids, awaited her own particular leave-taking. It was customarily not less ceremonial than that accorded to Ma, but with a barely perceptible shade of difference, an added savour of esteem, apparent to Miss Malvina alone. Today, to her surprise, M. Desaye retreated nimbly toward the door. Miss Malvina, adieu. My thanks, my compliment, was all he said, as he backed out of the door in perfect form. " Well, did you ever? " sniffed the little dressmaker, visibly dismayed. " Seems like he's in a hurry," observed Ma sagaciously. " Mebbe he's got his eye on Madeleine's beau. Then again, maybe he's mad at somethin' or other. I wouldn't git too familiar with a furriner if I was you, Malviny. They ain't to be trusted." But Miss Malvina's sewing machine opposed a noisy whir of defiance to Ma's unfounded opinions. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Neighbours, by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madeleine Desaye, in her pink cotton gown the colour of a rose, a rare tint which appeared to be reflected more richly in her glowing face, was still talking, or was it merely listening, to the tall young man on the further side of the fence, when M. Desaye, with no undue appearance of haste, joined his daughter. One might have supposed he had at that moment first perceived the stalwart person of the intruder, so genuine and unaffected was his surprise. " Ah, monsieur," he murmured gently, " possess the advantage, is it not? I have not the plaisir, non? " The girl turned quickly, and in the act a wave of crimson submerged the warm rose of her cheek. " Oh," she breathed, quite, and yet not quite as an American girl would have spoken the small word signifying surprise and pleasure, or was it merely dismay? The young man's head was bare, and the wind blew his curly brown hair about his blue eyes, which were frankly occupied with the girl to the exclusion of all else. But at the tactful interruption, meant without doubt to hold a shade of reproof, he glanced up. " Your father? " he asked cheerfully. " Glad to know you, sir. I had the pleasure of meeting Miss Desaye some weeks ago. Perhaps she told you of the spill." " Of the spill? " echoed the older man, still bland but unsmiling. " I fear I do not understand. This word is not familiar. And you " he turned to his daughter. " You have not introduced, ma Madeleine. Where, par exemple, is your civilite? " His playful manner took all the sting from his words, or so young Harry Schwartz was think ing. He was therefore quite unprepared for what followed. " Permit me to present to my father, Monsieur Henri Le Noir," she said breathlessly, and flashed a pleading glance at the partner of her late adventure. " Ah! " M. Desaye's voice held quick relief, undisguised satisfaction, mingled with cautious reserve, but the sort of reserve which is ready to melt into complete cordiality. " Compatriote! Monsieur, I grasp your hand with great pleasure." Harry Schwartz understood and took instant advantage of the proffered hand. The rapidly spoken French phrase troubled him. He shook his head regretfully. " I didn't learn much French in school," he acknowledged. " Voila! You are American born, I perceive." M. Desaye's tone expressed keen regret. " But, my friend, you should learn the language hereditaire. It is great pity, such ignorance. Forgive if I speak without disguise of sentiment." The young man drew his frank brows together in a puzzled frown. He was trying, with small success, to comprehend not merely M. Desaye's halting English, but the singular sea change which had come over his own honest name. Why had Madeleine — he already thought of her as Madeleine — called him Le Noir? In the meantime, it appeared necessary to say the right thing, if one could by any means be sure of it, to this insistent person in the frogged velvet coat. " I'm awfully sorry I'm such an ignoramus," he blurted out. " But I guess I could make a stab at French if I put my mind to it. I wish couldn't you teach me, sir? I'd study like a nailer, I vow I would." It was a credit to M. Desaye's quick wits, as well as to his recent studies in the singular English idioms, that he grasped the import of this speech. His grave face brightened. " I am not professor of French language and literature," he stated with dignity. " Still, to oblige a compatriot, who will sans doute acquire his own language with ease, I shall have the most great plaisir. You will begin immediatement, n'est-ce pas? I will cause you to forget the fact lamentable that you are born American." " Oh, I say," murmured the astonished recipient of this magnificent offer. " You are a lot too good, sir. But I'm afraid I " He stole a look at the girl. She was apparently intent upon the spray of lilac bloom she was slowly denuding of its florets. Upon the melting rose of her cheek the dark lashes cast a distracting shadow. About the corners of her mouth an elusive dimple came and went. " If you think I could learn, sir, I was never very good at Latin." " C'est aimant! " cried M. Desaye with some impatience. " Not for nothing have you the sang froid to speak to my daughter. Allons, I now present to you book. You shall also learn many things most necessaire for polite." He held the gate wide, and Harry Schwartz entered, his brow still corrugated with unaccustomed thought. Madeleine raised her eyes for an instant, but she did not smile. He even thought he detected a shade of displeasure in the look she bent upon him as he lingered behind the impetuous Frenchman, who had dashed into the house in quest of the initial medium of instruction. " What's the matter with my name? " he inquired. " Did you forget it? " She surveyed him disdainfully from under her lashes. " Stupide! " she murmured. " Not for you do I your so ugly name transfer to most beautiful Francais. But for my father, who hate, detest such German word. You understand, oui? Never do I again speak to you if you "" Oh, you bet I won't," he promised eagerly. " I'm not so slow. I get you O.K. But say, you won't mind if I take your father up on that proposition, will you? I am keen to learn French, always wanted to, honest Injun. I'll study evenings." Madeleine smiled inscrutably. " Also, I learn to speak English," she said. " Very quick I learn. Miss Malvina teach me many things in 2 jerks of lamb tail. You see? "" You mean the old maid dressmaker next door? " he asked incredulously. " Is she teaching you English? " Madeleine nodded. " Mon pere aussi. We are most interest. We study idiome. Like you eat my best bonnet. Mon Dieu! Me, I find your English not gentil, but most risible. What do you call funny? I bet $1 I learn more quick than you. My star alive, yes." " You sure are making some progress," agreed the young man cheerfully. " But I can teach you, too. I'll bet I can knock the spots out of Miss Malvina when it comes to idioms. I know 'em all." " You knock the spots of Miss Malvina? It is most rude, knock. Knock the spots is an idiom. It means, I can lay all over Miss Malvina when it comes to teaching you good plain American. I can beat her hollow, or beat her to a frazzle. Means the same thing. She's old-fashioned. Old-fashioned? Yes, behind the times. Not up to date. You want to hitch your wagon to a star. That's me. And young Harry Schwartz grinned audaciously. We also have idiom, she informed him. You shall see. But mon père has discovered book of learning. He is not glad for me to talk to you. Why not? I flattered myself your father cottoned to me. She swept him a quaint curtsy. Goodbye. I make myself of a sudden scarce like teeth of hen, quick absent. You understand? By the living jingo, mused Harry Schwartz, as he walked away 10 minutes later, a copy of Fenelon's Telemachus under his arm. If she isn't a perfect peach. Is little Henri in luck? Oh, you can just bet he is. And he tossed Monsieur Desaix's treasured Fenelon into the air and caught it again, to the imminent peril of its old-world binding. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Wessels, her face drawn into myriad puckers of protest, stripped the suds from her red fingers and straightened her long, lank back, which appeared more or less permanently bowed by much stooping over laundry tubs. " You ain't never going to take that there baby out today, in all this sun and wind, be you? " she inquired. Mrs. Pettibone repeated her statement to that effect, adding a request that Mrs. Wessels should assist in lowering the baby carriage down the parsonage front steps. Mrs. Wessels gazed searchingly at the minister's wife. " Say, there's one thing I'd like to know, first off. Was that baby took up to the attic before you brought him downstairs? "" Why, of course not," replied Mrs. Pettibone with some impatience. " Why should the baby be taken to the attic? "" I might 'a' knowed she wouldn't 'a' took the trouble," mourned Mrs. Wessels, rolling up her eyes to the ceiling. "Oh, I ought to 'a' tended to that myself before it was too late. What with you on the flat o' your back, and Mr. Pettibone likely never knowing nothin' no more 'n the child. That nurse from Boston was 'nough to make a body forget to say their prayers, let alone lookin' after other folks' children. Says I to Wessels, that dratted woman, I says, is what I call the livin' limit. I had all I could do to stomach her sass, and I wouldn't have neither, if it hadn't been for you a-layin' upstairs on your dyin' bed." " But I didn't die," protested Mrs. Pettibone. " I'm alive and well, and so is baby. He's gained half a pound this week, Louisa." " Oh, you don't say. Well, I s'pose 'twon't hurt none to tell you now. But I never look to see you round this kitchen again. Says I to Wessels, poor Mr. Pettibone's going to get bereaved a second time, I says. But where there's a second, there'll generally be a third, I says. They kind of get the habit, not that it's a bad one, what with widows and old maids aplenty. I guess you know how that is yourself, hmm? "" What about taking the baby to the attic? " tactfully interrupted the second Mrs. Pettibone. " Oh, I guess you ain't lived all these years without knowing that sign. You haven't heard it, eh? Well, I want to know. O' course it's too late for that baby of yourn now. But in case there was ever another, well, you got to take 'em upstairs before you take 'em down, or else they'll come down in the world instead of risin'. I recollect we didn't have no attic to the house where most of my children were born, but I says to Wessels, You can take 'em up to the roof, I says. Yes, ma'am. Catch me neglecting my children. Wessels kind o' hated to try it, but I says to him, you get the ladder, I says, and set it right by my winder, I says, and I'll hand Georgie out as you go past. I borned this here baby, I says, and it's your part to see to it he gets ahead in the world. Suppose I should drop him, says Wessels. Don't you dare, I says. I'm bound and determined to have our Georgie go up in the world, I says, and just account of that, there ain't a smarter boy in this here town than my Georgie. I ain't a-going to be surprised to see him president some of these days. I bet the time was when Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson was just the same age as my Georgie and wore their knee pants and like that and had to learn the difference between 8 times 7 and 6 times 9, if there is one. Georgie says there is. My, he's the knowin'est boy. Now, if you'll help me lift the baby carriage down the steps, interrupted Mrs. Pettibone. Did that critter from Boston tell you a stray dog had come along and dug a hole right in under your bedroom window the very next day after he was born? Demanded Mrs. Wessels. But Mrs. Pettibone pretended not to hear, being already embarked upon her first proud maternal pilgrimage, pushing the perambulator, which seemed to have grown surprisingly heavy during its long sojourn in the attic. Yes, mum, 'twas a yeller dog I never seen before. He run right in the yard where I was hanging out my dish towels, and I drove him off, came Mrs. Wessel's pursuing voice. But he come right back, and the next thing I knowed, when I stepped out to throw some potato peels in the swill pail, there he was, large as life, sitting by the edge of a grave he'd dug, and howling to beat the cars. I never knowed it to fail, Miss Pettibone, inside of a year, anyhow. So, if anything happens to the baby, remember you got your warning. The last words, borne on the warm May wind, reached Mrs. Pettibone's ears like a hateful echo of her own thoughts. She stooped to tuck the blankets more snugly about the sleeping child. I'm not afraid, she said to herself. I'm not going to think about losing him. Just because I love him so doesn't mean that God will take him away. God isn't like that. At family prayers that morning, a function which had been resumed as soon as she was able to come downstairs, she had listened to her husband's voice reading the Decalogue. Of course, she had known the commandments ever since she could remember, but one phrase had sounded insistently in her ears while she bathed and dressed the baby. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God. Suppose it should be true. After the baby had lapsed into rosy slumber, she tucked him into his carriage and pattered softly away to her Mecca. Before the door of Mr. Pettibone's study, she paused uncertainly. He would be busy writing his Sunday sermon, she knew, and there was to be a funeral at 11. He looked up abstractedly as she timidly opened the door. Ah, my dear, what is it? I wanted to ask you something, she faltered. It'll only take a minute. And you couldn't wait for that minute? Then it must be something important, he inferred. He held out his hand to her kindly. It is important. To me, and yes, to you and the baby. Well? He surveyed her thoughtfully. This small woman, who had once seemed a wholly negligible personality to most people in Innisfield, including himself, had latterly grown to be of paramount interest to many persons, and more, nay, most particularly, to himself. She had become his second wife. She was rapidly becoming his second self. He recognized that self in the question she tremulously put to him. Why is God jealous? He tapped his paper thoughtfully with his pencil. Mr. Pettibone preferred a pencil with an eraser for composition. The eraser gave one a pleasant sense of freedom. It appeared to make written thoughts more easily malleable, like clay in the hands of the sculptor. Thought advance to the dignity of ink, then to type, which may yet be changed, and then to the inviolable plate, approaches the fixed state of marble, when what is made, be it good or ill. "You're thinking," he said, "of the Decalogue I read this morning." "Yes," she breathed, "and afterwards I was afraid. I am too happy, perhaps. And if God—" "My dear Philura," he said gravely, "it is a seemingly unfortunate characteristic of the human mind that our highest convictions, our most illumined aspirations, seldom remain in a fixed state. We attain the heights, only to slip back again into the depths whence we have so hopefully emerged but a little while before. Go back in your experience, my dear, and recall the days when you found that God was kind and even lavishly generous in the matter of gowns and husbands." There was a glint of humour in the eyes he lifted to hers, but with it appeared a shadow of real anxiety. "Don't fail me, my dear," he went on, still more seriously. "I shall continue to have need of your optimism and your strong faith. As to the word jealous, it is perhaps unfortunately translated. There's no hint there of the cruel suspicion we mortals call jealousy. Say rather vigilant or watchful. I, the Lord thy God, am a vigilant God. You are quite right in being happy, if you are happy." His eyes questioned her keenly. "Oh, I am," she cried, clasping her hands passionately. "And yet your lot in life is not an easy one," he sighed. "Oh, if one could only be rid, once and for all, of being afraid," she said, after a longish pause. "I believe we shall, some time or other," he murmured abstractedly. "Fear has come up with us from the jungle of creation. It pads after us like a velvet-footed beast in the dark. But the beast will all be put under our feet once we emerge into the glorious liberty of the sons of God." His pencil once more began to move rapidly over the paper. He had forgotten her presence, perceiving which, she slipped away to the kitchen, where Mrs. Wessells, after a third heartening cup of tea, had resumed a belated washing. "I don't see how people can live who are always thinking and talking of bad signs," said Mrs. Pettibone to herself, as she once more put the perambulator into motion. She blushed as she recalled her own unreasoning anxiety to glimpse the new moon over her right shoulder. "Oh, yes, and I prefer to pick up a pin with its head towards me, and I cried once when I broke a looking-glass, and Mother did die that same year, but of course it wasn't the looking-glass. And now, just because a yellow dog, I'm ashamed to be so silly. Our God is vigilant, a vigilant God. I must remember that. In him I live and move and have my being. I mustn't forget, even for a minute." She stopped first at the butcher's for a modest purchase, receiving with smiles and blushes the heartfelt congratulations of that worthy purveyor of flesh foods. "It certainly does seem good to see you out with the little market wagon of yours once more," said Mr. Kelly, as he cut and trimmed the 3 lamb chops she had ordered with scrupulous care. His rotund person and broad red face appeared to radiate hearty good will as he handed the small neat parcel to Mrs. Pettibone, who tucked it carefully under the blankets. "I suppose I can take a peek, eh? Oh, my, what a fine fat baby. Going to look exactly like the dominie, ain't it?" Mrs. Pettibone fervently hoped so. "Whatever became of the other little chap?" pursued Mr. Kelly. "Oh, say, that was tough, his folks taking him away, after you and the dominie had put yourselves out the way you done to raise him." "Oh, Stephen is well," said Mrs. Pettibone, her bright face clouding a little. I had a letter from Mrs. Maitland only the other day. They're living in Chicago, you know." She patted the blue and white coverlid which had once brooded another treasure. "We felt it was right his parents should have him," she said. "But it was like losing a child when they took him." "I'll bet it was," agreed Mr. Kelly warmly. "He was a fine little chap, and no mistake. Well, I guess now you've got one of your own, you'll never miss him."
Philura Pettibone allowed the statement to pass unchallenged. It was merely an echo of a widespread parochial opinion. Mrs. Buckthorn, indeed, had congratulated her upon the loss of her adopted child. "A smiling providence," she called it, adding, "You ought to be glad and thankful that child's provided for, Philura." But Mrs. Pettibone could not help picturing to herself the beautiful little figure of Stephen as he looked in the photograph his mother had sent her. He'd be large enough by now to trot alongside the perambulator. But the Lord our God was a vigilant God, and he had seen to it that Stephen was restored to his young mother. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At this point in her somewhat pensive meditations, Mrs. Pettibone found herself in front of Trimmer's store, which put her in mind of the pale blue slippers also tucked under the blankets. They had not, after all, proved to be the right size. Several baby carriages, exuding woolly blankets, stood in front of the emporium. The mothers presumably were shopping inside. It was a lax maternal practice strongly disapproved by Mrs. Pettibone. What if the baby should wake up and cry? What if he should fall out of his carriage? And what if... half 100 things, including runaway horses, kidnappers, and mad dogs. Still, there was Mrs. Puffer's shabby perambulator, with the latest pink and white puffer fast asleep and wholly unguarded. Mrs. Pettibone wondered if she might add her treasure to the group, if only for the moment required to exchange size 3 for size 4 in a pale blue felt slipper adorned with pom-poms. Mr. Pettibone had told his wife with considerable detail of the gloomy young Englishman lured to America and despised immunity by the unprincipled arts of his mother. It appeared that Mr. Pettibone strongly disapproved of Mrs. Hobbs' methods of securing safety for her son. A man, he stated forensically, should be permitted to decide such questions for himself, without female interference. Mrs. Pettibone differed widely from her husband's conclusions. She hugged her baby to her breast with that air of complete ownership the minister had frequently observed in the matrons of his flock. "I would never, never let them take my baby away from me to shoot at," she said passionately. "And I wouldn't let them have you, either." "Let us suppose," suggested Mr. Pettibone, "merely for the sake of argument, my dear, that every woman would take that stand. What then would become of our vaunted patriotism?" Mrs. Pettibone didn't know, she was sure. She considered the question in mutinous silence, while her husband went to some pains to explain how this supreme test of the universal application put everything in its true light and solved the most puzzling questions. "Women," he concluded somewhat grandiosely, "are always too prone to take the limited, personal view, whereas men—" "Well, anyway," interrupted his wife, tucking up the baby's feet a little more snugly, "if all the women did it, there couldn't be any war. If all the women took all their boys and their husbands away, like that Mrs. Hobbs, all the English and Germans and French, you know, then the kings and kaisers and czars and emperors would be obliged to go into the trenches themselves and—" "My dear Philura," protested the minister warmly, "you're talking the merest nonsense."
I'm only making it universal, she persisted demurely. If there weren't any men to shoot and be shot at, then the Kaisers and... He arose abruptly, glancing at his watch. We're wasting time, he stated, with some asperity. She heard the study door close firmly behind him. I don't care, she said to herself. I'd like to see them shooting at each other. Then she laid a pink blanket over the white one and deposited the woolly chrysalis thus formed under a blue slumber robe in the crib, cooing in an absurd little monotone. Nasty old kings and kaisers and things. Mother would just love to see them right down in a deep, deep, muddy trench, so she would. They never shall get Mother's lamb. A vague reminiscence of the foregoing discussion recurred to her now as she made her way toward the shoe department, where a tall young man with a dark wave of hair drooping over his forehead was counting change into the hand of a small girl in a red tam. He had white, even teeth. She observed this when he smiled at the little girl, square military shoulders, and clear grey eyes under strongly marked brows. This could be no other than Horatio Herbert Kitchener Hobbs. He's very good-looking, she decided. If I'd been Mrs. Hobbs, I'm sure I should have done exactly... Then she launched into a somewhat breathless explanation of her errand as the salvaged Briton turned to give her his undivided attention. Perhaps Mr. Hobbs would remember a gentleman, a tall gentleman with grey hair, Mr. Pettibone, in short, purchasing a pair of pale blue slippers. Mr. Hobbs recalled the circumstances perfectly. The gentleman had been obliged to guess the size. Yes, he had rather expected the return of those slippers, and would Mrs. Pettibone, if peradventure he was speaking to Mrs. Pettibone? Mindful of her proud estate as the wife of a clergyman, Mrs. Pettibone held out a timid hand of greeting. After a moment of puzzled indecision, the young man took it. " You're very good," he murmured, an ingenuous blush enhancing his youthful good looks. " Mr. Pettibone told me all about you," beamed Mrs. Pettibone graciously, " and I mean to go and see your mother just as soon as I can leave the baby. Oh, that reminds me, I must hurry." The young man turned from an inspection of a row of boxes. His spine appeared to have stiffened. " I'm afraid we haven't that style of slipper in light blue," he said coldly. " Wouldn't pink do, or black? "" Oh, and would you mind bringing them out to me? " asked Mrs. Pettibone in an agitated voice. " The black will do. Yes, size 4, please." He caught something further about the carriage outside, and turned to see the small lady in grey hurrying toward the door. As he stood, still hesitating, he heard a sharp cough at his elbow, and looked down to find his employer gazing at him with an air of alert suspicion that Mr. Trimmer affected toward his clerks. " Well, Hobbs," said Mr. Trimmer sharply, " any sales this morning? What did Mrs. Pettibone want in this department, eh? I saw her talking to you." " She wished to exchange some slippers, sir," replied young Hobbs rather sulkily. " She asked me to bring them out to her carriage." He had conceived a violent and wholly unreasoning dislike for the pompous, fussy little man, who did not appear in the least to realize that he was merely a haberdasher. The exiled Englishman gazed coldly over the top of Mr. Trimmer's shining bald head. A mighty wave of passionate affection for his own country, where tradespeople realize their true position, mingled with futile anger at his own inglorious fate, submerging him so completely that he scarcely heard that gentleman's grumbled comments. He understood vaguely that he was to fetch the slippers out to Mrs. Pettibone's carriage. But no carriage was visible when he arrived at the curb. He stood for a moment in the sunlight, his comely head bare, his eyes searching the dull street. Then all at once Fate, in the guise of a small and disreputable yellow dog, ran between his legs, almost upsetting him. Just how it came to pass the young Englishman never attempted to explain, even in the seclusion of his own thoughts; but he presently found himself in full pursuit of a girl in a pink dress,
who fled before him down the street, the yellow dog well to the fore, and a small brown paper parcel dangling from his jaws. A woman's dismayed voice had called, "Catch him! Catch him!" And then someone had laughed, a fresh, joyous sound, and Kitchener Hobbs instantly joined the chase, his spirits expanding, shaking off the dull load which had harassed him. Neither the yellow dog nor the girl in pink, who managed to maintain her lead for some distance, appeared to him to be the goal. It was rather the joy of swift motion, the long-suppressed sense of power which sprang suddenly to full height like a grinning and triumphant jack-in-the-box. He could have run on, but the yellow dog foolishly paused for a moment to sniff his booty, and in that moment the girl alertly pounced upon the disputed parcel. "Méchant!" she cried. "Petit larron! Quick, begone, or I beat you!" The yellow dog, his diminutive tail between his legs, slunk hurriedly away, turning eyes so expressive of pained disappointment upon the girl that she laughed aloud, the fresh, joyous sound he had heard before. It seemed the most natural thing in the world for him to speak to her, and equally inevitable for her to smile up at him as she replied. The quiet street might have been a meadow in Arcadia, so far removed seemed these two from the stupid conventions of the world. Even the yellow dog, after a brief period devoted to sagacious reconnaissance from behind a bush, turned and trotted wistfully after them. "My word," said young Hobbs admiringly, "how you can run! And you caught the thief just in time. Was it anything valuable?" "Me? I am not aware." She smiled up at him. "Voila! I behold this so bad animal about to devour the petit enfant. Mais non! It was only this, concealed under the robe of bébé." She held out for his inspection the minister's modest dinner, still secure in its brown paper wrappings. He was gazing down at her with an entire absence of curiosity as to the contents of Mrs. Pettibone's salvaged property. They were walking slowly, very slowly, as was natural after their late exertions in the chase. There was something vaguely familiar, or so he was thinking, in her piquant face. It was like recovering a memory, infinitely precious and only vaguely missed for an indefinite period. "Were you ever in London?" he asked suddenly. "Me?" She shook her head. "Oh, no, monsieur, never. I am of France." "Oh, yes. Oh, but I have surely seen you before, somewhere." Recognition slowly dawned in her eyes. "In Boston, that so ugly city. I think I see monsieur once or twice on the street or in a shop, but always very triste, melancholique, n'est-ce pas?" He drew his dark brows into a frowning line. "I desire to enlist in the British Army," he told her, in the somewhat wooden French of the average Englishman who attempts to acquire the elegant language of his neighbors across the Channel. Her face became suddenly radiant. "Ah, you speak my language!" she cried. "And also you would fight for my country. But why then are you here?" "My mother's an American," he explained, his face crimsoning under her questioning eyes. "I'm afraid you wouldn't understand." She was obviously eager to make the attempt, and he went on haltingly. "Oh, you see, I can speak pretty fair French, and they wanted me for an interpreter. Most of our Tommies can't talk anything but Cockney, and so they oh, my word, I can't seem to remember my tenses when you look at me like that." He had lapsed into English and was smiling at her boyishly. "Oh, speak to me in English," she entreated. "Me, I understand to beat the cars, you see? All the time I study your so beautiful talk. Oh, good land, yes." Her pretty air of triumph halted the smile on his lips. "I fancy somebody is teaching you United States," he commented.
But I'm used to it from hearing Mother talk. I told you my mother is an American?" She nodded eagerly. "But you will fight for France, eh?" A dark wing of pain shadowed his face. "How can I, when I'm forced to be here?" he said gruffly. "My mother was ill. She was determined to come home. And like a fool, I came too. Afterwards, I found she was afraid that I'd be killed." Madeleine absent-mindedly stroked the yellow dog, who at this instant obtruded his starved person between them. "I understand," she nodded. "Mais I am not so stupid, like this, so méchant. You come to America with your maman? Me with my papa, enfin!" Her gravity broke in delighted laughter. "Star alive! I think we are allies of the Entente, vous et moi. This petit larron is that so bad, wicked Germany, and the little baby is Belgium. You see, my friend, we have conquered, we have rescued. It is what you call a good sign, eh? We fight, vous et moi, n'est-ce pas?" Without realizing it, the two had been loitering unpardonably, so Mrs. Pettibone, pushing the perambulator with anxious haste, had covered almost half the distance of their flight when she met them. Even then the two unheeding young things would have passed her by without a glance. He was bending toward her, his eyes all lighted with ardor, and she was gazing up at him. And the yellow dog, quite unheeded, was tugging hungrily at the dangling string of the minister's dinner. What young Hobbs would have said in response to her audacious figure of speech can only be surmised. "Oh, thank you," said Mrs. Pettibone. "How very kind of you both to rescue my parcel." She held out her hand for it confidently. "Won't you introduce me, Mr. Hobbs? I see that you are friends." The two glanced at each other in sudden dismay. The girl recovered herself first. "You perceive Madeleine Desaye," she curtsied. "I have a grand plaisir to restore again your possession, madame." Mrs. Pettibone received the information and the parcel with unaffected gratitude, her small face, under its unfashionable hat brim, quite pink with surprise and pleasure. "I'm Mrs. Pettibone," she said. "Perhaps you didn't know it, Miss Desaye, but you're living in my house. I was so glad to rent it. Oh, don't hurry away, Mr. Hobbs. I haven't thanked you yet. And the slippers. Oh, yes, thank you. And to think that you know Miss Desaye. How very pleasant." "Oh, land's sake, yes," agreed Madeleine calmly. "In Boston we are already met. Me, I am surprised to beat the band when I perceive Mr. Hobb. I bet he's mais non, he bet your boot." Mrs. Pettibone's smile became slowly petrified. She turned wide eyes of astonishment upon the girl, who was dimpling in triumph over her mastery of the difficult English tongue. "Miss Desaye," offered Mr. Hobbs gravely, "has been acquiring a special brand of United States from some kind friend." "Oh, I see," murmured the minister's wife. "Really, someone should " Mechanically she tucked the 3 lamb chops under the baby's blanket, cruelly ignoring a pair of bright brown eyes and a small, wistful yellow nose. At this slight disturbance of his swathings, the youthful occupant of the vehicle awoke to a realization of his rights. It was his lawful time to cry, being 10 minutes of his lunch hour, and he announced the fact, loudly, even terrifyingly, to the uninitiated. Mr. Hobbs glanced at his watch with the air of one suddenly recalled to earth after a brief sojourn in the super-world. "Oh, I fear I may be needed in the shop," he bethought himself regretfully. "I have the honor to bid you good morning, ladies." And he marched away, very erect and soldierly, aware of Madeleine's bright gaze, which appeared to be boring a hole right through to his heart, like a well-aimed bullet. "How very odd for you to have met Mr. Hobbs before," observed Mrs. Pettibone, striving to ignore the shrill protests of her child. "No, he's not ill, my dear, only hungry. I'll take him home directly. He seems a very nice young man." Her glance directed the comment from the displeased infant to the rapidly receding figure of Mr. Hobbs. "Have you known him long?" Madeleine reflected, her pretty head on one side. I think I repeat to you one big, what you call, whopper, when I say I know that nice young man," she said. "He is a stranger to me. I see him only very much sad in Boston. I say to me, he is one charmant person, that man. I love him for his beaux yeux. But to my papa I say nothing. He not like for me to love." "I should think not, indeed," agreed Mrs. Pettibone warmly. "You're much too young, for one thing." The girl's clear gaze was fastened on her face. "You are a very nice lady," she said politely. "Mais much too young for one thing. I not understand. It is idiom, n'est-ce pas? Like a pretty kettle of fish. Very much of interest to me, those idioms." Mrs. Pettibone was pushing the baby carriage with all her feeble strength, her breath coming in short, quick gasps. "I'll explain later," she said. "Someone should." "Permit me, I entreat, to propel bébé," hastily interposed the girl. "You are, I think, what to a frazzle. Me, I am robust, and those so little enfants, I adore them." Mrs. Pettibone sighed her relief as the girl gently pushed her to one side. The baby redoubled his efforts, his pink fists beating the air. "My star alive, how he hollers, the petit pauvre! Voilà! I cause him to desist very quick. You see." She peeped under the cover with pretty gravity, cooing little French phrases of endearment. The baby was her petit cochon de lait, her joujou, a joli pigeonneau, a miette de sucre rosat. But the youthful scion of the house of Pettibone would have none of it. He was blind and deaf, but not dumb, to all but a single idea. Mrs. Pettibone strove to be grateful. "You seem accustomed to children," she said weakly. "Me accustomed? Oh, mon Dieu, yes. Very much I take care of bébé. In my own country, I play with so little enfant all time, like a poupée. You understand? Bien. I carry him in my arms for quiet. Comme cela." No one of the four, to include the yellow dog, who still trotted hopefully in the rear, so much as glanced at Trimmer's Emporium, which they chanced to be passing at the moment. The very existence of Kitchener Hobbs was forgotten, or at least totally eclipsed by the gross selfishness of a male being much younger than himself. From his unenviable position behind the shoe boxes, Mr. Hobbs witnessed the abrupt pause of the little cavalcade, beheld Madeleine confidently lift the baby with all his blankets and cradle him in her arms, noted Mrs. Pettibone's anxious flutterings and preenings, saw them pass out of range of his straining vision, and then his sombre face relaxed in a boyish grin. The yellow dog had at last reaped the fruit of intelligent concentration in the shape of a neatly trimmed lamb chop, with which he was rapidly scurrying to cover in a neighbouring alley. "By Jove!" commented Mr. Hobbs under his breath. "The little chap got away with it after all." For a long, happy minute he forgot that his name was Horatio Herbert Kitchener. He was even conscious of a sneaking gladness that he was in America, to the temporary neglect of that supreme pinnacle of human ambition, a muddy trench somewhere in France. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fortune was kind to Miss Malvina Bennet all during the spring and well on into the early summer. Or if not Fortuna, that sly goddess of a pagan antiquity who rudely elbows our Christian providence at every turn, then that superior overruling intelligence easily recognizable in every age. Mrs. Hobbs was sincerely grateful for the timely help which had saved her from complete humiliation. The robes, which came from her establishment with praiseworthy promptness, were not only startling in their fidelity to Paris modes, as depicted in American fashion plates, but they wore well. So Madame Louise plus Miss Malvina Bennet prospered exceedingly. "I expect I'm a regular fool," said Miss Malvina, "a playin' into your hand the way I be. But live and let live is my endurin' motto. And I'm a-goin' to show you how to cut a dress waist so it won't skew G off to one side, no matter how the Lord made women folks. As I says to Ma, no wonder most of 'em is one-sided, I says, seein' as the Lord was so short o' goods. The Bible says he had to squeeze the first of 'em out o' one rib, and a man's rib at that. So far as I can make out, there wasn't too much good material in men folk to begin with most of 'em being a pretty poor lot from the patriarchs down. Now, you want to lay your pattern, after you've drafted it the way I showed you, onto your goods, just so. You got to keep in mind, dress goods is like folks. You got to manage 'em. Do you get the idea? N'est-ce pas, as Mr. Desailly says. He's French. He lives next door to us, and I'm a-picking up the language to beat the cars. The same time, I'm a-practicing him and Madeleine so they can talk right smart. It's real enjoyable." Mrs. Hobbs gazed enviously at her able assistant as Miss Malvina's swift shears shaped a dress waist. "My," she breathed, "what an opportunity. The reason I had to leave Boston was because a woman moved in right across the street from where I started up my shop. She could put a French name to everything. And the first I knew, all my customers left me for her. That's how I came here." Miss Malvina's mouth was temporarily obstructed with pins, but her look spoke volumes. "I guess that wa'n't the only reason," she surmised darkly, as she stuck the last pin into the heart-shaped cushion which was never absent from her waist. "I s'pose that's where you got the bright idea of calling yourself Madame Louise." "Oh, yes, 'twas," confessed Mrs. Hobbs, "and it did take. You can't deny that." Miss Malvina straightened her little figure and gazed almost pityingly at Mrs. Hobbs. "Well, anyway," she said, "you got a real nice boy. I guess he's going to get right in with the young folks." "I didn't know as you'd ever met my son," said Mrs. Hobbs. She held her head stiffly erect, and red spots appeared on her high cheekbones. Miss Bennet cackled happily. "Oh, thank God, I've been able to afford a new pair of shoes for Ma and me, too," she said. "Oh, he's real handsome. I seen that without half looking. I'll bet George Trimmer's doing a first-rate shoe business these days. Last year, I remember, Orrin Blake was in the shoe department. Orrin's humbly as a rail fence, with red hair and freckles, and a nose a-skiting off to one side of his countenance. Naturally, all the girls was buying their shoes in Boston. They hadn't one of 'em any use for Orrin. Besides, he was married to Emmeline Banks. But now, you ought to take notice of the girls that's awful hard to fit. Keeps the shoe clerk a-humping." Mrs. Hobbs appeared agitated by diverse emotions. "I fancy my son understands his business," she commented with dignity. "Oh, you can just bet he does," agreed Miss Malvina. "And so does the girls. There now, you'll find this here waist 'll set straight and level. Do you s'pose you can shape them arm sizes?
Oh, don't for pity's sake cut 'em out too much at the back, nor in the front neither. I just about lost my reason trying to keep them robes from pulling out premature." Mrs. Hobbs eyed the result of Miss Malvina's labours coldly. "If I wasn't so drove with customers," she began, and then stopped short to inquire fretfully, "What do you mean by insinuating? I can tell you my Hoddy never had any use for girls. His mind's set on other things." Miss Malvina nodded, her mouth once more full of pins. "Yes, I know," she mumbled. "He wanted to go to war, and you wouldn't let him. You told me about it. I don't blame you none. I'd have kept him out of it, too. But you can't keep him out of matrimony so easy." "Matrimony?" Miss Malvina removed the pins with a swiftness born of long practice. "That's what I said, Miss Hobbs, and you'll find I'm dead right," she said firmly. "Bright eyes is more dangerous than bullets when it comes to keepin' a handsome feller all to yourself. But there, I guess I'd better keep my mouth shut, or you'll be cuttin' him off the land knows where. I gotta pick up my traps now and be moseying along home. Where's that green and purple for Miss Henshaw and them hooks and eyes? Oh, yes. Well, au revoir." Mrs. Hobbs followed the partner of her fortunes — there was no longer any attempt at denying their business relationships — to the door, her vague eyes full of trouble. "I wish you'd tell me what you mean," she said. "I'll be worrying night and day on account of what you said. 'Twould be pretty near as bad as having him go to war — to be married young, I mean." Miss Malvina sniffed disdainfully. "You ought to be ashamed of yourself," she said. "If I had a boy —"" Well, you ain't," interrupted Mrs. Hobbs, " and you never will have." " Anyway, I'd want him to be happy, let alone how I was feelin'." " A single woman can't rightly say what she'd do if she was a parent," stated Mrs. Hobbs solemnly. " Being a parent is — well, it makes everything different, as I used to tell my husband. But if there was any special girl " Miss Malvina blinked thoughtfully at Mrs. Henshaw's green and purple robe, which she was investing with newspaper preparatory to taking it home. " I wouldn't worry none, if I was you, Mrs. Hobbs," she said kindly. " Young folks will be young folks, and we can't expect "" Oh, there is a particular girl," quavered Mrs. Hobbs, clasping her bony hands. "Oh, there! Now I got you all stirred up over nothin'," lamented Miss Malvina. " All I got to say is, gals is jes' like sweet clover blows in the meadows. They look pretty an' they smell sweet, an' the young fellers can't no more help bein' drawed to 'em 'an honey bees. Mebbe your boy is different from the rest of the men folks, on account of the war. An' then again, mebbe he ain't." Miss Malvina patted her parcel, which she had pinned securely. " An' anyway, Mrs. Hobbs, you ought to be glad an' thankful to have him get acquainted with some nice young folks. Mebbe it'll take his mind off them nasty muddy trenches. They say there's rats runnin' 'round there, like kittens in a kitchen. Oh, ain't it awful? " Mrs. Hobbs' faded eyes brightened. " Oh, that's so," she breathed. " It might take his mind off. Do you know," she leaned forward and whispered in Miss Malvina's ear, " I've been so afraid he'd leave me go back and enlist. My heart's been some better since I came to America. I guess he thought I was shamming. But when you think of millions of boys like my Hoddy being sent out — well, I don't think about it any more than I can help. I couldn't stand it if I did." " Me neither," sympathized Miss Malvina. " I quit readin' war news quite a spell ago. Thinks I, it don't do them no good, an' it keeps me a worritin'. I used to lay awake nights first off, thinking about all them men and boys a-layin' out there on the ground, some of 'em hollerin' for water, and nobody— "Oh, don't!" begged Mrs. Hobbs. Well, I quit that. I had to. I got so nervous I couldn't run a gather straight. But Ma, every time she gets hold of a paper, she sets down and reads. And if she comes across anything particularly dreadful, she'll say, "Oh, just listen to this, Malviny." But I know what's comin'. "Oh, in a minute, Ma," I says, "I got to run up this 'ere seam." Lucky my sewing machine ain't one of the quiet running sort. I'll bet I've thanked the Lord more 'n 50 times for keeping me from swapping it off an agent 6 months ago. It's the handiest way to break off a conversation. Now, don't you worry none, Mrs. Hobbs. And I'll fetch this here green and purple back tomorrow. You might go ahead with them there sleeves. You ought to be able to do that. But say, whatever you do, don't you try and lay them bias folds. I'd rather not be responsible for 'em afterwards. Adieu. Greatly to her surprise, Miss Malvina found Mrs. Deaconess Buckthorn enthroned in the patent rocker in the haircloth parlour. For a minute her heart beat high with hope. Perhaps her rash words of a few months past had been forgotten. Perhaps Mrs. Buckthorn wanted a dress made. Perhaps— But that lady's first words dispelled the nascent idea. "I come to you, Malvina, because you are a nominal Christian," she said, "and because we are striving to enlist even the poorest and humblest in our work against a common foe." "Oh, I want to know," murmured the little dressmaker. "She's got a petition, Malviny," explained Ma busily. "I signed with red ink, and she wants you to." "I don't know as you've learned the terrible misfortune that threatens our peaceful community," pursued Mrs. Buckthorn. "They're a purposin' to build, right here in Innisfield, a factory for the manufacture of bombs." Miss Malvina started back, as if one of the munitions of war in question had exploded in the middle of her parlour rug. "For land's sake," she said weakly, "whereabouts?" "Murderous munitions of a sinful conflict ought not to be constructed within sound of a Christian church bell," intoned Mrs. Buckthorn majestically. "There can be no two opinions as to that. You will sign here, Malvina. These signatures are written in blood, so you will kindly use this fountain pen." Miss Malvina gazed curiously at the document which Mrs. Buckthorn handed her. At the top of the page was written in very black ink: "We, the undersigned, members of the Innisfield Presbyterian Church, do hereby earnestly protest against the manufacture and sale of munitions of war in our midst, as contemplated by the Merks Munition Company of Boston, Mass. As a Church of Christ, we are stubbornly opposed to war and its desolations, and as citizens of a peaceful and law-abiding community, we strenuously object being made party to the wholesale slaughter of human beings now going on across the seas." "Every name will be of value, if only to increase the volume of protest," said Mrs. Buckthorn. "'Tain't going to be right in the village, is it?" said Miss Malvina. "I heard a spell back somebody had bought the old woolen mills over by the swamp, and was fixing up their buildings for something. Most of these names seem to be women folks," she added. "Can't you get no men folks interested?" Mrs. Buckthorn shook her head. "The men in this here town," she said acidly, "are dead and buried in trespasses and sins. All of them say they're against war, but when it comes to writing down their names in red ink under this here petition, one and all of 'em has an excuse. Elder Trimmer thinks it'll be a grand opportunity for the church, so many new working men and their families come into town. Deacon Scrimger, says he owns stock in the old mill, and he can't conscientiously use the money he got for it if he signs the petition. And Obed Salter and Undertaker Beals and Henry Pratt and George Henshaw, every one of 'em says business reasons'll prevent 'em from signing." Miss Malvina seized the pen. "I guess I could sidestep that away myself," she said. "I bet there'll be a lot of new folks 'll want dresses made like that. But if my name wrote down here in red ink 'd prevent one nice young feller from having his eyes put out by one of them nasty explodin' things, I'd write it if it was to take the bread out of my mouth the rest of my life." Mrs. Buckthorn screwed the cap on the fountain pen, her mouth puckering into a tight knot during the process. She loosened it to remark, "That sentiment does you credit, Malvina. And that reminds me, how much are you charging for making up a plain gingham dress nowadays?" Miss Malvina named a price slightly in excess of her usual rates. She could afford to smile as she observed Mrs. Buckthorn's protestant eyebrows. "Prices for most everything in the sewing line has risen," she said tranquilly. "I s'pose it's the war." "I had thought of bringing over a piece of goods to be made up," said Mrs. Buckthorn, "but not at that price, Malvina. Oh, no, not with fuel and provisions at present rates. I cannot afford it." She glanced searchingly about the little room as she spoke, her eyes pausing at last upon the shining toes of Ma Bennett's new shoes, which the old lady, with the eager pride of a child, had thrust into prominent view. "I hope and pray, Malvina, you're not running into debt," she added sourly. "It's a temptation of the evil one, Malvina, to wish to appear better off than we are, and only too common in this age of luxury and love of vulgar display." "I s'pose," joined in Miss Malvina briskly, "that there's folks aplenty in this 'ere town that'd see me an' Ma carted off to the poorhouse without battin' an eye. Me, that's worked summer an' winter, stayin' plackets an' arm sizes an' like that, faithful, for folk that don't appreciate it no more 'n the air they breathe. But I guess other dressmakers are quite as conscientious, Malvina," interrupted Mrs. Buckthorn, as she replaced the document in her black silk bag and drew its strings tight. "I have had no fault to find with Madame Louise." It was by a praiseworthy exercise of the will that Miss Malvina suppressed a carnal desire to crow with laughter. "Well," she said dryly, "I guess maybe I ought to thank you, Miss Buckthorn, for taking an interest. So I'll tell you I ain't running into debt. I got work aplenty, even if the bomb factory don't open up in the fall, which I bet it does, seeing as there's folks in Canada interested. I heard 'em talking it over in Salter's grocery when I was there last night to buy a pound of their best print butter and some of their 80-cent mixed tea and a bottle of anchovy sauce." Mrs. Buckthorn appeared suddenly transfixed, her hand on the doorknob. "What did I understand you to say, Malvina?" she asked in a shocked voice. "I was sayin' folks from Canada own most of the stock in that there bomb factory out by the swamps. And Obed Salter, when he was doing up my pound of coffee, says to me, 'But anchovy sauce, Malvina! Surely you were not purchasing anchovy?' 'Why not, I'd like to know?' inquired the little dressmaker. 'All them tasty things like papriky and stuffed olives and patty de foie gras is real appetizing, ain't they, Ma?' 'What you say, Malviny?' shrilled the old lady. 'I was just tellin' Miss Buckthorn we was gettin' so we really like French cooking, Ma. Makes a nice change from codfish and like that. Or did you ever eat any pot au feu, Miss Buckthorn, or a pantalette de mouton? Oh, you didn't? Oh, for land's sake! Well, you ought to try 'em. Ma's picked up wonderful since... I fear you have set your feet in the broad and dangerous paths of sinful lust, Malvina, said Mrs. Buckthorn, her chaste bosom rising and falling tumultuously. I had not intended to speak of it, but it is commonly reported that you are, I blush to speak of it, receiving particular attentions from a foreign married man, permitting him to kiss your hand, at your age, too. Well, I'd like to know how that got out, murmured Miss Malvina, honestly abashed. She glanced at Ma, whose ancient head was vibrating slightly, as if with suppressed excitement. I suppose Ma must have let out something or other to somebody, she said resignedly. Well, all I got to say is, kissing hands and like that don't mean nothing particular in French, no more 'n saying mon Dieu, which is downright swearing in English, as I keep telling Madeleine constant. As for her pa being married, well, I suppose he must have been once upon a time, seeing as he's got a girl most growed up. But damport, as Madeleine says, when she means anyhow she don't care a cotton hat, a body can't help folks being foreign. And I dunno but what I like 'em that away on the whole. I shall pray for you, Malvina, stated Mrs. Buckthorn vindictively, as she passed out of the door, with the air of one shaking off polluted dust from the soles of flat, substantial shoes. At the same hour I offer up petitions for the heathen. Oh, merci beaucoup, suitably responded Miss Malvina. Au revoir. And she waved a dingy little hand of dismissal after Mrs. Buckthorn's retreating majesty. Let 'em talk, she said to herself, as she laid out Mrs. Henshaw's green and purple costume. I guess it won't hurt 'em none, nor me neither. But she blushed almost like a girl as she recalled Mrs. Buckthorn's sentimental accusation. Oh, my! I wished I wasn't so old and humbly, she mused. 'Twould be real enjoyable to be receiving attention, even if the man were foreign. Then, because the weather was warm, she removed her second-best hair front and hung it on a nail, already bristling with tissue-paper patterns, where it dangled like a dejected little scalp-lock before an Indian tepee. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The young French girl, who had been swept by the hurricane of war to alien coasts like some strange foreign bird, seemed joyously willing to accept America with all its New World customs. It was necessary on occasions to explain many things in detail to her father, who, when not immersed in his books, displayed a critical, even censorious habit of mind toward things American. You will not forget, my Madeleine, that you are not of the bourgeoisie, he would say gravely. I bewail the fact that in this country, where prices are of a highness, I cannot afford even a bonne. And to have my daughter go about the streets unattended is also a grief to me. But I beg of you, do not imitate too closely the women of the country. For however diverting, one should constantly remember that all of them are bourgeoisie. Not one is even distantly related to nobility. Pourquoi? There are no nobility. Therefore, carry yourself discreetly, my child. One day we shall return to our own beloved country, where you will marry and become the mother of Frenchmen who will be sorely needed in a land sown thick with the graves of heroes. In that day I shall have glory, because I have preserved my daughter as a legacy for France. And he struck his breast with the grand manner. Madeline appeared suitably impressed with this exalted paternal view of her destiny, but in the meanwhile it was spring, and she was 18. Also, there were surprisingly pleasant experiences to be met with in this country, where young women were permitted to visit the shops, to make purchases, to attend church and even the theatres, and likewise to make the acquaintance of such young men as fortune willed. Miss Malvina Bennet, though not of the nobility, was nevertheless found to have opinions on matters pertaining to conduct. "I guess if you behave yourself like a lady ought to, Madeline, there ain't no use in having a married woman a traipsing round after you," she promulgated. "I can take you to church and Christian Endeavour, and maybe the Loyal Temperance Legion. Then there's the WCTU. You'd ought to go to that and get a white ribbon pinned onto you. I promise the Lord, as Miss Stickiness Buckthorn says, to see you done it. But when it comes to picking and choosing a beau, I guess you're the one to say who it'll be. There's nice young fellas aplenty in town, and once you get to going out in company, I'll bet the other girls will have to look out. Not that I want to make you no ways vain. Pride goes before a fall. But I don't know why you shouldn't settle right down in Innisfield in a nice little house of your own, instead of being took back to a foreign land and like enough married to a cripple. I guess there won't be no other kind of men folks over there the time they get through firing off at each other. Oh, land, it's a wonder they ain't all swallowed up like Sodom and Gomorrah." Madeline's English vocabulary had by now grown and expanded like the scriptural bay tree, so she was able to compare Miss Malvina's plans for her future with those of her father. There was at present no hero of France, maimed or otherwise, enshrined in her young fancy, so she could think of life in Innisfield with the same gay insouciance she accorded to the patriotic scheme outlined by Monsieur de Say. Marriage and the serious things of life were yet a great way off. Everything appeared fresh and joyous. Even the distant echoes of the Great War, which reached the ears but faintly in this peaceful village of the New World, did not seriously disturb her. Sometimes she would find her father, his head bowed over a newspaper containing cabled news from the elongated battlefront, where the terrible curtain of fire lifted only to reveal the heaps of dead and wounded. "I should have remained to fight," he would declare, tears of mingled rage and sorrow rolling down his cheeks. "Already men older than I have given their lives, while I sit here, a poltroon, in cowardly safety." At such times he would rise, cast the paper of ill report upon the floor, and stride up and down, his face drawn with anguish. "Why did I ever come to this accursed land," he would wail, "where this so frightful war is a mere spectacle? They have no heart, these Americans. In the spot where one should find good red blood coursing through the center of the being, there is a dollar composed of silver or gold, hard, impervious. I have a suspicion," and his voice would sink to a menacing whisper, "that the blight of that diabolical culture is to be found here also. All our Germans are related to Germans. Free America? Peste! I laugh at their vaunted freedom. In years to come, this so stupid people will see. Their evil hour will arrive. Ah, it will be the turn of France to look on as at a theatre." It was after one of these frenzied outbursts of prophecy that Harry Schwartz arrived for a lesson in what Monsieur de Say innocently supposed to be that young man's native tongue. It was a matter for pained astonishment that Monsieur Henri Lenoir did not appear to assimilate the beauties of the most elegant of all languages with the ease one should expect. His pronunciation was atrocious, and remained so after hours of impassioned precept and example. "Do you not by now dream in French?"
demanded his instructor. "Can you not picture to yourself those brave compatriots at Verdun? Ah, I see them advance, those valiant heroes. I behold the grey wall of Prussians go down before them. But you see nothing." Monsieur Desaye was wrong. The young man's eyes were at that moment particularly occupied, from behind the shelter of his book, with the slim figure of Madeleine, who was gathering the first roses of summer within fortunate range of his vision. How enchanting was the curve of the girl's pliant waist as she reached for a bud high up on the unpruned bush. Harry was finding his lessons in French quite different from the picture his fancy had painted. Madeleine was never present on these occasions. He seldom caught a glimpse of her even. He sulkily supposed her father was responsible for this. Even the joke about his name, it was of course a pleasantry to be explained some time or other, but it was growing distinctly tiresome to be addressed as a compatriot and expected to discuss the latest French victory or defeat in a language which did not appeal to him in the least. Young Harry, it must be confessed, was equally indifferent to the resounding German, invariably spoken at home when the oldest of the 3 male Schwartzes visited his son's household. Old Heinrich Schwartz had come from Germany with his bride 6 months before his son was born. The second Heinrich was an American, albeit by courtesy. In due course he became Harry and married a descendant of an old Puritan family. Hence the third Harry was an American in reality, brought up to speak the rather slipshod English jocularly known as United States, not unduly addicted to sausage, and meekly signing a pledge binding him to abstain from malt and spirituous liquors at the tender age of 7. "I guess I'm a double, right, sir, as I told you in the beginning," he confessed to his instructor at the close of an impassioned torrent of French, of which he understood but a word or two. Monsieur Desaye stared at his pupil from under drawn brows. It occurred to him that Henri Lenoir's eyes were of a blueness for a Frenchman, and his features... He studied the wholesome, boyish face, with its summer coat of tan, its composite nose, and its square American chin. "Of what nativity is your mother?" he inquired in easy French, then repeated the words in English with an accent of disdain. "My mother?" repeated the young man. "Oh, I guess she's just plain American. She says my great-grandfather came over in the Mayflower." And he grinned pleasantly. "Your father must have been French with the name Lenoir. Of a possibility, a Huguenot. You can inform me, n'est-ce pas?" I say, sir," began Harry, his honest face turning very red. "I guess it's time I owned up." Then he caught a glimpse of Madeleine out of the tail of his eye, and desisted shamefacedly. Monsieur Desaye perceived the blush and embarrassment, and smiled. "There is nothing to redden the visage in having one's descent from the Huguenots," he said indulgently. "But you should know of your family history, my friend. Allons, I require you to write in French a brief account of the Huguenots, including your own family history, if, as I suspect, you are a descendant of one of the émigrés arriving in America after the persecution." Translated into less fluent English, the young man pondered the proposal dubiously. "Oh, I'm afraid," he began. But Monsieur Desaye was visited by an inspiration. "Why have I not made the acquaintance of votre père?" he demanded. "You will bring him next lesson, mon ami. To him I shall speak of those things. Bien, for today, au finish." Madeleine had gathered her roses and was arranging them in a glass bowl when young Harry Schwartz emerged from the house, his Grammaire Française under his arm, deep gloom upon his brow. "See here," he said, with a total absence of the French polish his harassed instructor had been endeavouring to inculcate, "I'm in the devil of a mess." "Devil of a mess?" echoed Madeleine, arching her delicate brows. "Is that nice word?" Innocent, adorable coquetry peeped at him from under her drooping lashes. "You not étudier your lesson, and my papa is scold you, eh?" "I can't learn French to save my life," confessed Harry gloomily. "And now he thinks I'm a Huguenot, when I ain't, of course. My grandfather is the Germanest German you ever saw. He's at our house now, eating sauerkraut and drinking lager, and roaring about the war. I guess your father'd kill me if he got onto the facts." "I bet $1, oui," agreed Madeleine, dimpling. "Well, I must say you're cool," cried young Harry indignantly, "seeing it was you got me into it, introducing me as Henri le what you call 'em. I supposed you were going to help me learn French. You said you would." Madeleine surveyed her fragrant handiwork with a pleased smile. "You are so mad to me," she inquired. "For what are you so mad?" Because you... 'Tisn't fair to leave a fellow in the soup the way you did. He wants to see my dad. Find out if he's a sure enough Huguenot, supplied the girl gravely. "And you think he is not?" "Of course he ain't. Dad's American, so am I, and I'm darn glad of it." Young Harry fairly irradiated stars and stripes as he made this declaration. Madeleine gazed at him dreamily, her large dark eyes holding unsounded depths of mystery. "Me, I am darn glad aussi," she said calmly. "I think I like you because you are not a Huguenot." "Oh, say, by George!" cried Harry, suddenly soaring to a seventh heaven of unimagined bliss. "Is that a sure enough fact? Because if it is, He was winged in mid-air by the appearance of M. Desaye, a most amiable smile upon his lips. "This afternoon," he said, with the faultless accent he had preserved through many vicissitudes, "I contemplate myself the great honor of paying the visit ceremonious to Monsieur, your father. I have the desire profound to know more of you, my friend." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But again, correlated events combined to prevent the astute Frenchman from carrying out his designs. In a word, on that particular afternoon, he was not permitted by an overruling Providence to visit the home of Harry Schwartz, where old Heinrich sat enthroned in a splint-bottomed chair of massive construction, discoursing upon the exalted characteristics of the German Emperor for the benefit of his son, who listened respectfully. When young Harry slid into the room, after depositing his Grammaire Française on the stair leading up to his room, his grandfather, in full tide of sonorous German, was painting the future of the inhabited globe, as it would shortly eventuate under the beneficent Prussian rule. Harry's mother, with meekly down-dropped lids, sat mending stockings. She did not understand much of what the old man was saying, although in the first years of her married life she had made a valiant attempt to learn the language of the fatherland. But as soon as her eyes rested upon her son, she knew something untoward had happened. The young man sat down in a chair which commanded a view of the street, his brow deeply corrugated, his eyes fixed and gloomy. "Wie geht's, Heinrich?" shouted the old man. "How you was, eh?" Harry responded feebly. He had never liked the name Heinrich, and today it positively grated upon the ear. "What that boy needs is good military training," declared old Schwartz, staring hard at his grandson from over the top of his calabash pipe. "You know what I do at your age, son?" Harry muttered something unintelligible, his eyes seeking the street. "What's the matter, Harry?" inquired his mother in a low voice, her inquiry perfectly masked by the vociferous remarks of old Heinrich to the effect that a sojourn in America utterly spoiled a young man. "Oh, nothing," muttered Harry. "You, Heinrich!" declaimed his grandfather. "Great big boy, you! What for you no go back to Deutschland und be a man, eh? Herr Gott, boy! Have you no love of country?" "My, yes," said Harry. "But you should remember that I'm an American, sir." "Ach, you make me sick!" scolded the old man. "What is your name, eh? Is Heinrich Schwartz one American name, eh?" "Oh, never mind, dear. Grandfather doesn't mean that," soothed his mother. "They've been talking about the war, and it always excites Grandpa Schwartz." The old man surveyed his daughter-in-law belligerently. "You have bring my grandson Heinrich up to be one big sissy," he growled. "But we shall all see what happens in 2-3 years. You will be glad yourself to protect under that good Deutsche name of Schwartz." At that precise moment, Monsieur Desaye, exquisitely gloved and cravatted, stood in the door of his dwelling. He was about to sally forth to pay his respects to an exiled son of France, one Monsieur Le Noir, for the purpose of conversing with him concerning the decadent youth who bore his name. Monsieur Desaye wore a smile of pleased anticipation, and he submitted gracefully to the innocent arts of Madeleine, who detained him for the purpose of pinning a moss rosebud in his buttonhole. "You will not derange yourself with the solitude of my absence?" he inquired tenderly. "Oh, no, my father," replied Madeleine. "I have my duties of the home to attend." She used the English word home in her demure little speech. Monsieur Desaye twisted his moustache thoughtfully. "Ah, I perceive you no longer find your own language adequate," he commented. Madeleine's dark head drooped. "We have no word for home," she murmured. Monsieur Desaye sighed. "Nevertheless, in France we have homes," he said. "But not, you are thinking, as in America." "Not as in America," she echoed. "Miss Malvina—" "Ah, yes," he smiled. "That very amiable person will doubtless tell you many things. I permit you to listen, since you have no female companion. But to young men, no." He bent to kiss her cheek, and then descended the steps with dignified composure. "Ah, my father, one small instant permit me. There is in the rear of your coat a button. I run to fetch a needle." Monsieur Desaye endeavored vainly to adjust his range of vision so as to take in the faulty garniture. "I had not noticed the absence of a button," he told his daughter, when she again appeared with her tiny work-basket. "But surely you will not repair so serious a loss where the whole world may see. We will retire within." But when, apparently much annoyed by the trifling occurrence, he would have removed the garment in question, his daughter demurred. It would not be necessary, she said, when only the matter of a few stitches was required. She bent her head to thread the needle. It was singular how difficult an operation this had become. "Oh, exalted Mother of the Saints!" besought Madeleine in the privacy of her young breast. "Do not, I beseech of thee, permit my father to seek for Monsieur Le Noir, for, as thou art aware, there is no such person." And she twisted the frayed end of the silk thread while her father looked on. "Have you no wax?" he inquired mildly. Oh, of a surety she had. But alas, the wax must have hidden itself with malicious purpose, Seek for it as she would, it could not be found. "Kind lady of heaven," murmured the girl, as she thrust her head into the dark corner of the kitchen cupboard, "once thou also wert young in years and wisdom. I had no intent to deceive, but only to avoid dissension, of which there is already too much in the world. Therefore, be graciously pleased to aid me." And all the while the small strawberry of pink wax was nestling in the nethermost corner of the work-basket. The process of fastening the loosed button appeared a tedious one to M. Desaye, but he was magnificently patient withal. What would you in a foreign land, far from one's tailleur? He thanked his daughter profusely. But quickly she must run for the brosse à nettoyer les habits. There were threads visible only to Madeleine's bright eyes, and dust. Hélas, how lamentable the dust in the houses of America. Bien, now I depart, said M. Desaye. Madeleine followed him once more to the door, her heart filled with vague misgivings. Of a possibility, he was saying, I will on my return be accompanied by Monsieur Le Noir, if he is a Huguenot. But if, by chance, you should find that gentilhomme is a Presbyterian, she guilefully sought to detain him. You will be friends, n'est-ce pas? Her father shrugged his shoulders resignedly. Of such things I know nothing, he admitted. But I will still offer the descendant of a Frenchman my friendship. Yes. His foot sought the bottom step. He was about to depart. The kind lady of heaven had not heard, then. What would befall Harry Schwartz she hardly dared to think, and it had been all her fault. All. But stay. A lady in a light summer gown, wheeling a perambulator, had paused before the gate. She was about to enter. It is, warbled Madeleine, our propriétaire. Her young face wore an expression of devout thankfulness. One should not be too hasty in censuring the saints, who were doubtless occupied with many affairs. Monsieur Desaye's eyes followed those of his daughter. He advanced nimbly to hold the gate wide, and Mrs. Pettibone carefully guided the perambulator inside. During the simple process, she could not help but think how wonderful that she, Philura Rice, should be wheeling a baby, her baby, inside that gate, through which she had passed innumerable times in her lonely and neglected maidenhood. Mrs. Pettibone did not know that she was at that moment both an obstruction and an answer to prayer. For a brief moment, M. Desaye contemplated excusing himself on the plea of a former engagement. A woman with a baby did not offer a proper substitute for his contemplated visit ceremonious. But a second glance at the small, flushed face of their propriétaire caused him to change his mind. And his daughter Madeleine. She appeared singularly pleased to be receiving this strange lady. They had met before, these two. He must discover the mystery of a yellow dog, to which both were referring with smiles. The yellow dog, it appeared, had returned again and yet again to the parsonage, where at last his wistful brown eyes and hungry little nose had won the compassion of the minister himself. " We've named him Fido," Mrs. Pettibone was saying rather proudly. " He follows the baby carriage everywhere, and at home he watches the baby while he's taking his nap on the piazza." A plaintive whine from the gate revealed the presence of the persevering Fido. With laughter, Madeleine ran to admit him. " Méchant! " she scolded. " So I meet you again. Tell me, is it bébé you love, or the côtelette, eh? " Monsieur Desaye had hastened to fetch chairs to the patch of shady lawn, and here presently he essayed to make the acquaintance of the lady, whose appearance, he was telling himself, suggested a delicate quaintness, elusive yet undeniably agreeable. She was, he learned, the wife of that ecclesiastic who had already honoured him with a visit. He protested that he was not worthy of such condescension. Mrs. Pettibone blushed. "We should be very glad to see you at church," she said, aware of her opportunity and of her duty, which she strove to keep well in view. She gazed shyly at the French gentleman of whom she had heard such varying accounts. Mrs. Buckthorn had referred to him darkly as a godless person in our midst, given over to strong drink and Sabbath-breaking. From Electa Pratt, who lived in the rear, had come scraps of information regarding the household habits of the foreigners.
"I should think you'd hate to have such queer people living in your house, Philura," said Miss Pratt. "They set up nights till all hours, and out in under the apple tree, as if there weren't a thing to do in the world. I seen her bring a bottle and a glass out to him more than once. Somebody ought to do something."
Oh, but, reflected Mrs. Pettibone, Monsieur Desaye did not resemble even remotely the type of person known as a drinking man. He was smiling at her very kindly, and quite as if he understood her embarrassment. "Madame," he said, "permit me to thank you. I shall be most happy to accept your invitation, and my daughter Madeleine also." "We expect," said Mrs. Pettibone, "to have an evangelist in our church beginning next week. We hope everybody who is not She paused, with an appealing glance at the girl, who was cooing over the baby, nestled sleepily in his blankets. "Of course, it isn't a very good time of year, in the summer, but the session are anxious to have our revival begin before the Methodists. And besides, we can get the evangelist now, and perhaps later. I don't know why people shouldn't be converted in the summer as well as in the winter." Monsieur Desaye had listened attentively. There were several significant words in Mrs. Pettibone's little speech, which he recalled without difficulty. "Revival?" he inquired. "Of your goodness, you will make clear?" Mrs. Pettibone absent-mindedly patted the yellow dog, who laid his head upon her knee with a confiding gesture. Monsieur Desaye saw, without seeming to see, the work-worn little hand, with its painfully clean but uncared-for finger-nails. Did all women in America despise the simple arts of the toilette, he wondered? "Oh, a revival," said the minister's wife. "Oh, a revival is She paused to reflect dubiously. She must not betray the fact that she really dreaded the revival. She had already ventured to confess as much to the minister, but of course all this had been discussed in the inner fastnesses of the parsonage. Outwardly, it was her duty, as Mr. Pettibone had pointed out, to appear otherwise. She strove to smile. "Why, a revival is I will try to explain. We have a special preacher, an evangelist. Ah, yes, an evangeliste," comprehended Monsieur Desaye. "We also have such persons in France. Well, the evangelist preaches, and he has an assistant who sings. We all try to interest unconverted persons." "Qui n'est pas transformé," murmured the Frenchman. "Ah, bien, I understand. Many thanks." Mrs. Pettibone appeared slightly bewildered. We hope everyone will come," she concluded. "And be convert." Monsieur Desaye smiled pleasantly. If there was a gentle raillery in his eyes, Mrs. Pettibone did not perceive it. She had performed her duty as the wife of a clergyman, supposedly concerned above all things in the salvage of souls, domestic and foreign. Besides, Mrs. Buckthorn meant to call upon the Desayes. She had said so, and Mrs. Buckthorn would... "He is not asleep, that small one," cried Madeleine ecstatically. "See, he laughed to me. Oh, good land, I like to embrace him. He is one peach of a baby." "Would you like to hold him?" asked Mrs. Pettibone with unexampled generosity. Oh, you just bet your sweet... I forget what you bet. Mais oui, I like better to roll that baby than to eat his best bonnet. You permit, eh? Monsieur de Say perceived the startled look which had come over the face of their propriétaire. He had himself been visited of late by doubts concerning the strange and interesting idioms so easily acquired by his daughter. You not like those idioms, perhaps? He inquired, after Mrs. Pettibone had effected the transfer of her child to the soft arms of Madeleine, a process accompanied by all those inarticulate cooings common to the mothers of the race since the days of the cave-dwellers. Mrs. Pettibone smiled deprecatingly. It is really quite wonderful how quickly Mr. Say has learned English, she said. But I learned from Miss Malvina, stated Madeleine proudly. You are acquainted with Miss Malvina? Eh? Oh, yes, indeed, said Mrs. Pettibone. I have always known her. Oh, Miss Malvina is... She paused to consider. She is one of the kindest and best friends I have. Oh, but, Oh, she is most adroite, this Miss Malvina. What you call clever, said Madeleine joyously. She tell me so I make folk understand. Before, I not know enough to come in out of pluie, rain. Now I am aware of all talk American. La la, baby, la la. Those idioms of American speech are most interessant, said Monsieur de Say pointedly. But I inquire of you, madame, are they comme il faut for a young demoiselle not of the bourgeoisie? I hope I make myself of a clearness. Well, temporized Mrs. Pettibone, it is perhaps wiser to first acquire the simple rudiments of English. She spoke primly and distinctly. It seemed impossible not to harbour the impression that these foreigners were slightly deaf. And those idioms, persisted Monsieur Desaye, you not like them, n'est-ce pas? Well, for land's sake, Philura, I mean Miss Pettibone, chirruped Miss Bennet's familiar voice. If it ain't good for sore eyes to see you a-settin' out in your own yard like you used to, and me a-slippin' through the edge. Miss Malvina joyously embraced and kissed her pastor's wife in the pretty foreign fashion she had acquired from Madeleine. Oh, and that baby, ain't he the grandest? Oh, my. And Madeleine holding him as snug as a bug in a rug. Kitty, oh, where's the nice kitty? Of course, he sees our cat, with his tail as big as two on account of that there dog. I says to Ma, I just got to run over and take a squint at that baby, if it's only for a minute. Oh, say, who does he look like? It kind of reminds me of your folks, Philura. I mean, Mrs. Pettibone. But his nose and the set of his ears, I declare, when he turns them eyes isn't solemn, he's the spittin' image of Mr. Pettibone when he says, let us pray. Monsieur de Say was gazing quizzically at his neighbour, whose appearance indicated entire forgetfulness of self. She was wearing an ancient black and white muslin, and feathery curls of white hair were blowing about her forehead. For perhaps the first time, he noticed the brightness of Miss Malvina's eyes and the piquant energy of her gestures. The name Bennet did not, it was true, suggest any sprightly admixture of French blood, but there was a certain manner, a certain verve. In this country, he mused, where one finds all races commingled like salad in a bowl, one can never be sure. With this thought in mind, he looked at his neighbour a second time, then a third, and the little dressmaker, recalled to self-consciousness by his earnest scrutiny, suddenly clapped her hands to her forehead. My stars alive, she cried, if I ain't gone and come over here without my hair front. It being so warm, I took it off and hung it on a nail yesterday, and then I guess I must have slipped some paper patterns over it and clean forgot it. I bet I look most as bad as Billy Sunday after he's through a-preachin' to sinners. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Young Horatio Herbert Kitchener-Hobbs turned from the mirror, where he had been knotting his tie with scrupulous care, and faced his mother. He was a handsome fellow, and Mrs. Hobbs' eyes filled with ready tears as she gazed at him. If she had not compelled him, by every fond art known to mothers, to accompany her to America, that beautiful young face might even now be hidden in some shallow grave behind the Somme. But she dared not speak her thoughts to her son. Instead, she felt a trembling under his sombre eyes. She was afraid of what he had to say. She was always afraid of late, and shivered at the slightest sound. Her son fetched a deep, short breath, and exhaled it sharply. "What's the matter with you, Mother?" he demanded with some impatience.
With me? Oh, nothing, the woman lied hurriedly. I was just thinking, what a nice necktie you've got on, Hoddy. It's a real pretty colour. I suppose you got it down in the store? Does Mr. Trimmer allow you any discount? He ought to, seeing as you work for him, and seeing that anyway, I am glad you've got such a nice job, Hoddy.
She wiped her eyes furtively and sighed.
Going to the social?
She added, with an effort after a casual manner.
I would if I was you. It'll be real pleasant. I heard some of my customers talking.
Sit down, Mother. I want to talk to you. He led her unresisting to a chair, placed her in it, and stood over her, the fold between his eyes deepening. I've been thinking for a long time. I have no business to be here. You're comfortable now. Got a good business started, thanks to that little woman who's helping you. You don't need me.
Don't say it, Hoddy. Don't say it,
begged the woman, her head sagging weakly against the back of her chair.
I've been dreading it night and day for I don't know how long.
Time we had it over, then, he muttered.
Oh, I'd a sight rather you'd get married, Hoddy,
she wailed. Get married? Whatever put that into your head?
Oh, I don't know. Seeing you going out, all dressed up, I guess. And there's nice girls here, ain't there, Hoddy?
He thrust her suggestion behind him with an impatient gesture. Now see here, Mother. I'm going to do one of two things. I've made up my mind. I'm quitting Trimmer's this day week.
Oh, Hoddy, you're never going to give up your nice job. Oh, dear, my heart.
He flashed her a keen glance, and then unbidden fetched her a glass of water from the faucet. Here, drink this, he urged with rough tenderness. Your heart's all right, Mother, of course it's all right. Now listen, don't cry. But she continued to whimper weakly, clutching at the front of her dress.
I guess you wouldn't care if I was to die tomorrow, she said querulously. Maybe you'd be glad. Then you'd be free to go and get killed in one of them nasty trenches. That's all you're thinking of day and night. You don't care for your mother. You only care for getting your own way. That's the way with men.
He sprang from the chair he had drawn close to hers and began to pace up and down, as if he could no longer listen quietly. Thank God all women aren't such cowards, he muttered. Heaven help the world if they were. Now see here, Mother, you haven't given me a chance to say what I wanted to. It's this. I'll either go over to Canada and enlist. Plenty of Americans are doing that. And I tell you straight, I'd be ashamed to show my face in London now. Or I'll go into the munitions plant here and help that way. I won't stay in Trimmer's shop another day, selling silly high-heeled shoes to silly women. It isn't a man's job." Mrs. Hobbs sat up, dabbing at her eyes.
" I hear somebody knocking," she said, with suddenly renewed energy. " I suppose it's that Miss Bennett. But let me tell you, Hoddy, I'll never consent to your going to Canada. I'll die first. Why should you go to Canada? But they do say they're going to pay the munitions workers big money. Maybe if you was to be real careful, Hoddy, I wouldn't mind that so much. Anyway.
But he was already opening the door to a young woman to whom he had sold shoes with prodigious difficulty only the day before. He passed her with a nod and plunged down the stairs to the street. More than anything else, he wanted to get away from the sound of his mother's high-pitched American voice, which had long possessed the power of goading him to unexpected bursts of temper. He felt sorry and ashamed as he walked hurriedly along the dark street, splotched unevenly with wavering circles of light from the buzzing arcs. He had meant to be quite calm and gentle in explaining to her how impossible it had become to work any longer for Trimmer. In common with other employees of the Emporium, young Hobbs had early been made acquainted with his employer's superior brand of piety. Only that day Mr. Trimmer had invited his shoe clerk to join the choir, training for the forthcoming evangelistic campaign, accompanying his request with a card, upon which was inscribed in bold black type the question, "Are you saved?" The young man gazed at the card coldly, whereat Mr. Trimmer had exploded in a sharp tone. " How about it, Hobbs? You'll have to answer that question before the great white throne some day. Why not now? " The young man narrowed his frowning gaze to a point directly between his employer's eyes. " How about yourself, sir? " he returned sulkily. " I'm an elder in the Presbyterian Church," stated Mr. Trimmer. His shoe clerk received the information with British phlegm. " Is that tantamount to being saved, sir? " he inquired coldly. " You're an impudent puppy, Hobbs," barked Elder Trimmer. " I confound you, I'll "" That being the case, I have the honor of quitting your employ this day week, sir," said Horatio Herbert Kitchener Hobbs instantly. He squared his shoulders and his chin, while a great joy surged over his young soul. " I can leave to day, if you like," he added, expanding still further. " You, Hobbs, get busy," growled Mr. Trimmer. " I'll tend to your case in the office when I get ready." The card with its pertinent question stared up at the young man from the floor. He picked it up with the inward conviction that he had already taken the first step toward personal salvation, and now he had taken the second. But what, after all, was it to be saved? He pondered the question as he strode forward in the semi-darkness. Of one thing he was sure. To be saved, one must be free to follow one's inner conviction of right. Then all at once his introverted thoughts became sharply aware of the outer world. Hurrying toward him out of the shadows was a girl's slight figure. As she passed him, almost running, he caught the sound of a stifled sob and recognized the young French girl who had been his companion in the chase but a few days before. He turned and overtook her in a long stride. " Hullo! " he accosted her with boyish rudeness. " What's the trouble? "" Nothing," she denied. " But I heard you. Besides, you were running. Did anything frighten you? "" I am mad like a wet hen," she confessed. " One too rude man speak to me, I am run queek from such person." " You've no business to be out on the streets alone at night," he said severely. " Didn't you know that? " She shrugged her shoulders. " Miss Malvina tell me if I behave myself like nice lady in America I am okay." You understand, okay? Oui? He frowned. You oughtn't to be out alone, he repeated. Where's your father? She glanced up at him, her face dimpling with mischief. Me? I am most interested in sociable. My father is not interested. Aussi, Miss Malvina's ma has the mal de tête, so I behave myself like a lady and come quick to sociable at the parsonage. Very nice person, that Mrs. Pettibone. She do me the honor to invite, so I have politeness to come. Well, don't you do it again, said Mr. Hobbs sternly. America isn't a fool's paradise. I don't care what anybody says. It's every bit as bad as Paris or London. Worse, maybe. He scowled down at the girl. Take my arm, he commanded. I shall escort you to the sociable, and I shall bring you home again. She shook her head.
Me, I have not require beau, she said.
From this corner, I run to beat the cars, and quick I arrive. Bien? You'll do nothing of the kind, he contradicted her stubbornly. Don't you suppose I know? Don't you suppose I know? She mocked him airily from under lowered lashes. Me, I should worry. Where did you pick up all the slang, what? He inquired. Really, it's not at all the thing, you know. Slang what? Of kindness explain to me that slang what? I not know those words. Why, just now you said, I should worry. That's slang, the worst kind of United States. So is run to beat the cars. You should drop all that sort of thing. It's jolly bad form. You don't mind if I tell you? She considered his question. You are not of America, she told him kindly, and of idiom I perceive you have not studied. It is a pity. I teach you some nice slang, what? You like to learn jolly bad form, eh? He was staring straight before him with British solemnity, unlighted by any alien gleam of humour. Then he began a laboured explanation in his wooden French, by means of which imperfect medium of speech he contrived to make his meaning clear. By the time they had come within sight of the lighted windows of the parsonage, Madeleine's drooping face betrayed her complete discomfiture. 2 big tears trembled on her lashes. She shook them off impatiently. " Speak to me in English," she ordered him imperiously. " That so beautiful langue Francaise, you have killed it. You have murder. Me, I shall speak all time the slang, like the very nice young man name of Harry. Teach me. He is peach of polite person, that Harry. Much better than you, I like him." Mr. Hobbs frowned. " Who's Harry? " he inquired. " If he teaches you slang, he's a bounder, let me tell you." " I let you tell me nothing," replied Madeleine with spirit. He gazed down at her gloomily. " We're fools to quarrel," he said. " I was only trying to help you. But I should have known better." All women, he was thinking with youthful bitterness, were alike, foolish, vain, unreasoning. A lump of passionate self-pity surged up in his throat. " I'm sorry," he murmured. " I hoped " He did not in the least know what it was that he had hoped, but he appeared to himself to be gazing mournfully at something broken which had been inconceivably valuable. " Me, I excuse," murmured the girl. And after a moment's hesitation she held out her hand to him with the simplicity of a child. He was silent, battling with his vague thoughts, but he took the small repentant hand and held it fast. " You hear me? " she asked. " You are not deaf like post? You are sorry for such rude speak? Me, I excuse. Bien." Her eyes sparkled up at him out of a lovely tear mist. He roused himself. They had by now reached the gate of the parsonage. " I'll not go in," he said. " I've been awfully out of sorts all day, and that's the truth." He appeared to have forgotten her hand still clasped in his own, but he was in fact intensely aware of it. Warm currents of hope and courage appeared to be flowing from that little hand to the very centre and core of his being. " You like better to fight than put shoe on a lady," surmised Madeleine, nodding her head wisely. " Those shoe make you feel mad like hops." " You're a witch to guess it !" he cried. " Tell me, shall I go to Canada and enlist, or shall I make shrapnel? I have only one life." She had no need to inquire the dire significance of the word shrapnel. She considered his question with downcast eyes. " You have only one life," she repeated. " Only one. But you are glad to give that only one for France, is it not? " A great thrill went through him. " Would you care," he asked huskily, " if I never came back? " Some one struck up the Star Spangled Banner in the lighted parlour of the parsonage. Shrill voices caught up the strain and carried it forward in a burst of raucous triumph. Somehow the song with its shouting rhythm appeared to intrude itself between them like a visible presence. " It is chanson patriotique," murmured the young French girl. " Very loud they sing, those Americaines." " Yes," he said dully, " they sing very loud. Are you going in? " She shook her head. " Suddenly I feel alien," she told him in French. " Take me home, please." Her hand slipped from his as they turned to go away, the sound of that boastful chorus gradually lessening on the breeze, till at last only the bolder peaks of song stood out against the background of their troubled thoughts. At the gate of the small brown house under its tall maples the girl paused. Silhouetted against the drawn shade appeared the studious head of M. Desaye, also his hand holding a book. " He has not missed you," said Hoddy Hobbs. " He think I have attend sociable with Miss Malvina." " And you'll tell him you have not? " The girl shrugged her shoulders, while her hands described an eloquent arc. "If I tell Monsieur my father I have walk with a strange young man, what you think he say to me? Never again do I speak to you. I am not permit." " Promise me you will not go out again alone in the evening," he urged, waiving the dilemma. " It isn't safe." " But with you I am safe, n'est ce pas? "" Of course. But not with any one else. Promise? " She ran lightly up the path. " Good night," she breathed softly. " One mille thanks for a nice plaisir." " And you'll remember what I said? You mustn't be out on the streets alone at night." A jealous qualm assailed him at sight of her hesitation. " You spoke of some bounder you called Harry," he growled. " You'd better tell your father about him. You shouldn't know such persons." " You are mos' kind," she syllabled sweetly. " But already my father is acquainted with Monsieur Le Noir. He is one very nice person. I hitch his wagon to my star oui? Good night." He heard the door close softly after her, beheld M. Desaye's silhouette manifest surprise, then arrested attention as before the lighted curtain flitted the girl's slim figure, her hands fluttering a piquant accompaniment to the words he could not hear. In common with most Englishmen, young Hobbs entertained a lurking suspicion of Gallic veracity. " Of course she'll have to tell him something," he conceded to the exigency of circumstance. CHAPTER XX of Neighbours by Florence Morse Kingsley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The end of an arid August witnessed the opening of the Merks Munitions Works in the enlarged and renovated buildings over by the swamp. For months past, Innisfield had enjoyed a vastly increased volume of business, which the new enterprise had brought to town, and now a small army of workers had taken possession of the barrack-like buildings erected by the company in the immediate neighbourhood of the plant. Mrs. Buckthorn's protest, with its red ink signatures, had been duly forwarded to the company. Its receipt had been promptly acknowledged by the secretary of the Merks Munitions Works, who stated in a letter to Mrs. Buckthorn that its contents, as noted, would receive the earnest consideration of the stockholders. At a subsequent meeting of the Ladies' Aid Society, the damning fact was disclosed that a document of quite a different sort had been sent to the new concern, signed by the business men of the community, who had banded together to furnish substantial inducements to the Merks Munition Works to locate in our midst. It was a burning, scarifying shame, agreed the ladies, and Mrs. Buckthorn, who, as the head and front of the movement, naturally took the lead in the spirited discussion which followed, spoke strongly of Belial, and mentioned the Merks Company as an instrument in the hands of the devil, which somehow mollified everybody's feelings. It was thought to be a truly providential circumstance that the Reverend George Pilgrim would open his evangelistic campaign on the very day the Merks Munitions Company began its operations. And when, in his initial sermon, preached on a hot August night to the fluttering of innumerable fans, the Reverend Pilgrim alluded to the coincidence in picturesque terms, the women leaned forward in pleased attention, still cooling themselves busily. Whereat the Reverend Pilgrim suddenly shot up to the full height of a substantial stool placed behind the pulpit, and leaned far out over the desk, gesticulating with energy. " Put down those fans," he shouted. " I'm not preaching to fans, baseball or any other kind. Put 'em down, I say. Some of you folks'll be so hot in hell some of these days, you'll holler for a drop of water to cool your tongues, but you won't get it unless you repent and be converted. And there won't be any fans there. Talk about munitions workers. I tell you, you've all got to get busy. Take off your kid gloves and get into working clothes. You can't raise a blister with the sort of blank cartridges you've got in this church. I know your sort. You can't fool me, and you can't fool God either. They tell me there's a munitions factory started just outside of your dead old town. There's nothing dead out there. Those men are working like devils in hell to make stuff to kill men's bodies. But you, what have you been doing all these years to save men's souls? I counted 15 saloons in this town today, and 6 houses of ill fame, and 100 loafers. I haven't counted the hypocrites yet, nor the liars, nor the religious fakers. Maybe you think there aren't any. God knows better. I shall know better after I've been here a week. It's my job to throw all such stuff on the junk pile, and I'm going to do it. God can't work with stiffs. He wants real live folks that ain't afraid of dynamite. We're going to need shrapnel in this town to blow up the entrenchments of the devil. And we're going to begin with the ministers and the elders and the deacons and the church members. That's where we're going to begin. And we're going to begin right now." The people in the pews derived a fleeting satisfaction from the sight of their pastor's pale, distressed face. Mr. Pettibone was pilloried on the platform in full view of his congregation. He had read from the Bible in his usual forensic style. His succeeding prayer had been earnest and spiritual, full of pleadings for the divine mercy and the leadings of the Spirit. But its phraseology had been formal and scriptural. It had differed in no wise from the sort of prayer he had been wont to offer from what was popularly known as the sacred desk for many years past.
"Do look at Mr. Pettibone," whispered Miss Electa Pratt to her neighbour, Mrs. Deaconess Buckthorn. "And Philura, too. Ain't it funny?"
"I do hope and pray it's going to do 'em good," responded Mrs. Buckthorn piously. But the attention of the ladies was suddenly arrested by the high explosive voice of the evangelist, which appeared to be aimed directly at them, with the effect of a bursting shell. "What sort of folks do I mean by hypocrites?" he bellowed. "You don't know, eh? Well, I'll tell you what God means by a hypocrite, and you pay attention to what I tell you, or you'll wish you had some day. Every pious old duffer who keeps a corner grocery store, but whose weights and measures have been fixed so as to bring in a few more measly pennies to his till. Know any of them? Every woman who teaches a Sunday school class on Sunday and gossips spitefully about her neighbours on Monday, Tuesday, and the rest of the week. Know any such? Every girl who draws her skirts aside from her soiled sisters on the street, but stands ready to sell herself to the highest bidder who'll give her the right to put Mrs. before her name. Ever hear of such a thing? Oh, I see some of you folks grinning. That's right. Laugh and be damned. You thought I didn't get you, and you're just mean enough to laugh when you see the other fella hit. God understands your sort. You can't fool him, not for a minute. Why, there's more than 57 sorts and varieties of hypocrites. I'm not going to waste your time nor mine naming 'em. But I'll tell you one thing, my smiling friend, and just you paste it in your hat. Unless you get down to brass tacks and corner that slippery, slimy self, if you don't hunt out your own particular brand of hypocrisy and yank it out, root and branch, you can't count yourself in the kingdom. Stop snickering long enough to take in the proposition. Right now, you're either saved or lost. Ever think of that? There's no rail fence between heaven and hell for you to roost on. Your minister never talked to you like this, you're thinking. You're dead right. He never did. Why? Because your churches make cowards of your settled pastors. They ain't one of 'em between here and Frisco that dares call his soul his own. They've got the notion that their bread and butter depends on pleasing a lot of whining, hypocritical church members, and nothing short of an earthquake will shake 'em out of it. How do I know this? Well, I'll tell you. I was the pastor of a church in a western town once, and there was a rich brewer in my congregation. Used to locate of a Sunday morning right down in a conspicuous pew in the centre aisle. A big, fat, pompous-looking chap. He was worth $1 million or so, and he had that church right where he wanted it. I hadn't been their pastor a week before one of my elders warned me against the subject of temperance. "You've got to be careful, Mr. Pilgrim," says he. "'Twon't do to antagonize Mr. So-and-so. Why, do you know he contributes annually to the support of this church something like $1,000. We couldn't afford to pay your salary if it wasn't for so-and-so. Did I see the point? You can bet I saw it all right. I had a wife and 3 kids, and I'd never understood the story of Elijah and the ravens for a cent. So I was mighty careful to skate around the extreme edge of the booze question. Never went near it for more than a year. And then one Sunday, the Spirit of the Lord came upon me mightily. I looked down from the pulpit, and I saw that smug old sinner sitting there as complacent as a stuffed boa constrictor, and I let out the thunders of Sinai. God spoke through me that day, and I ripped the booze question up the back. And then I told them the truth about the measly, cowardly church, and how they'd tried to put the muzzle on me, same as they had on all their other ministers. The Lord gave me utterance. In the middle of it, old so-and-so got up and stomped out of the church, and at the same minute I caught a glimpse of my wife's white, scared face. But I was free, thank God, and I stayed so. During the fervid appeal to sinners and the tumultuous singing of the closing hymn, during which a few impressionable girls and a sparse sprinkling of grey-headed men and women representing the backsliders came forward to grasp the evangelist's hand, Mr. Pettibone's controlled features manifested little of what he was thinking. He was dimly aware of various zealous members of his flock as they approached to congratulate Mr. Pilgrim on the success of his opening sermon. "Tell you what, that's the stuff," wheezed Deacon Scrimger. "Sinners need rousing. Give 'em hellfire. I've been urging it on to our pastor right along, but shucks, he's one of them meechin' fellers you was telling about." "Praise the Lord, you ain't afraid to speak right out," said Mrs. Buckthorn, wiping the perspiration from her massive countenance. My, what a blessed season we're entering upon. I can tell you some of your remarks fairly drawed blood. But there's those in our midst needs rousing, and I guess you ain't very wide of the mark when you begin with the minister." Mr. George Trimmer announced himself as so favourably impressed by Mr. Pilgrim's sermon that he was disposed to invite the evangelist to dinner on the following day. "I should like you to meet the members of my family around the family altar," said Mr. Trimmer sonorously. "A few words from you on the subject of personal sanctification might serve to cheer us as we travel along life's pathway." But Mr. Pilgrim shook his head. He never made social visits while at work, he stated. Half an hour later, as he turned to speak to Mr. Pettibone, he appeared to notice for the first time that gentleman's perturbed and pallid countenance. "See here, Pettibone," said Mr. Pilgrim, "you don't want to take too seriously what I said tonight. I make it a rule to begin with heckling the ministers, because nothing rouses the people so effectively. Nothing personal about it, merely an opening gun. Wait and see me open up on those entrenched old hypocrites tomorrow night. I sized 'em up all right. By the way, how long have you preached here?" 20 years too long, I begin to think," said Mr. Pettibone with some bitterness. "But what can I do? You were young when you broke your chains. Besides, not all ministers can be evangelists." The Reverend Pilgrim smiled humorously. "No, but many of them might be better employed than they are now," he said. "Mind, I don't mean you, though I'm not so sure now I've had a bird's-eye view of your field." Mr. Pettibone was stonily silent. "The fact is, Pettibone," pursued Mr. Pilgrim with waning enthusiasm, "the church as a whole could be handled more effectively without settled pastors. What is needed is an organization of trained specialists paid by the church as a whole to do the work. Imagine one of these atrophied old churches treated to a course in spiritual dynamics by men like me. Men not dependent upon any one church for salary, answerable only to God and the central administration, which would have the care of all the churches. Get me?" Mr. Pettibone drew his brows into a frowning line. "I understand what you mean, yes," he assented coldly. "But, it doesn't hit you very hard, eh? Well, I'm not surprised. It's tremendously revolutionary, I know, and would involve a complete overhauling of those respectable refrigerators we call theological seminaries. But it's bound to come." Mr. Pettibone strove to consider the matter objectively. "Does your scheme provide for the usual pastoral duties, and such special sacraments as burials, weddings, and sick-bed ministrations," he propounded mildly. "It would seem to me that in severing the bond between pastor and people, much would be lost." But Mr. Pilgrim was experiencing the inevitable reaction due half an hour after preaching. His versatile mind was now occupied with thoughts of the hot bath, supper, and bed awaiting him at his hotel. He had already set down Mr. Pettibone as one of a negligible type to be eliminated from his future scheme of things. More particularly, he had disliked Mr. Pettibone's timid manner of addressing the deity. The Reverend George Pilgrim spoke loudly and familiarly to his God, using the vernacular of the streets. People sat up and listened to that sort of prayer. It was original, snappy, full of piquant surprises and racy epithets. Pettibone, he saw plainly, was a hopeless duffer. No use of wasting energy in argument with Pettibone. "Well, good night," said Mr. Pilgrim definitely. "I should be glad to call on you tomorrow morning," said Mr. Pettibone, "for the purpose of conferring." "At 11:30, snapped the evangelist. "Not a minute sooner." His wife, in her blue dressing-gown and pom-pommed slippers, was waiting for him in the study when the minister let himself into the parsonage half an hour later. "I thought you might be hungry," she excused herself, "and the baby waked up and cried. So I wasn't—" "Better go to bed, my dear," he advised. "I'm not at all hungry." His eyes wandered toward his books. She stood waiting expectantly, her hand on the knob. "I think I'll read a while," he said presently. I'm not sleepy." She turned and came toward him swiftly, impulsively, and with a spent breath he opened his arms to receive her. For a long minute neither spoke. Then she stood on tiptoe to kiss his pale face. "Silas," she said. "Silas." He patted her brown head awkwardly. "Yes, my dear, I know. Better not say it." "But, Silas, that man—" He led her unresisting to the door and gently closed it between them. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Harry," said Mrs. Schwartz, "why didn't you go to the meeting last night?" Mrs. Schwartz's rosy face wore a slightly anxious expression as she gazed across the breakfast table at her son, pleasantly engaged on his fourth muffin. "I didn't see you in the gallery or anywhere," she concluded, passing him the butter. "I didn't say I was going," said Harry, watching a lump of butter sink luxuriously out of sight in the steaming interior of his muffin. "Where did you go?" The young man gazed across the table at his pretty little mother. "Well," he said slowly, "I did have a hazy notion of stopping at the church. I've been practicing up with the choir, you know." "Yes, I know you have," she prompted him, her blue eyes searching his face. "It was a wonderful sermon. I never heard anything like it." Murmured her son, folding his napkin with unnatural care. She followed him into the hall. "Harry." "Yes, mother?" "I heard something that worried me terribly last night." "You did?" He took down his straw hat from the rack and examined it with frowning intentness. "You don't want to let that sort of thing worry you, mother," he said. "There's a lot of old tabbies around this town who haven't anything better to do except—" "Oh, yes, I know. But this was— well, never mind who it was. I heard you've been seen talking to that French girl, and that she—" "Well, what of it? What's the harm in speaking to a pretty girl?" "Oh, Harry!" "What's the matter?" he repeated. "You knew I was taking French lessons with her father. I told you so a long time ago." He threw his hat up in the air and caught it twice. The third time it struck the gas fixture with a jingling sound. "Please listen, Harry. You make me nervous throwing that hat around. You'll break the globe." "If I do, I'll buy another." There was a boastful note in her son's voice which did not escape Mrs. Schwartz. "Then it's true," she decided, clasping her hands. "Oh, dear, and I said I knew it wasn't. I said you wouldn't think of doing such a thing." "As what?" "Why, as marrying a foreigner." Harry burst into uproarious laughter. "That's what you did, Mother," he accused her. "You're a great one to talk about marrying a foreigner now, aren't you?" "Your father was born in America," she reminded him with dignity. "And besides, that's different. A French girl—" "Now, see here, Mother," he said gravely. "In the first place, I don't know as I have the ghost of a show with Madeleine." His mother made an inarticulate sound, expressive of extreme unbelief. "And even if her father wouldn't look at me. He hates everything German like poison. He thinks I'm French." Harry smiled rather sheepishly under his mother's incredulous stare. "He thinks you're French?" she exclaimed, horror-stricken. "What would your grandfather say?" Rather hazily, he sketched the circumstances which had resulted in the small deception. "What a thing for a girl to do!" she commented. "I should never have thought of it." "Of course not," agreed Harry. "You would never have thought of it. Pretty clever, eh? I've meant to explain, you know, all along. But hearing the old duffer rave about the war, our brave compatriots and all that sort of thing, I haven't done it yet. Of course, some time or other—" "It's your duty to tell him right away, Harry," his mother said solemnly. "I'm afraid Mr. Pilgrim would say you were a regular hypocrite. You should have heard what he said about hypocrites, Harry. It was awful." Harry tossed up his hat once more, and then suddenly he threw his arms around his mother and stooped his tall head to her neck. "Say, Ma," he whispered coaxingly. "Well, Harry?" I wish you'd go and see Madeleine. Oh, she's the sweetest, dearest, but I'm afraid she's way over my head." Mrs. Schwartz held her boy jealously fast. "You're too young to be thinking of such things, Harry. It's downright foolish." "I'm as old as Father was when you were married." "No. Oh, I didn't realize. Dear, dear, how the time does fly. It seems only yesterday that you were running around in dresses." "And you'll go and see her, Ma?" Mrs. Schwartz drew a deep sigh, while she patted her boy's crisp curling hair. "I suppose I'll have to if you... Oh, but if her father—" He kissed her hurriedly. "Oh, thanks, Mother. You're the best ever. Goodbye, and don't worry."
Harry walked very fast till he was well out of sight of his mother's tearful gaze. Then he lapsed into frowning thought, which at last halted his steps in front of an inconspicuous building on the main street. A flight of dusty stairs confronted him when he opened the door. He mounted them, still slowly. A door at the top of the stairs stood ajar, and a subdued clicking of typewriters filled the corridor. "No, sir," he heard someone say in what might be termed a dry business voice. "I don't doubt what you tell me is okay. But you see, we don't employ Germans at the plants, hyphenates or any other sort. Our Canada folks are firm on that point." A man, his hat pulled low on his forehead, plunged angrily down the stair. Harry stood aside to let him pass. Then he entered the door, purporting to usher one into the temporary offices of the Merks Munitions Company.
The man with the business voice had not yet resumed his place behind his desk when Harry entered. He glanced sharply at the newcomer. "Right-o, we're advertising for a few more men," he said in answer to Harry's question. With the information, he slid an application blank across the flat-top desk. "Fill it in," he commanded crisply. "No use wasting your time or ours." His own time, it appeared, could be used to advantage in whistling Tipperary between closed teeth. Harry vaguely recognized the tune as he examined the card. It contained spaces for the applicant's name, age, nationality, and other data supposedly pertinent to the manufacture of ammunition. "What's the matter?" asked the clerk jauntily. "Can't you read and write?" Harry's ears turned scarlet. He wrote with fierce little jabs and dashes, and in scowling silence flipped the card into the hand waiting to receive it. The clerk nonchalantly narrowed his gaze upon it, shifting his whistle to the corner of his mouth. "Henry Lanour. That what you call yourself, eh? Foreign, ain't it?" "I'm American-born," said Harry thickly. Just so. But we're being kind of particular what brand. Well, as long as it ain't German. And you want to be a guard. Mm-hmm. Well, now you take this card out to the plant main office and ask for Mr. Mills. I've okayed it, see?" A man with indignant grey eyes stood near the door, in an attitude of surprised attention, as Harry, still red and perspiring visibly, passed out, his card clutched tight in his hand. The two exchanged swift glances of appraisal. "Where have I seen that chap?" Harry was asking himself, as he hurried away, his hat jammed low on his sweating forehead. He wanted something to divert his attention from too close a contemplation of himself. At the back of his mind there already arose a clamour of protest demanding his swift return to the recruiting office of the Merks munitions plant. What, go back there and own up to the name of Schwartz, and let that bloomin' jay kick me down the stairs? He asked his boyish conscience, which had received much coddling at the hands of his mother and was therefore alive and kicking. What's the harm in calling myself Lenoir, I'd like to know? Means the same as Schwartz. Both of 'em mean black. Henry Black, that's my name, berights. By George, I've a good mind to change to Henry Black some time or other. I'm sick of being a hyphenate. An hour later, the good French name Henri Lenoir was set down on the payroll of the Merks concern, at a weekly wage which would soon finish paying for Harry's building lot. In imagination, he already beheld there a half-shingled house with dormers and a red roof. The thought of Madeleine as the mistress of this modest air-castle gave the knock-out blow to conscience, which finally ceased its feeble protests altogether amid the engrossing industries of the munitions plant. Late that afternoon, Harry again encountered the young fellow he had seen in the town office. He was engaged in checking up the finished product, which had already begun to be assembled in vast piles and serried ranks in the shipping warehouse. Harry, unused to thoughts of bloodshed and destruction, felt a slight shudder stiffening his blonde hair at the sight of those long rows of murderous shells. But it appeared quite otherwise with the stranger. The look of anger and vague disgust, which Harry had noted in the morning, had given place to one of rapt enthusiasm. So intent was the young man upon his work that he did not glance up as Harry passed. "That fellow's name is Hobbs," said the man who had been deputed to coach Harry in his new duties. "You'll find him here every day afternoon. Mornings he works in the filling shed." Harry turned for a second look at the man who was engaged in counting the day's product with such an air of triumph, and once more that vague shiver passed along his spine. His mother met him at the door when he came home that night, tired and dusty. "Your grandfather's here," she said, in the suppressed voice she always used in announcing the large, authoritative presence in the splint-bottomed chair. "And Harry, your father says you haven't been at the Building Loan Office for 2 days. Nathan Scrimger came over to the shop to see if you were sick." Harry scowled. "I've quit the building loan," he said sullenly. "Never get anywhere working for that bunch. Got another job with a live concern." "Why, Harry!" exclaimed his mother. "Why, Harry!" He edged past her and raced up the back stairs to his room, uneasily aware of his grandfather's booming voice in the parlour. Should he face the old man and tell him what he'd done? Some sort of explanation would be required of him, he knew, probably at the supper table. "It's none of grandfather's business," he told himself, as he strove to drown the dominant German gutturals in a rush of water from the faucet. "I've a right to earn my living any darn way I like. I'm an American." He could hear his mother stepping briskly about the kitchen, while the tantalizing odours of freshly baked biscuit and broiling ham floated up the open stairway. Harry flung his 6 feet of sturdy length on the banister and slid noiselessly down. "Supper most ready?" he inquired in a whisper. "Gee, that ham smells good." "Harry," said Mrs. Schwartz nervously, "I wouldn't get to arguing with your grandfather tonight if I were you. And Harry—" "Yes, Mother?" "I called your father out to the kitchen a minute ago to pry the top off a jar of pickles, and I told him not to mention your leaving the building loan at supper. You can explain afterward." A conscience-stricken blush mounted to Harry's forehead. "Mother," he said fervently, "you're some brick." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Neighbours by Florence Morse Kingsley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "I guess, Madeleine, you'd better go to the revival meeting tonight along with Ma and me," said Miss Malvina to her young neighbour. "I asked your pa to go, and he says he don't want to be revived till after the war. And unless the Germans give 'em back Alsace, he ain't never a-going to be. That's downright wicked," I says, "to talk that way. I kind of felt it my duty to speak right out. Your immortal soul," I says, "has got to be saved, no matter how the war turns out." Just like that I says it to him. Then I shrugged my shoulders and says, "Mais n'importe," meaning in your lingo, "but I don't know as it's any of my funeral." I thought I should die laughing to see his face. "Why, Miss Malvina," says he, "I hope it would matter much to you." To think of him understanding my French. "You are sure progress fine and dandy," said Madeleine complacently. "Me aussi, I speak English easy as log from roll." Miss Malvina bent double with cackling laughter. "Oh, that ain't right," she corrected her pupil. "You want to say as easy as rollin' off a log. Oh, but I guess by rights I ought to be more solemn like, seeing as we're going to a meeting tonight. Me and Ma'll call for you in plenty of time. They say seats is scarce after 8 o'clock. "As teeth of hen?" inquired Madeleine. "Oh, you don't always have to put in the N every time you speak of things being scarce," replied Miss Malvina kindly, "though there ain't anything scarcer 'n hen's teeth as far as I know." The little dressmaker had composed her face to a proper seriousness by the time she and Ma Bennett arrived at Monsieur Desaye's door that evening. The Frenchman, in the easy dishabille of his frogged velvet coat, received them with his wonted ceremonious politeness. "Ah, madame, bonsoir. And Miss Malvina? Honor me by entering my humble home. That is very nice word, home. You have made it home by entering, mes chers amis." Mrs. Bennett submitted awkwardly to having her hand kissed, and then, seated in a large crimson-cushioned fauteuil, she gazed through her far-sighted specs at the strange metamorphosis of Miss Philura Rice's front parlour. The rugs, the pictures, the dim splendours of leather-bound books, the curious bits of faience afforded the old lady a singular satisfaction. as she had frequently expressed it to her daughter. I could sit all day a-looking at the mess of things in that house. On the present occasion, absorbed in vague contemplation of her surroundings, she paid small heed to the conversation between her daughter and Monsieur Desaye. Madeleine, she understood, had been late in clearing away the supper dishes. She would be down tout de suite, a phrase Ma Bennett interpreted uncertainly as referring to Madeleine's youthful beauty. So far as Ma's concerned, Miss Malvina was saying, she don't need no revivin'. There never was a piouser woman than Ma Bennett in this here vale o' tears. She went to church reg'lar, rain or shine, for more 'n 50 years. And as far as funerals and like that, there couldn't nobody be more faithful, always settin' in the front row by the remains. I remember bein' took to funerals when I wa'n't no bigger 'n a grasshopper. But Ma used to say it never took the laugh out o' me. I remember tee-heeing right out at old Miss Bascom's funeral, and Ma had to carry me out. Oh, she warmed me good for that, I can tell you. Miss Malvina was appropriately clad in her Sunday best Henrietta cloth dress, with the purplish black of her best hair front carefully disposed under the brim of a black straw hat adorned with jaded flowers. Monsieur Desaye secretly deplored his neighbour's costume, more particularly the hair front, which concealed, as he knew, snow-white locks of persistent curliness. He listened attentively to Miss Malvina's remarks, making mental notes of several unfamiliar idioms to be looked up later. At present he had in mind an inquiry which related itself to Miss Malvina's bright eyes and piquant gestures. " You have lived always in America? " he asked. " You are a native, n'est-ce pas? "" Well, I don't know as I ever thought myself as a native. They're mostly coloured like Injuns and such. But I was born right in this here town. So was Ma. We're real old-timers. Anyway, the Bennetts is. And I guess the Du Boises was, too. That's Ma's folks. Ma's name was Henriette Du Bois before she married Pa Bennett." Miss Malvina pronounced the maternal cognomen, Du Bois, with a strong accent on the final syllable. She was astonished at the effect of her words upon her listener. " Madame, your mother, was called Henriette? " he cried. " It is Francaise. Appelez, spell for me that Du Bois. It is Dubois, eh? Henriette Dubois. Allons, now I understand. Enfin, I have perceived." Miss Malvina stared. Du Bois is spelt D-U-B-O-I-S, she said, but it wasn't never pronounced Dubois, as I know of. Ma? Oh, listen here, Ma. Yes, Malviny, murmured the old lady, roused from a rapt contemplation of a certain carved tabouret covered with faded tapestry. " Weren't your folks real Americans? " demanded her daughter. " They weren't none of 'em foreign born, was they? " Mrs. Bennett's dim eyes brightened to something like animation. " I remember hearing my father say his folks come from the other side," she said. " I guess Pa was some foreign. I know he used to git all het up 'cause folks never spoke his name right. But us children didn't mind. An' after us girls got married we never thought no more about it. There wa'n't no reason to be particular whether it was Du Bois or Dubois, as Pa used to call it." Monsieur Desaye arose with an air of solemnity. He bowed low before Ma Bennett, heels together, hand upon his heart. " Madame Henriette Dubois Bennett," said he, with magnificent disdain for the uncompromising Bennett, " mes félicitations. You are of my country by extraction." Ma Bennett emitted a little cackle of remonstrance at the touch of his bearded lips upon her forehead, but by virtue of that chaste salute she had become forever enshrined, as it were, in those inner fastnesses of M. Desaye's affections reserved for compatriots alone. To Miss Malvina he said nothing, being apparently absorbed in a contemplation of Ma's faded lineaments. For land's sake, exclaimed the little dressmaker with a sort of awe. To think of Ma Bennet being French. Monsieur Desaye turned quickly around. Ma chère amie, he murmured, you are also one of us. Ah, I knew it. Not for nothing, those gestures, those expressions piquantes. You are Française. All Française. Well, I don't know as I care if I be, chirruped Miss Malvina joyously. A body might be a sight worse off, I guess. But what in creation will Mrs. Deaconess Buckthorn say? Madeleine, who had entered the room unnoticed, observed the excited demeanour of the three elderly persons with the surprised compassion of youth. To be old, to wear a false front and an ugly hat, seemed to her incompatible with jubilance of any sort. She betrayed little surprise when informed of the momentous discovery. C'est la même chose, she murmured, as she kissed Miss Malvina's cheek and spread a graceful curtsy before Madame Henriette Dubois Bennet, to whom her father presented her with empressement. No more I can love you than before, but if my father, he love you better, then I am happy as tide at high clam. Oh, you'll kill me yet, Madeleine, vowed Miss Malvina. Your talk's a regular hasty puddin'. Oh, but sakes alive, we won't get no seats if we don't make tracks for the church. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Miss Bennet's apprehensions were well founded. The church was already filled to overflowing when they arrived. But Mr. Henry Pratt, in the role of a zealous usher, thought there might be a few choice seats in the choir. He'd been instructed, he told Miss Malvina with a secular chuckle, to fill such vacancies with sinners on the stroke of 8. " Oh, go along with you, Henry Pratt," chided Miss Malvina indignantly. " Ain't you ashamed to talk that way to Ma Bennett and me? If we're sinners, I'd like to know what in creation you be." There was a loud chorus in progress, goaded to quickened repetition by the energetic young man occupying a conspicuous soap-box between choir and congregation. " That's the evangelist regular singer, Jim Baldwin," Miss Malvina explained to Madeleine as the three ladies followed Mr. Pratt's brisk lead to the platform. " They say he used to be a streetcar conductor. I guess you could hear him holler from here to Boston. He's just grand for a revival." Madeleine was still very much in the dark as to the nature and purpose of a revival when she took her seat next to a pink-cheeked girl who was singing loudly out of a paper-covered songbook. The erstwhile street conductor's stentorian tones penetrated the tide of song.
" Come, wake up there! Can't you put some pep into your singing? Now then, open up, everybody, and let her fly to the glory of God."
" Better pretend to sing, even if you can't," whispered the pink-cheeked girl. " Baldy won't stand for it to see folks sitting in the front row with their mouths shut." But Madeleine timidly shook her head. She was wishing she had not come to the revival with Miss Malvina and Ma Bennett, who, looking unnaturally pale and solemn in their black clothing, were seated on the opposite side of the platform. But she was temporarily relieved from apprehension when the young man got down from his soap-box and the evangelist rose to speak. For a while Madeleine strove to understand what the man was saying in his monotonously loud, hoarse voice. She thought he must be very angry with everyone present, for he shook his fists, banged the books on the desk, and when in a climax of fiery denunciation he climbed nimbly to the very top of the pulpit, she involuntarily clutched at the pink-cheeked girl. " What is the matter with that man? " she asked. " Me, I think I am alarm." " Sh! " warned the other girl, conscious of the watchful regard of Mr. Baldwin. Madeleine's startled eyes were gradually finding friends in the congregation. In a pew near the front sat their propriétaire, Mrs. Pettibone. She did not appear alarmed, the girl perceived, though her face wore the tense, strained expression which seemed to have communicated itself from the speaker to his audience. Madeleine had vaguely understood from Miss Malvina's previous explanations that the revival was a special sort of religion. It was difficult, she thought, to understand religion, and more particularly the religion of America. In France, it appeared to associate itself with shadowy, peaceful old churches, with sunshine mellowed by immemorial stained glass streaming in across kneeling worshippers, and with the snowy veils and wreaths of one's first communion. In the world it meant doing small deeds of kindness and keeping the heart pure from guile. Madeleine's wondering gaze roved from one troubled, intent face to another, till at last it rested with pleased surprise upon Harry Schwartz, sitting next to the rail on the opposite side of the platform. A faint blush stole into the girl's cheeks as she passed in swift review their meeting of yesterday. " I think of nothing but you all day long," Harry had said, as he held her hand at parting. And Madeleine somehow understood the English words perfectly. She wondered if Harry was thinking of her now, as he sat motionless, his head supported upon his hand which partly concealed his face. She had seen Harry almost every day of late, always by chance, of course, and sometimes for the briefest of moments. It was most desirable, indeed necessary for one's health, to take the air in the cool of the morning, or, better yet, in the cool of the evening. And it was singular how often one chanced to meet one's friends bent on similar errands of refreshment. That queer Mr. Hobbs, too, who spoke French whenever she would permit, Mr. Hobbs had come quite boldly to call upon her father soon after their small adventure, and had been received by M. Desaye with marked favour. On such occasions Madeleine sat unobtrusively silent, listening to the conversation, which, as a matter of course, concerned itself with the war. M. Desaye and young Hobbs had quickly found a common ground in their keen regret at being personally absent from the great conflict. Then both men had glanced guardedly at Madeleine, as if in her quiet presence each found a satisfying reason for his conduct. Madeleine still found the young Englishman intéressant, but only once had she compared him, in the privacy of her thoughts, with Harry. There were no further French lessons, now that Harry was working in the munitions plant, and it was just at this point of their common labour that she had been led to think of the two young men at one and the same moment. Mr. Hobbs was working at the manufacture of shrapnel because he wanted to kill Germans, but Harry was working for her. He had told her so both in French and in English. His French was of a frightfulness, to be sure, but his English left large loopholes for the imagination. " I'm going to build a bang-up house on my lot," he informed Madeleine, " and don't you forget it, little girl. You're going to live in that house some day. That's why I changed my job. I'm out for the simoleons for fair." Simoleons was a long and difficult word for money, Madeleine learned. The very much soiled American money was likewise called cash, bucks, rocks, as well as dollars. It was all very puzzling. Yet her thoughts lingered about the novel idea of Harry actually building a house. She had shaken her head over his odd notion that she should ever live in that house. " But you will, sometime," he urged. " Please say yes." " I not like that word yes," she objected, an elusive sparkle in her eyes. " Never do I speak yes. It is not a nice word." " Say oui, then," boldly urged Harry. " We, us, and company is a dandy idea." Was Harry thinking about his house, she wondered, as he sat, his head on his hand, apparently oblivious to the thunders of oratory from the pulpit? But no, it could not be, with that expression of keen anxiety, almost of pain. Why was he so still, as if frozen into rigid immobility? Her girlish curiosity was rapidly merging into anxiety, when suddenly, as if all at once aware of the soft fire of her gaze, the young man looked up. Their eyes met. An innocent smile dimpled at the corners of Madeleine's lips. For a thrilling instant he watched her, his troubled eyes full of the question which had been tormenting him under the spell of the evangelist's preaching. He had been considering his monstrous fraud in assuming the name Lenoir. He had known all along that it was questionable, that he should have explained himself and his paternity to Madeleine's father. And now he was using it to gain money. For her, all for her. But was it honest money? Mr. Pilgrim had chosen the subject of honesty with God and man as the topic of his sermon that night. With unsparing hand he had stripped off the multicolored rags of hypocrisy and deceit with which sinning humanity strives to cover its nakedness. A wayfaring man, though a fool, could furnish no valid excuse for not understanding the purport of Mr. Pilgrim's discourse. The entire congregation, with the exception of Madeleine, whose engrossing thoughts in fluent French shut out all save the sound of the preacher's voice, realized themselves glissading down a slippery incline leading to fiery death. And thus it was that Harry, his stupefied conscience once more awake and loudly seconding the sermon, beheld only one way of escape. He must presently stumble to his feet, and before all the staring eyes of the village must somehow compass the distance between his shaky camp chair and the open space before the pulpit reserved for those under conviction. He must confess his sins, particularly those of omission, to someone, anyone. There was no other way by which to save his soul from that eternity of poignant misery which yawned beneath his very feet. The reproaches, humiliation, and obloquy which would assuredly follow upon the heels of his confession seemed of little moment to Harry compared with the blessed relief of once more facing his future with unabashed eyes. He would be saved at any sacrifice of pride or passion. In token of this momentous decision, Harry once more raised his head and straightened his bowed shoulders. His eyes were searching the crowded room for his mother's face. She would be horrified, he knew, at the revelation of his crime. His deceit appeared no less than a crime to Harry in his excitement. But she would be happy when... Then all at once his heart leapt to his throat. Some potent force had drawn his questing gaze to the chairs opposite, to Madeleine's face, with its soft rose and the melting fire of dark eyes. Madeleine smiled. After all, what was there to confess? He had committed no sin worthy of an unthinkable Hades. Had Madeleine not given him his name? Like a knight of old, he would wear his lady's favour in the battle of modern existence. It was a glorious thought. The loud singing waxed and waned, obeying the imperious baton of the young man on the soap-box. Harry's lusty young baritone swelled the chorus. He felt joyously light and free as he watched the reluctant progress of persons from all parts of the house toward that small cleared space before the pulpit. The evangelist was stooping forward to grasp the hands outreached to his lean face flushed with the triumph of hard-won victory. That's right, he was saying over and over. When the slow procession of repentant sinners appeared to linger unduly, he again leapt to his feet, by turns pleading, cajoling, threatening. The personal workers, under the whip and spur of his stinging rebukes, redoubled their efforts. Harry watched impersonally the majestic approach of Mrs. Deaconess Buckthorn as she mounted the wooden steps of the platform. Then he glanced once more at Madeleine, who stood gazing at the confused scene with the wide-eyed amazement of a child. He saw the pink-cheeked girl stoop to whisper in her ear, saw Madeleine's puzzled smile, and a sort of fierce indignation surged up within him. It was as if some ignorant blunderer had ruthlessly broken the innocent sleep of childhood. " Darling," he muttered to himself, " she doesn't understand a word of this farce. Why should she? " Then he became aware that Mrs. Buckthorn had come to a standstill at his side. Her eyes, between opposing folds of flesh, were fixed tearfully upon him. " My dear young friend," she said, " I've been a watchin' you all through that blessed sermon. An', thinks I, Harry Schwartz is a sinner under conviction if ever I see one. Praise the Lord! Let me take you by the hand and lead you to the ark of safety." Harry shook off the moist, fat hand which sought to enfold his own. " Oh, I guess you're mistaken," he muttered. " I'm all right." " Oh, my dear boy, don't put it off," entreated Mrs. Buckthorn. " If there's anythin' holdin' you back, any darlin' sin that's got a hold of you, do repent before it's too late." But Harry pushed rather rudely past the lady. He wanted more than anything else to take Madeleine away from Jim Baldwin, who appeared to be urging her forward almost by force. The girl glanced up at Harry with a sigh of relief as he gained her side. " Oh, I like best to depart from this so strange place," she murmured plaintively. " Me, I am not devote, non. To be religious I will not. I find Miss Malvina and go home quick to my father." " Great heavens, man! Can't you see she doesn't know enough English to understand what you're saying? " demanded Harry roughly. " Leave her alone, will you? " Mr. Baldwin stared angrily at the intruder. " You'd better hit the trail yourself, young man," was his trenchant advice, " before the trail hits you. See? " Harry's sole reply consisted in a well conducted retreat. " Never you mind Miss Malvina," he said to Madeleine. " I'll take you home, all right." CHAPTER XXIV of Neighbours by Florence Morse Kingsley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That same evening Mr. Kitchener Hobbs had also attended the services in Mr. Pettibone's church. He had done so for a good yet simple reason, entirely disassociated with religious convictions of any sort. Mrs. Pettibone had asked him very sweetly to come. The little lady was walking slowly along the street, pushing the perambulator before her. Enthroned in this luxurious vehicle, and quite pink and complacent, young Master Pettibone viewed the passing show, which consisted at the moment of a muddy farm wagon, a yellow dog frisking ahead with extravagant demonstrations of joy, and a single rather grimy pedestrian. This person would have hurried past without a show of recognition had not Mrs. Pettibone stopped him. " Why, Mr. Hobbs," she said, " how do you do? " The young man touched his cap respectfully. He did not wish to stop and talk with Mrs. Pettibone, but he appeared to have no choice in the matter. " Don't you think the baby has grown? " she demanded proudly. " He'll soon be 6 months old." The young Englishman affected to examine the infant with surprise. He was a thorough gentleman, as was the illustrious soldier whose name he bore. " He's jolly well grown since I saw him last," he agreed with gratifying sincerity. " And is that the dog we chased the day you exchanged your slippers, Mrs. Pettibone? " Mrs. Pettibone beamed rosily upon Mr. Hobbs. To think of his recalling the trifling circumstance so precisely! He must really be a remarkable young man. She'd speak to Mr. Pettibone about him. In the meantime she must not forget his immortal soul. " It's the very same dog," she told him. " He's the most intelligent animal, and he loves the baby." Having exchanged these amenities, Mr. Hobbs appeared about to pass on. " Oh," faltered the minister's wife, I just wanted to ask you, are you attending the revival services at the church? " Mr. Hobbs shook his head. He seldom went out of an evening, he said. "Oh, but Mrs. Pettibone's face had crimsoned painfully with the effort she was making to do her duty. "If you haven't, you really ought, you know. Everyone ought to. Don't you think one should be quite sure?" The young man looked honestly puzzled. "Quite sure?" he repeated. "Yes, of being saved. Oh, but I never could speak to anyone properly about their souls, as of course I ought to, being a minister's wife." Mrs. Pettibone was quite breathless by now. She clutched the handle of the perambulator so tightly that her knuckles showed white through the skin. Mr. Hobbs blushed youthfully. "I'm sure I ought to thank you," he said, "but really—" "Oh, please promise me you'll go to the meeting tonight," she persisted, still breathlessly. "I'm afraid I'm not a good worker in the church. Oh, but if you—" He was surprised to see tears glistening on her sparse lashes. "I promised Mr. Pilgrim," she added dejectedly. "And now I've tried. But if you—" "I'll come to your church if you'd like me to," he said quickly. "I shan't mind, really." Her gratitude was touching. Young Hobbs got away from it hastily. Still, he had promised to attend the meeting, and being a man of his word, he found himself in a rear pew as the church bell ceased its urgent appeals. He listened with serious attention to the sermon and the singing. In the light of his thoughts, it was unfortunate that to Elder George Trimmer had been assigned the task of speaking to the unconverted and backsliders in that section of the congregation where young Hobbs was seated. The conversation between the two men was brief and pointed. At its conclusion, the erstwhile shoe clerk of the Trimmer Emporium, with a bitter smile upon his lips, strolled out to the vestibule. He had seen Madeleine enter with Miss Malvina and Ma Bennett, and the thought of himself walking home with her in the cloudy darkness of the autumnal evening soothed his ruffled feelings. Through the open door of the church he saw that a light rain was falling, and congratulated himself on his forethought in bringing an umbrella. It seemed a long time before he saw her coming through the swinging door, closely followed by a tall young man with indeterminate features and a ruddy complexion. He'd seen him before, he knew. Also, for no reason whatever, he disliked the fellow, even before he perceived his arrogant assumption of proprietorship in Madeleine. "Good evening, Miss Madeleine," said Kitchener Hobbs in French, affecting not to see her companion. "It is raining, but fortunately, like a true Londoner, I fetched my umbrella. You will let me take you home?" The girl blushed with girlish embarrassment. "You are of a politeness," she murmured, "but you will excuse most kind, n'est-ce pas?" "It is raining quite fast," particularized Mr. Hobbs, still unconscious of the masculine presence at Madeleine's side. Harry Schwartz scowled blankly at the wet, shining pavements and the wet, dripping foliage. Then his eyes brightened. In an umbrella stand near the door he spied the means of escape. "I have an umbrella," he said, calmly possessing himself of a large, substantial article bearing the name Buckthorn prominently displayed upon its handle. He assured his badly abused conscience that he would return it before Mrs. Buckthorn had finished her pious labors within. Upon Mr. Hobbs he bestowed a single glance of defiance. "Perhaps we'd better hurry along," he suggested to Madeleine. "Then I'll hustle back with an umbrella for Miss Malvina and the old lady." Madeleine hesitated. To avoid wounding a friend while declining a kindness required one's savoir-faire. "Mr. Hobbs," she began with a bewitching glance of entreaty, "I am very much hope you are not mad with me, but I have honor to tell you Mr. Schwartz take me home. You are acquainted with him, n'est-ce pas?" The two young men stared at each other, with a slight, very slight stiffening of their spinal processes. In their eyes shone the primeval glint of the male animal. Madeleine was vaguely alarmed. " Very nice person, Monsieur Le Noir," she murmured. " Very much you like him, Mr. Hobb? "" I didn't catch your name, sir," said Kitchener Hobbs. " My name is Schwartz," snapped Harry. Then he suddenly grew pale. " Haven't I seen you at the plant? " inquired Mr. Hobbs, unpleasantly circumstantial. Harry controlled himself with an effort. " I work there," he said. Madeleine had retreated to the door of the audience room, from whence issued triumphant bursts of song. " I think it best I wait for Miss Malvina," she murmured, her eyes wide with apprehension. " I quite agree with you," said Mr. Hobbs, deliberately turning his back upon Harry. " Miss Bennett might be alarmed at not finding you." Harry's heart was pounding furiously in his scarlet ears. " Look here," he said thickly, addressing himself to his rival, " who asked you to butt in? " Mr. Hobbs assumed as well as he was able the expression of Lord Kitchener after his return from Khartoum. He did not appear to have understood the rude question. " I think you will not have long to wait," he said to Madeleine, in her own language, which to his angry antagonist sounded precisely like the flawlessly unintelligible speech of M. Desaye. Harry, all his Teuton and Revolutionary blood suddenly rising to the boiling point with love and fury, closed in upon Mr. Hobbs. He had not been so angry since a boy in the third grade of the public school had called him Sissy because his mother had persisted in sparing his yellow curls. On that occasion young Harry had fallen fearlessly upon the aggressor, though he was twice his size, and beaten him unmercifully. " You didn't answer me," he stated hoarsely, in unpleasant proximity to Mr. Hobbs's ear. " No, and I don't intend to," replied Mr. Hobbs disdainfully. " You're the sort of bounder a gentleman doesn't recognize." At this psychological instant Madeleine's quick wits prevented a continuation of hostilities which might have resulted disastrously on the very threshold of the revival. She laid her hand lightly on Harry's sleeve, beneath which bulged angry muscles. " Very much obliged," she said sweetly. " You are most friendly and of a politeness, oui? May I present to you 1,000 thanks. We wait for Madame Dubois Bennett and Miss Malvina. Yes? " Into the final word, which she had declined to utter only the day before at his entreaty, the girl managed to convey such coaxing sweetness, such alluring charm, that Harry felt his rage suddenly vanish like a wind-blown mist. " All right," he murmured, his honest blue eyes beaming down upon her. " Anything you say goes." " Sure it does," she made haste to agree. " You are, my friend, of a right deadness. Tres bien." And then upon the smart of Mr. Hobbs' resentment she poured the balm of her smile. " How I am glad for very nice ombrelle," she warbled. " Miss Malvina aussi, and Madame her ma, snug as a bug in a rug, all every one, with such great kindness of our friends." Mr. Hobbs regained his presence of mind at a single bound. " Charmed, I'm sure, to be of some small service," he said, with a bow which would have gained him recognition in Hyde Park. " Permit me." He pressed his umbrella into Madeleine's hand, and was gone into the rainy night before she could utter a remonstrance. Perhaps it was fortunate that Miss Malvina and Ma Bennett came hurriedly forth at that moment. Miss Malvina's cheeks were flushed, her eyes bright. " Well, I d'clare, Madeleine !" she exclaimed. " So that's what's become of you. Harry Schwartz, you ought to be in there, settin' with the mourners this minute. I seen you take Madeleine away just as Jim Baldwin was a laborin' with her." " She wanted to go home," Harry excused himself inadequately. " A poor excuse is better 'n none. retorted Miss Malvina. If it hadn't been for Ma, I don't know but what I'd have joined in with the backsliders. But Ma didn't catch much of what he was saying. Oh, and besides, she got a pain in the small of her back from setting so long in that pesky camp chair. And then along comes Henry Pratt, and had the nerve to ask Ma and me to hit the trail. Why, who's got on a trail, Malviny? Says Ma, innocent. I thought I should die. Mr. Sign Painter Pratt, I says, severe. If you'd have took that sermon in, I says, you wouldn't be talking no such nonsense to Ma Bennett. You ain't worthy to unbutton her shoes, I says, and I'd like it to sink deep in your ears, speaking of the subject of the sermon, I says, which was honesty, that the paint on my dressmaking sign is peeling off already, and me a-paying $1.75 for it less than 6 months ago. You go down on that trail, Henery, I says, and see if you can't get a hold of a brand of religion that'll make you mix your paint with linseed oil instead of kerosene. Quite unabashed by this pointed exposition on common honesty, Harry spread the buckthorn umbrella over Madeline, while Miss Malvina and Ma went on before, under the shelter so kindly loaned by Mr. Hobbs. Wasn't it nice of him to think of 2 old women like me and Ma? Floated back to the 2 young people over Miss Malvina's shoulder. I'll bet $1 Oddie Hobbs'll get a star in his crown for that. What is star in crown? Propounded Madeline, striving to pierce the gloom of Harry's demeanour. I never saw one of 'em, replied Harry dejectedly, and I guess I never will now. Will I ever see one of those crowning stars? Persisted the girl. You like them, eh? They look dandy on you, sighed Harry. But I hope you won't get one for a long time yet. Say, Madeleine, there's something I want to ask you. Très bien. Yes? A cold trickle from the buckthorn umbrella, winding deviously down the back of his collar, still further depressed the sinking barometer of Harry's feelings. There's a lot of things I want you to tell me. I've got to know 'em or go up the spout. All right, the girl encouraged him. Say, do you think it's square for me to go on being called Le Noir? On the level now, have I any right to that name? Madeleine pondered the proposition, expressed in terms of 2 dimensions, with care. What is square? She inquired cautiously. Is that a nice word, square? If I could jabber French like that nervy chap Hobbs, I could explain in a jiffy, he growled deep in his throat. In a jiffy? An automobile? Oui, I understand. Oh, hang it. I didn't say jitney, protested Harry. Look here, Madeleine. We'll cut out the figures of speech for once and try to get down to brass tacks so you'll savvy, see? Brass tack, oui, très bien. Do you remember when you introduced me to your father, votre father? You know, you didn't want him to catch on that I was German. Well, of course I ain't. I'm American clear to the backbone, and I'll knock the spots out of any cheap sports who dares to say I ain't. I'm American, all right, but I've got a Deutsch name, Heinrich Schwartz. I don't care. It's a blamed good name, and it's an American name because I'm one. And what's more, it's going to be an American name for I don't know how long. Harry paused, impressed with the spotless pages of American history embellished with the name of Heinrich Schwartz, which seemed suddenly unrolled before him. It's time all this darn nonsense about names was wiped out, he stated with some violence. Why isn't Schwartz as good as Black or Le Noir? I'm blamed if it ain't. But I guess I've put my foot in it by translating it into blooming Belle Française. If that British chap should give me away at the plant... You call yourself Le Noir at plant? Asked Madeleine. suddenly pouncing on the crux of the matter like a preternaturally bright kitten. Yes, admitted Harry reluctantly. They were turning away applicants with German names. I wanted the job. You know why. If you don't, I'll tell you again. I want you to marry me as soon as I earn enough to build my house. I love you, Madeleine. Harry's voice was scarcely audible as he made his final fateful statement. It seemed to him that he had shouted it from the housetops. Every lighted window glimpsed through vistas of dripping foliage appeared to be spying upon him with stealthy enjoyment. His heart thumped loudly in his ears as he waited for her answer. But Madeleine, it seemed, was still pondering his initial question. Ought he to call himself Le Noir in order to earn money? This much she had comprehended clearly. I think I ask my father, she said at last. I explain all to him, then I tell to you. You like me to explain, n'est-ce pas? Then you do. Oh, Madeleine! Harry's further utterance was choked with rapture, but he managed to possess himself of her hand, which he squeezed fervently. But I guess it's up to me to face the music, he added dubiously. She had withdrawn the squeezed hand with a little cry. Oh, did I hurt you? He inquired penitently. I'm so happy, I guess I didn't realize. Say, Madeleine, did you mean it? Her upturned face in the strong radiance of a swinging arc-light was so lovely that he yearned to kiss it, but the puzzled pucker between her brows deflected him from his purpose. I can never be sure just how much you take in of what I'm saying, he complained. Darn it! If I'd only worked harder while I had the chance, I might have been able to parlez-vous by now. Come to think, I do know the first part of one verb. J'aime. Savez j'aime, Madeleine? To his dismay, she burst into ringing mirth. Oh, you are most funny, Harry, she told him. Oh, quick, I die laughing. Funny? He echoed. Then you think it's a joke when a man asks you to marry him, do you? That's what I'm trying to say. I want you for my wife. Do you know what wife means? His face changed subtly from the inchoate good looks of the boy to the stern masterfulness of the man bent toward her. Do you? He urged. She shook her head airily. I think best you étudier le dictionnaire français, she said. Enfin, I understand more quick. Her eyes, bright as stars in the uncertain light, told him nothing. All right, he said doggedly. I'll get busy. There's a few words I'm going to make you understand if I study all night. Merci 1000, my friend. Me, I also study my dictionnaire anglais, and I find all those strange words, those wife and to marry him. You like me to do it, Harry? Madeleine! But already they'd reached the gate of Miss Philura's little house, which had once swung wide to the sober, middle-aged wooing of the Reverend Silas Pettibone, and she had passed quickly inside. Those parapluies, she reminded him. You are obliged to take him? Oh, that's right, he exclaimed, a vision of the outraged Mrs. Buckthorn vainly searching for her umbrella adding itself to the sum total of his discomfiture. As he sprinted down the street, he could hear Madeleine's high, sweet call of greeting and farewell to Miss Malvina, who had evidently been watching for her safe arrival. Confound it, murmured Harry, vaguely displeased with Miss Malvina, the world at large, and most of all with himself. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Neighbours by Florence Morse KINGSLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As was entirely natural, Mr. Hobbs called for his umbrella on the following evening.
He did not, he explained to Monsieur Desaye, wish to put anyone to the trouble of returning the parapluie, which he was only too happy to have had with him for the service of the ladies. Monsieur Desaye knew of no such umbrella. He searched among his own without success. But would not Monsieur Hobbs do him the honour of entering his humble abode? His daughter Madeleine, who was at the moment visiting their amiable neighbour Mademoiselle Dubois Bennet, might know about the umbrella. And this put him in mind of the singularly interesting discovery he had made with regard to Miss Malvina's ancestry. It was pleasant to be able to relate the piquant incident in his own tongue, which the young Englishman understood without difficulty. And so, for the better part of an hour, the father of Madeleine discoursed at length on the amazing tout ensemble of the so-called American, born of many nations, yet resembling none. Even the German American, Monsieur Desaye pulled a wry face at the hyphenate word, frequently exhibited small traces of his deplorable Teuton blood. Did Monsieur Hobbs, par exemple, number any such person among his acquaintance? Mr. Hobbs hesitated. Here was the appropriate dagger, its handle toward his hand. Should he use it? Was it not indeed his duty to warn the unworldly father of Madeleine that a certain bounder — he could think of no other descriptive adjective for the rude and bucolic Harry — a German, never mind the American, even now threatened his domestic peace? His newly acquired sense of duty and the stern Kitchener code of honour struggled together for an instant. He determined upon a safe middle course. Far be it from a Kitchener Hobbs to meanly retaliate upon his rival, but to instil a proper amount of caution into the receptive mind of Monsieur Desaye need not collide with the strictest manual of deportment. Well, since you ask me, sir, I will say that I do know such a person. Young Hobbs grew uncomfortably hot inside his starched collar. How was he to convey the much-needed warning without actual hypocrisy? Monsieur Desaye eyed him intently. "Ah," he ejaculated softly. "And what, pray, do you think of him?" "I don't like him, sir," said Mr. Hobbs sternly. "Naturellement," agreed the Frenchman, with a shrug. Kitchener Hobbs frowned at his boots, which were impeccably polished. Then suddenly his brow cleared. He had determined upon a bold course, one which would give him the right to speak unreservedly to the father of Madeleine. "The fact is, sir," he blurted out, "I love your daughter. I hope you have no objections."
You love my daughter? And you hope I've no objection?
Monsieur Desaye's tone was carefully modulated. His smile might even be construed as encouraging. "I'm not rich," modestly admitted Mr. Hobbs, "but I'm clean and honest. I'm an Englishman. My mother is American."
Allons, you are also of that mélange, tant bon que mauvais.
The Englishman reddened angrily. "Better English American than German American," he said stiffly.
But why either? Inquired Monsieur Desaye, pleasantly impersonal. I return to France. My daughter also. Enfin, she marries a Frenchman. It is my purpose.
"You forget that your daughter is beautiful, and that she's unprotected from the advances of even Germans in a country where, as you say, the good and the bad are mixed in pretty even proportions." It was Monsieur Desaye's turn to redden angrily.
You will of your goodness explain yourself, monsieur? He said with ominous politeness.
"Do you chance to know a fellow who calls himself Le Noir?" asked Hoddy Hobbs, casting altruism and the Kitchener code to the winds.
Henri Le Noir? Young, of a ruddy complexion? Certainement. I have attempted to teach him French.
Did you succeed, sir? Monsieur Desaye drew his brows together. Many things recurred to his agile memory. He linked them swiftly into one sinister whole. Ah, he exhaled lightly between closed teeth. You are telling me that young man is... I have been duped, deceived? What is it you say? His name, stated Kitchener-Hobbs distinctly, is Schwartz, Heinrich Schwartz. He told me so himself. He's somehow managed to win the confidence of your daughter, and you ought to know it, sir. He walked home with Madeleine last night. Dead silence followed these correlated statements. The father of Madeleine opened and closed his sinewy fingers 2 or 3 times, while the veins on his forehead swelled visibly. But he did not burst into excited recriminations. His eyes, very bright and rather unpleasant to contemplate, were fixed immovably upon an odd bit of faience representing a Dutchwoman in a winged cap carrying balanced water-jugs. I fancy I've made a bally ass of myself," stammered Kitchener-Hobbs, hating the Dutchwoman with ardor. " But I thought it seemed to me " Monsieur Desaye arose. " Monsieur," he said, " permit me to thank you. Regrettable you cannot of your goodness pay me a longer visit. Bonsoir, monsieur. Good night." His smile was pervasive, irresistible. Young Hobbs found himself wafted, as it were, on waves of good will and friendly cordiality to the front door, which closed gently, very gently, behind him. Outside in the cool darkness, Mr. Hobbs took brief counsel with himself. " Confound a Frenchman, anyway," he muttered, and permitted himself a brief though refreshing interval of impersonal criticism. Every Briton is of course aware of the inherent insincerity of the French character, slippery being the favorite descriptive adjective. One never knew where to find a Frenchman, he told himself banally. Upon further reflection, during which young Hobbs passed his late conversation with Monsieur Desaye in swift review, he perceived that his bold declaration of love for Madeleine had hopelessly muddled the situation. " She'll hate me for telling," he concluded simply. There was but one course of action which suggested itself under existing circumstances. He resolved to follow it. Miss Malvina opened the door to his agitated ring. " Good gracious !" she exclaimed, as she recognized her visitor. " If it ain't you, Hoddy Hobbs! Walk right in, do." Mr. Hobbs inwardly resented Miss Bennett's familiar use of his mother's undignified abbreviation of the magnificent Horatio Herbert. He detested the name Hoddy. But he walked in, aware of Madeleine's light laugh in the room beyond. " I got your umbrell all safe," said Miss Malvina. " My ! I don't know what we'd 'a' done without it, with Ma's rheumatiz an' all. It cert'nly was real sweet o' you to r'member Ma an' me. I was jes' sayin' to Madeleine, th' ain't many young fellers, I says, would give us a thought." She stood on tiptoe to whisper in his ear: " I put in a good word for you, Hoddy. My! Ain't she a lovely girl? But you'll have to watch out, or Harry Schwartz '11 cut you out. He's an awful nice boy, Harry is. I knowed him sence he was in dresses. Prettiest little feller you ever see, with yeller curls down on his shoulders an' the pinkest cheeks. My! "" I wish to speak to Miss Desaye," said Mr. Hobbs stiffly. " I was told she was here." " Want t' know? " wondered Miss Malvina. " Her pa must 'a' told you. She jes' run in for a couple o' minutes t' bring Ma some gaiters. That's what she calls them little cakes with a raisin on top. Here's your umbrell' an' your hat right on top of it, so's you can't forget it. Come t' beau Madeleine home, you'll be so excited you'll likely forget you ever owned one." Madeline blushed when she beheld the pale, stern face of Kitchener Hobbs. He had an air of mastery about him which caused a vague but agreeable shiver to pass over her. " Speak of angels," announced Miss Malvina joyously, " and you'll catch the flutter o' their wings. Wasn't we just a talkin' about Hoddy Hobbs? Set right down closest to Ma, Hoddy, so she can hear what you're sayin'. An' I was tellin' 'em what a nice, neat boy you was, never givin' your Ma any trouble. But Mr. Hobbs declined the chair Miss Malvina kindly cleared of sewing materials for him. Madeleine had retreated toward the door with a murmured explanation which concerned her father, alone and missing her. " I guess your pa c'n git along without you for a spell longer," protested Ma Bennett. " Don't go yet awhile." Miss Malvina winked knowingly at Ma. She had witnessed the exchange of glances between Hoddy Hobbs and Madeleine with a youthful quickening of her own pulses. " Why, Ma," she said, after she had closed the front door on the two, " ef you wa'n't blinder 'n a bat you c'd see he was a payin' attention t' Madeleine. Didn't you take notice how red she got when he come in? An' he fairly et her up with his eyes." Miss Malvina sighed plaintively. " My ! It must be awful nice t' be young an' han'some an' have a beau. I don't know as I ever had one." " Yes, you did, too, Malviny," contradicted Ma. " Don't you r'member th' was Obed Salter? "" Yes," scoffed Miss Malvina. " Obed come home with me from prayer meetin' once, after his first wife died. I wouldn't look at that old widower no more 'n I could fly. No, sir, not ef he was the las' man on earth." " An' th' was a feller named Peck," went on Ma eagerly. " He was " "The' ain't no use in rakin' up them old mem'ries," interrupted Miss Malvina, almost pettishly. " I got an autograph album up in th' attic. I r'member we passed it 'round in school, an' all th' boys wrote opposite th' girls they liked best. George Beels wrote opposite me. Then he went off an' courted Hattie Myers. But, my goodness, I'd no more 'n married Undertaker George Beels, not ef he was the las' man " The loud whir of the sewing machine drowned further reminiscences. But Miss Malvina's cheeks were almost as pink as Madeleine's when she finally drew down the shades preparatory to going to bed. There was a young moon in the sky, companioned by a single bright star. Miss Malvina sighed as she gazed. It made her think of Madeleine and Hoddy Hobbs. " My !" she repeated wistfully. " It must be awful nice to be young an' have a beau." There was a light burning steadily in the window of her neighbor's house. It finally drew her eyes from a contemplation of the heavenly luminaries. " Whatever 'd he do ef Madeleine was t' take a notion t' get married?" she asked the cat. Then she put a nail into its worn hole above the sash and shut the outer world from view, wondering as she did so what Hoddy Hobbs could be saying to Madeleine out there in the moonlight. In her youth, which seemed a great way off, Miss Malvina had never walked under moonlit trees with a young man; and now, with a curious, unaccustomed ache, she wished she had. " Just once, so I could look back and remember it," she murmured humbly, as she blew down the chimney of her kerosene lamp. But Madeleine had appeared wholly indifferent to her superior opportunities as she walked quickly down Miss Malvina's gravelled path. With every light footfall young Kitchener Hobbs beheld his immediate opportunity of putting himself right with her slipping away. If she should see her father first! Yet it seemed impossible to speak. " I say," he managed to murmur huskily, as they reached her own gate, a short distance from Miss Malvina's. " Bon soir," said Madeleine sweetly. " Queek I make track for home." " Not yet. Please, I must speak to you." The girl paused with the tentative air of a bird on a wind-swept bough. "Oh, Madeleine, I love you, and I have told your father. But he and... Wait! You must listen. I've something more to tell you." He strove boldly to detain her, but she shut the gate between them. "I have now to hurry," she said, retreating from his questing hand. "You hear that horloge say 9 heures?" There was no denying the brazen clang of the town clock. "You'd better not go into your father till you've heard what I have to say," he sent after her desperately. "You'll be sorry if you do."
"Bien, quick you tell. I wait 1 minute."
"Madeleine, don't be so cruel. If you knew how I love you."
"It is most extraordinaire, this love. I love, you love, he love, like lesson in grammaire anglaise. Me, I not like to study. Non."
She shook her head with a tantalizing laugh. "Madeleine, why did you allow that fellow with 2 names to walk home with you last night?" demanded Mr. Hobbs, in a tone which he vainly strove to make elderly and impersonal. "Really, that sort of thing won't do."
"Why not, please?"
"Because can't you understand that a man who deceives his employers by using an alias isn't to be trusted, especially when he's a German and in a munitions factory?"
"He is not German. Harry, he is American. Very much star and stripe, that Harry. You think I am bebe?"
"So you call him Harry," commented Mr. Hobbs grimly. "Why not Heinrich? That's his real name, Heinrich Schwartz."
"And his other name, please?"
"Lenoir. The fellow actually has the impudence to call himself Lenoir at the plant. Of course I told your father. I had to do it. Can't you see? Schwartz may be a dangerous fellow." Young Kitchener Hobbs' voice shook with twofold passion. Madeleine, elusive as mist, seemed about to vanish into the night. "Hear me out!" he called after her. "You shall."
"Very much I hear you. Miss Malvina and my fathers aussi. So loud you all. Me, I am not deaf as post."
"But you seem so far away. Listen, Madeleine. It is because I love you, because I want you to be my wife. I can't bear to see you deceived by—" She was gone. There could be no doubt of it. The door opened, showing an oblong of yellow lamplight, and then closed. For an irresolute minute he stood staring at the little old house beneath its canopy of swaying trees. Suppose he should storm that closed door, should insist on being heard, in French, in English, or in the absurd patois Madeleine chose to speak. After all, what more could he say? He had at least made his motives clear, and from his present entrenched position as the declared lover of Madeleine, he would not easily be dislodged. To Harry Schwartz he gave but a single disdainful thought. "He's the sort of bounder," said Kitchener Hobbs, "who attempts to cover his misdeeds with the stars and stripes, and calls himself an American." End of chapter 25.